Hey guys, this is Fiction Life. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video will we see what if Harry Potter became the most dangerous genius of his age. 10. Here is short summary. At age 10, Harry discovers a hidden from his mother, filled with rune books that unlock a talent no wizard expected. As shortcuts, inventions, and raw brilliance reshape his destiny, Harry becomes something the wizarding world has never seen, and can no longer control. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry ran a hand through his hair, but before he could decide whether or not to admit his last name, Ron's eyes widened and he pointed at Harry's forehead. Harry groaned, realizing far too late he'd exposed the stupid, annoying scar. Blimey, you're Harry Potter. Why didn't you say so? I'm Ron Weasley. Yeah, I know. You already introduced yourself a minute ago. Oh right, well, bloody hell. Harry Potter. So how did you do it? Do you remember it? Did it hurt? I'd really rather not talk about it, Harry sighed, reaching into his pocket and pulling out his mother's runes notebook. She had been right, it was a fantastic way to relax, and studying the runes always helped him tune the world out. Granted, the world had previously consisted of Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia and Dudley, but the theory was still sound. Right, but why not? You're famous, mate. It's awesome. What I wouldn't give to be in your position. Ron yelled out with a grin almost splitting his face. Harry just scowled. You'd rather have your parents dead and live with relatives who hate you. Be my guest. If you'll excuse me, I'm going to read now. Ron's mouth dropped open and he just sputtered for a few seconds. Harry caught the boy's face turning slightly red before he leaned down over his notes. He'd already been able to correct some of his mum's mistakes, add a few new notes, and he even had a few ideas on some entirely new clusters. With a bit of luck he'd be able to figure out how to finish one of the simpler ones before the end of month. 2 months tops. The carving sets from the shop in Diagon Alley had everything he needed to get started. Convincing Hagrid that he'd wanted something 2 years early, why ancient runes only started 3rd year, he couldn't figure out. It wasn't like it was complicated, had been difficult until Harry had pulled the "I want to be closer to my mum" card. Hagrid had melted like putty after that. Thankfully Ron stayed quiet for a few hours for the most part. Harry could hear him grumbling under his breath every so often. It was a bit annoying, but he still left Harry to his work. By the time the food trolley rolled around, Harry had finished the current cluster he'd been studying and felt a bit bad about earlier. It wasn't Ron's fault, the magical world in general seemed to idolize him. He bought a few extra snacks from the woman as a peace offering. Here, you want some? I got a bit too much, I think. Really? You don't want it? Ron started to reach for the chocolate frogs, but his hand froze midway. Sure. Go ahead. Thanks. Ron lunged forward and grabbed 2 handfuls of food before ripping some of the wrappers off and stuffing them in his mouth. You want a sandwich? Ron asked with his mouth full of little cakes. Mum made them for me. They're good, but they're not sweets. Sure, thanks, Harry shrugged, trying hard to hide the gleam in his eyes. That one sandwich had more meat than Harry had been allowed all week. No way was he going to turn that down. Sweet, delicious ham. The door to the compartment popped open and a set of twins came holding some sweets in their arms. From the red hair and freckles it was obvious they were related to Ron. Hey, Ronikins, need any chocolate? Got some. Thanks. Sure you don't need more, oh brother of ours. Harry shuddered at the grin on the second twin. It was almost the exact same grin he got when he managed to get something over on Dudley. No way were those chocolates safe to eat. I'm good, guys. Damn. Well, guess we'll just have to go and find some other firsties. George. Guess so, Fred. What about this firstie? Nah, he's nice and quiet like. I don't reckon it's a good idea to prank the quiet ones. At least not before the first week. George winked at Harry. I appreciate that, Harry said with a laugh. I'm Harry, by the way. George, and my esteemed brother here is Fred. Both twins bowed low with grand flourishes, somehow avoiding dropping any of their candy. You wouldn't happen to be Harry Potter by any chance, would you? Stifling a sigh, Harry nodded. At least these two were polite about it. Well, 'twas a pleasure meeting you, Harrykins. Welcome to Hogwarts, and I hope you'll consider joining us in Gryffindor. We can guarantee less pranks if follow us to our grand house. Fred said as he and his brother backed out. Well, that was actually the tamest response I've gotten to my name in the past month. Harry thought, grinning. The tact gene may have skipped their brother, but the twins were pretty cool. Ron grumbled before pulling out a rat and trying to feed it a piece of toffee. It was probably a good thing the rat was uninterested. It'd likely send the poor thing to the great sewer in the sky. Ron, why do you have a rat? This is Scabbers. He's my pet. Been in the family for ages. Percy had him years ago. Ron scowled down at the rat. He's really lazy though and kind of boring. Want to see a spell? Fred and George gave me one that's supposed to turn him yellow. He said, leaning over for his wand. Okay, Harry shrugged. It would be awesome to see some actual magic, but if the twins had given it the spell, Harry was not going to be holding his breath for this one. As Ron pulled out his wand, the compartment door opened again, and this time a girl with bushy brown hair and a nervous-looking boy entered. Have either of you noticed a toad around here? Neville's has escaped. No, Harry said with a shake of his head. Have you tried asking any of the upper years? They might have a spell to help search. No, we haven't, but that's a good idea. Oh, we're going to do a spell. I've tried some of the simpler ones myself already and haven't had any issues at all. Come on then, what are going to do? The girl plopped down on the seat next to Harry and stared at Ron. Well okay. Sunshine, daisies, buttermellow, turn this stupid, fat rat yellow. A small bang came from the end of Ron's wand, but nothing happened to Scabbers. Harry groaned and covered his face with his palm. Before he could say anything, the girl beat him to it. Are you sure that's actually a spell? It certainly didn't seem like one, did it? I suppose it could have been a sort of ritual, but those tend to have a complicated set of diagrams drawn out before the incantation is started, at least according to my research. Most normal spells seem to be in Latin, though I've read other countries use spells in different base languages, which imply there is quite a bit more to the spell itself than simple motions and words, which I assume we'll be learning all about when we get to arithmancy and advanced spell theory. Here, watch, your glasses are broken, yes. Sit still. The girl brought her wand out, pointed it between his eyes. Harry froze, but before he could say anything she uttered a short phrase, in something that was probably Latin from her earlier comments, and the tape that held the bridge of his glasses together spun off while the plastic stitched itself back into one full piece. Forgetting his quick lapse, Harry took his glasses off and stared at his brand new pair with his mouth slightly agape. What's more impressive, that she managed to finish that speech on a single breath, or that she fixed my glasses before we even got to school? He thought, slipping them back on and turning to the girl. Wow, thanks. The tape was getting a little annoying. I haven't read most of the spells yet, I've been looking at other things. He shifted a bit, trying to discreetly cover his mother's notebook. You're welcome, she said, sitting up straighter as a wide grin spilled across her face. I'm Hermione. Hermione Granger. Harry. Nice to meet you. Yes, well, Neville and I should really be off. Trevor's still missing after all. Do you guys want help? Harry asked. No thank you, I think we'll just go and ask one of the prefects for their help. After Hermione and Neville walked out, Ron turned to Harry with his face red and his tone angry. Why'd you offer to help? She was such a know-it-all. That's not a reason to not help someone find their pet, Harry frowned. Ron's tone reminded him too much of Dudley at the moment. Besides, she was right. That spell obviously wasn't real. You said your brothers gave it to you, right? I've known them for less than 5 minutes and I can already tell you they seem like the type to do that for a laugh. Well yeah, they would, Ron grumbled and leaned back, slipping Scabbers into his pocket again. Harry shook his head, feeling sorry for the ugly little thing. The way the rat was squeaking and squirming made Harry think of Boba Fett being dragged down into the Sarlacc. The door to the compartment slammed open one more time and a blonde-haired boy with 2 stocky bodyguards stood outside. Harry just sighed. This one he remembered from the robe store. So rumor has it that Harry Potter is in this compartment. The blonde turned to Harry and smiled upon seeing the scar through his hair. So it's true. He stuck out his hand. I'm Draco Malfoy. It's a good thing I came to find you. My father has told me all about the Weasley brood, and a man of your status certainly shouldn't be forced to hang around with the wrong sort like them. He stuck out his hand, completely missing Harry's narrowed eyes. Mr. Malfoy, we've met before, and not only was I apparently insignificant enough to not remember, but you also managed to insult one of my first friends back then. Had you been a bit nicer now I'd be willing to let you try again, but, again the first thing you do is insult who I'm with. Congratulations, you've just proven yourself as stuck up as my relatives. Harry scowled and continued in a low voice that practically left ice on the windows. I deal with the Dursleys enough at home, the last thing I need is to deal with them here too. I'd appreciate being left alone. Malfoy's eyes widened and his hand stayed extended for a moment before he sneered and pulled back like Harry had struck him. When my father hears about this you'll regret spurning House Malfoy. Am I supposed to know who your father is? Harry scoffed with a low laugh. Obviously I don't, so that's really not much of a threat now, is it? Malfoy just snarled and turned around, slamming the compartment door behind him. After they had finally reached Hogwarts, the sorting ceremony began and Harry had his first view of the Sorting Hat. And the endless possibilities such a thing implied. How had the hat been created? Were there thought runes embedded within it? Or maybe perspective runes? Obviously some variant of. A perception rune was stitched into the lining somewhere. Cloth was likely a horrible magical conductor though, so how had they made it permanent? Could he make anything permanent with the right combination? Could he make anything sentient? Could he make his own familiar out of a runic construct? No, that was stupid, he already had Hedwig and she'd get jealous. What about etching runes into something else though? Maybe tattoos. Potter, Harry Potter. Huh. Harry shook his head before turning to the tall, severe-looking Professor McGonagall frowning at him. Oh, right. He grimaced and walked forward to the stool with the hat. Ah, Mr. Potter. Quite a lot of possibilities there for my creation, Harry flinched at the voice in his head and quickly glanced around but couldn't see anything besides the inner brim of the Sorting Hat. Is this the hat? He whispered quietly. Oh yes, that I am. Heldrick Rausar if you want to be technical, but most simply refer to me as Hat. Please don't use Flopsy. I truly wish I had arms to smack the headmaster whenever he insists on that foolish term. And just so you know, my creation was centered more around charms and enchantments instead of runes. Most people aren't quite at your level regarding those, and the founders preferred not to play with something that had the potential to blow them up when there were easier ways. Oh, would my way have worked? Oh, I have no doubt. I imagine it would take years to get right, but there is certainly more than one way to trim a mandrake, Now where to put you, I haven't had this many problems since your mother and then your cousin, you know. My cousin? Oh, not that one. No, she's only very distantly related, something like a fifth cousin once removed. Coulson was simpler than the full description. I settled on Hufflepuff for her in the end, but that's really the only house not particularly suited for you. I think you'd do well in Slytherin, however. Though in the past few weeks it appears that your interests and talents have shifted quite a bit, Runes are certainly a fun specialty and Ravenclaw would lead the way to great things for your future. However, I do see the burning desire to charge forward regardless of any consequences or obstacles. That is truly a trait Godric would admire. So many choices. Ravenclaw was the one for people who like to read and study right. Well, I wouldn't have boiled it down quite so much, but, yes, that is more or less correct. And Slytherin was for crafty and ambitious people. Generally, though pure bloods that don't have many other stronger defining traits tend to go there as well. And Gryffindor is for the reckless. The hat gave a rolling laugh in Harry's head. Oh, I do like you, Mr. Potter. Don't let poor Minerva hear you say that. Do I get a say in this? Where did Hermione and Neville go? Ron has brothers here, right? They're in Gryffindor, right? All the current Weasleys, Mr. Longbottom and Miss Granger are all in Gryffindor. But I really think you'd fit in better with the Ravenclaws. This thirst for knowledge and experimentation is perfectly in line with dear Rowena's legacy. I'd prefer to go with them, please. Neville looks like he could use a friend, and Hermione actually seemed interesting from the train, even if she was a little bossy. The twins didn't even really question me about my scar. I'd really prefer to be with them. Please. Well, if you're sure, better be Gryffindor. The hat finished with a loud shout to the rest of the room. Harry smiled and, with a whispered thanks, took the head covering off before hurrying over to the cheering table to sit down across from the people he'd met a few hours ago. Several hours later, Harry was sitting on a couch near the fire in the Gryffindor common room. The welcoming feast had ended with some time left before curfew, so Harry had switched out his mother's notes for the third-year Ancient Runes text and curled up to start his research. He smiled faintly as he searched through the textbook trying to find one of the missing components to complete his primer sequence. "Harry, why are reading? Let's play chess," Ron said, striding up with a small board cradled in his arms. "Sorry, I can't. I'm kinda busy, Ron. What could possibly be more interesting than chess? We don't even have homework yet." Harry glanced up and almost fell over from the horror crossing Ron's face. His mouth was open and his face had gone white, with his hands just hanging limp by his sides. It looked like someone had told him to eat Scabbers alive. Harry shook his head quickly, deciding he was never going to study with the other boy. "I'm looking for an extinguisher. The current configuration is a bit too explosive when all I want is a fancy light show. An extinguisher should damp the reaction before it combusts," Harry responded, glancing up. Ron's expression of utter confusion was priceless. Hermione, however, seemed worried as she walked over to the boys. "An extinguisher? Muggle tech doesn't work at Hogwarts. It says so in Hogwarts, a history. I imagine an extinguisher might work as it doesn't have any electronic components, but still I highly doubt you'll find one lying around the grounds." Harry shook his head. "I know that tech doesn't work. I read that part in Hogwarts, a history too." Hermione's face morphed from confusion, to shock, and finally to amazement before he'd even started his next sentence. "But I don't mean a fire extinguisher. I mean a rune for extinguishing. My mum never wrote that one down. I'm hoping it's in one of the first 2 course books because I didn't have enough money on me to buy the 5th-7th year curriculum ones. It seems like it should be pretty basic though, so I'm guessing she just didn't see the need to write it down." You've, Hermione still seemed frozen, "You've read Hogwarts, a history." She finished in a high-pitched squeak. "Yeah," he said slowly. "Was that supposed to be odd? Wouldn't it make sense to read a book about the history of the school you were about to attend?" Wait. Did you say you're researching runes?" she demanded. Harry just nodded. "That's incredibly advanced. We don't start runes until 3rd year. Blimey, mate. Why the bloody hell are looking at stuff 2 years ahead?" Harry was starting to get seriously worried that if Ron's eyes widened any further they would fall out of his skull. Because it's interesting. He really didn't understand why people kept making such a big deal out of this. It wasn't rocket science. It was just a language, a set of power symbols and a series of interactions. Ron just grumbled and walked away, shaking his head as if in a daze, his chess set hanging limply from his hand. Hermione frowned but also wandered off, frantically muttering about being so far behind. Harry shrugged and was about to go back to his research when Neville sat down beside him. "You know, they are right, Harry. Runes can be pretty dangerous if you're not careful. My gran said my dad once almost blew up the house because he etched one wrong." Neville shook his head and drooped a bit lower. "I'd probably actually blow up the house if I ever tried it." "Don't sell yourself short, Neville," Harry said with a soft smile and a pat on the other boy's shoulder. "They really aren't that difficult. If you ever want help with them, let me know." "I will. But I think I'll wait until we actually get to that class." Neville smiled shyly and moved off to the dorms. Harry's first 2 months at Hogwarts had practically flown by. He was enjoying most of the classes except potions and history of magic. History was good for a short nap though, and when he wasn't tired it was the perfect opportunity to work on improving his developing clusters. The extinguisher hadn't quite worked out, but he figured weaving in a soften rune to the scheme should offset the effect enough to make his extravagance rune show impressive but harmless. It would be perfect for Dudley. It had taken Harry less than a week to realize that he didn't have the same luck with any of the other magical topics that he did with runes. It was a bit disappointing that he hadn't seemed to inherit his mum's skill in charms or potions. At least he could partially blame the latter on Snape. The first potions lesson was, well, getting run over by Lori would probably have been more fun. Snape's first few questions were trick ones to see if Harry had read the year's textbook from cover to cover and memorized it. When he, somehow, managed to get those few right, Snape had moved on to more complicated questions, things from the 4th and 5th year curriculums according to Hermione later on. Harry still managed to get those questions right thanks to remembering some things from his mother's notebook. Snape then proceeded to take points off for being insufferably superior and reading dangerously far ahead. When Harry had had the audacity to actually ask why stirring clockwise versus counterclockwise made such a huge difference, Snape had vanished his potions since. Obviously, if you cannot grasp such a simple concept, then there's no point in seeing the horrific results of your work. When Harry afterward tried to stay quiet and avoid eye contact, Snape picked on Neville instead, leaning over the boy's shoulder and degrading him for his shaking hands and fumbling of ingredients. By the time the class had ended, Harry had been sorely tempted to set off his defective extravagance rune show in the man's cauldron. When one's teacher took every opportunity to insult and degrade you, there was little point in putting forth any effort. Harry had agreed in principle that learning potions was important, though, so, on the weekend after that first class, he had grabbed Neville, commandeered an unused classroom and set about teaching the coursework to each other. Harry had invited Ron as well, but the redhead just laughed hysterically at doing any extra work. Within a few weeks, Neville and Harry had made excellent progress, and Harry always cackled like a madman when thinking of the end of term exams and how they was going to show the bigoted teacher exactly what they could do. Transfiguration and charms were topics that, while interesting as hell, seemed to be a huge waste of energy. Something that he finally decided to bring up during the lesson on Halloween. "Professor, why use a charm for this when a rune would be just as easy and more permanent?" Harry asked while most of the rest of the class was attempting to get their feather levitating. "Well, it would be quite difficult to etch a rune onto a feather, Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick responded with a chuckle. "Besides, runes are far too advanced for a first-year course." "Well, yeah, you can't etch the rune on the feather, but still it seems silly to try and memorize such a precise wand movement when I can just draw and link the rune to it in a few seconds instead. Here, watch." Harry shifted his feather over to the side and inked a quick flight rune onto his paper before adding a small synchronization rune and a feather rune entwined within. Less than 30 seconds after he started, Harry touched his wand to the paper and energized the cluster. Harry smirked as his feather floated off the desk and hovered neatly in the air for about 5 seconds. Then the parchment with his cluster burned to ash. Scowling, Harry glared down at the parchment. "Stupid paper. Horrible conductor. I should have torn a strip from my robes instead. That would have lasted at least a minute." He sighed as the feather floated back down in front of him. "Well, it made my point at least, right?" Looking up at Professor Flitwick, Harry's eyes widened a bit and he jerked back slightly in his seat. The little man's eyes were bulging out of his skull, his mouth was hanging open, his hand was clenched so tightly on his wand it had gone white and his entire body seemed stiff as a board. Harry had seen that expression enough from his relatives. The freak had shown his true colors yet again. Frantically blinking, Harry desperately started to mentally draw and recite the most complicated runes he could think of. He would not cry in class. He had stopped crying years ago. It was not going to happen. "Mr. Potter, how did you?" Before Professor Flitwick could finish his thought, from several seats down, Hermione loudly corrected Ron's pronunciation and her feather soared into the air. 5 points to Gryffindor for excellent spellwork, Miss Granger, the professor commented without even taking his eyes off Harry. He opened his mouth to try again before Seamus Finnegan's feather literally exploded in his face. Professor Flitwick shook his head and moved off to make certain the boy was all right. Harry slowly exhaled and stopped his mental exercises. "I should have known not to ask questions. I'll just do the clusters on my own and study the normal things with everyone else for now." The bell signaling the end of class sounded and Harry grabbed his bag, walking out with Neville and Ron before Professor Flitwick could try to stop him. He was not going to let the freak come out again. Not here. Not with people who knew and liked his parents. Not with someone his mum had liked. "She's mental. Mental, I tell you." Ron prattled on beside Harry and Harry just nodded, not bothering to listen. "Leviosa not Leviosa. She's such a bossy little know-it-all. Why can't she just mind her own business for once? I'm not surprised she has no friends. No one's ever going to be able to stand her." Hermione pushed past Harry's shoulder and the sound of sniffling broke through his reverie. "Hermione." She practically sprinted down the corridor and disappeared before Harry could do more than extend a hand in her direction. Frowning, he turned to Ron. "What did you say to her? Weren't you listening? I just said the truth. It's not my fault if she heard me." "That was really mean, Ron," Neville said quietly from his other side. "She was just trying to help you. And she was right. She should mind her own business." Ron's face had gone as red as his hair. I didn't ask for her help and I didn't need it. She's too bossy. She thinks she knows everything just because she's the best in class and because she turns in double the homework that we do. She wants to go and cry about it, well serves her right. Maybe now she'll stop making the rest of us look bad. Harry froze. The rest of his classmates flowed around him and a few steps later Ron and Neville turned back to look at him stopped in the middle of the corridor. Harry's hands clenched and his teeth ground together. He stepped forward and his mouth curled into a snarl, as he jabbed a finger accusingly in the redhead's, not even realizing he was still holding his wand. Or that it was glowing. You want her to make herself dumber just so she doesn't look better than lazy idiots like you. Harry's voice was like ice. Neville hurriedly took a few steps away from Ron and worriedly tried to get his wand out, though he seemed nervous about which boy he should be pointing it at. You're jealous that she's better than you. That she understands the subject while you can't even be bothered to try. How dare you? Dudley was bad enough. I can't do anything about him yet, but I can do something about you. Harry thrust his hand forward, not even realizing his wand was in it. You stay the hell away from Hermione. And stay the hell away from me too. Wah! Ron sputtered, backing away from Harry. He tripped over his robes and landed on his butt on the floor. Harry, shut up, Ronald. I don't like bullies and that's all you are. You're just like Dudley. Stay away from us. Harry turned on his heel and scanned the small crowd that had formed nearby as the rest of the class had gathered to view the rising chaos. Lavender. Did you see where she went? The girl's eyes widened, afraid to be in his sights, and she quickly shook her head. No, but she usually goes into the second-floor bathroom to cry. She should be out by the end of the feast though. If you see her before I do, tell her to stay away from Ron and that I want to talk to her. Harry's voice had dropped back down to a normal volume and he had stopped breathing heavily. Lavender nodded and the crowd slowly started to mill away towards the Great Hall, the show apparently over. You coming, Neville? Harry asked as he walked off. Neville jerked and stared at Harry. Yeah, coming. He sent a baleful glare at Ron, who was still staring up from the floor before hurrying after his friend. Harry had kept watching the doors to the Great Hall during the entire feast. Halloween was turning into a right awful day. Flitwick was still casting glances at him from the staff table. Everyone was celebrating his parents' death. He'd thrown aside one of his few friends. Hermione still hadn't shown up. What the hell else could happen to make this day worse? Troll. There's a troll in the dungeons. Professor Quirrell yelled as he ran into the room and barely even reaching the center of the room before fainting. Note to self, never ever tempt fate. Even in my head. She obviously hates me, or at minimum, loves to play around with me, all the while cackling madly in the background. The Great Hall exploded into chaos as the professors called for the houses to follow their prefects back to the dorm rooms. As they left the room, Harry scowled and shifted to the back of the crowd. Neville noticed his friend slowing down and leaned over to whisper, Harry, what's going on? Hermione doesn't know about the troll, Nev. What if she's still in the bathroom? Shouldn't we tell the prefects? He suggested with a slight quaver. They're busy with everyone else. Come on, it's only a few corridors over. We can get there faster if we just go ourselves. The troll isn't even supposed to up here anyway. I don't want Hermione to get into trouble for something Ron did. Harry saw Neville's face drain of color and gave a sad smile. It's okay, Nev. I'll go get her and we'll meet you guys up in the common room. He turned to run away from the staircase, but Neville grabbed his arm. No, I'm coming too. I may not be much help, but I'm not letting you go alone, and I don't want Hermione to get in trouble either. Harry smiled back in reply and the two sprinted off. Harry's opinion of Neville jumped up several notches seeing the boy would actually stand up for himself and others when push came to shove. As they got closer to the bathroom, an awful smell drifted toward them. Neville, do trolls smell? Harry tried to keep his voice calm, but there was a small tremor running through it. Yeah. Neville's face had reached nearly pure white. Maybe we should have gotten a prefect. They twisted around the last turn. Just in time to see a 12-foot-tall troll amble through the door to the bathroom, a giant club half as big dragging in its wake. Harry's face joined Neville's in color loss. That's the girls' bathroom. A scream rang through the air from the room the troll had entered. Hermione. Both boys shouted and sprinted straight through the door. In front of them the troll was standing and raising its club. Hermione was crouched on the floor among broken toilets and stall doors. Harry didn't think, he just immediately jumped onto the troll's back and grabbed its head, trying to twist it away from Hermione and back towards the door. Neville, distract it. Hermione, run. Hermione didn't run. She stayed frozen and whimpering in the corner of the room. Neville stayed frozen for a moment too before he snapped out it. He grabbed his wand and tried to shout out a spell, but only a weak red light came out that bounced harmlessly off the troll's skin. The troll's club swiped out and Neville jumped back. He managed to avoid getting hit, but his wand wasn't so lucky. As the boy fell back, his wand got caught by the edge of the club and snapped right in half. It had bought enough time though. Harry, one hand wrapped around the troll's neck, the other digging through his pack, triumphantly raised his arm, clutching his incomplete extravagance rune show. Thrusting his hand around the troll's head, Harry activated the rune stone and thrust it into the troll's open mouth. He dropped off the back of the troll and rolled away just as a dull bang sounded through the bathroom. Covering his head, Harry felt himself splattered with something sticky and smelly as a second later there was a great crash when the troll fell to the floor, its loincloth passing so close that it brushed against Harry's arm. Slowly, Harry lowered his arms and scanned the room. Neville was sitting on the floor staring dumbly. Hermione was still crouched in the corner but with her mouth wide open. Next to Harry, on the floor was the troll. Most of the top of its head was missing. Steaming meat chunks squelched down the wall of the bathroom and dripped off the ceiling. Without the extinguisher and soften runes weaved into the cluster, the extravagance rune show was still rather explosive. Anything else Harry was going to say was cut off as a blurry, bushy, brown bullet slammed into his, nearly knocking him over. Hermione's arms wrapped around him and her head buried into his. Harry froze. This was the first hug he could ever remember receiving. Hermione, are you okay? Cautiously, Harry reaching a hand out and patted her head. A small nod was the only answer he got as the girl's arms tightened around his and he felt his stomach get wet. She was sobbing right through his shirt. Neville, you good? I'm okay. I broke my wand but, I'm okay. Did you blow off its head? Neville's voice was strained, like he couldn't decide between whether to cry or laugh. Harry commiserated. Yeah, I think I did. Did you mean to do that? Maybe. I knew it would explode. I didn't mean to kill it but, I didn't know what else to do. Did I kill it, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall's shocked voice sounded into the small bathroom. Is that, how, are you three hurt? She finally managed to say. We're okay, Professor. Neville's wand got broken though. How did this? The teacher abruptly cut off as a piece of brain from the ceiling dropped an inch in front of her face. What the blazes? Professor Flitwick squeaked as he came around the older woman. What happened to its head? Obviously it smacked itself with an errant swing, Snape drawled, swishing in behind the other two. No it didn't, sir, Neville said softly from the floor, still staring at the troll. He shook his head, stood up, grabbed his broken wand and moved to stand with Harry and Hermione. Harry killed it, sir. Impossible. Snape sneered. Mr. Potter, perhaps you should explain what just happened. Professor McGonagall could barely tear her eyes from the troll's twitching remains long enough to glance at the trio of students. Hermione didn't know about the troll because she had been in the bathroom, Professor. Neville and I ran to get her but the troll was already here. It was trying to kill Hermione so Neville distracted it while I fed it my activated extravagance rune show. Harry looked down and grimaced. I didn't mean to kill it, he continued softly. I designed the extravagance rune show to emit a lot of bright lights and sounds to scare my cousin if he started in on me, but I had to base it off of some of the thunder and explosion runes to get the cluster to work. An extinguisher rune stopped the whole thing completely so I took it out. I knew adding in a soften rune in conjunction with the extinguisher would get it to work perfectly, but I only figured that out this morning and haven't had enough time to etch it in with the others. I knew the cluster was still pretty explosive and that's why I kept it in my bag. I didn't want anyone playing around with it while it was still dangerous. I didn't really mean to kill the troll. I just didn't know what else to do. Harry trailed off. Hermione gave him one more squeeze and finally let go. She turned to the gathered staff that had been joined by Professor Babbling at some point. Please don't punish Harry or Neville. They were only here because of me. I should be the one punished. It was going to kill me and they only did what they could to help. I'm the one who deserves punishment, she pleaded. The tears threatened to fall again and Harry reached out and squeezed her hand. Mr. Potter, Professor Babbling said with a note of awe evident in her voice, do you mean to tell me that you designed an entire rune cluster fully understanding the interweaves, chained reactions and inherent complexities of the completed scheme without even fully finishing the etchings? Harry nodded, still looking at the floor. 100 points to Gryffindor for ingenuity, brilliance and having the foresight to keep a potential hazard from others. 25 points from Gryffindor for carrying a potential hazard on your person around others. At the massive point awards, Harry jerked his head up, catching a huge smile on the woman's face. Snape, on the other hand, was turning cherry red. And 50 points to Gryffindor to you both for immediately coming to the aid of classmate in trouble and triumphing over incredible odds, Professor Flitwick commented as he poked at the troll's body. Snape's mouth clenched so tightly Harry was amazed his teeth didn't shatter. This is amazing, Mr. Potter. That was quite brilliant thinking. You would do exceptionally well in the dueling circuit, I think. If you are ever interested, let me know. Oh, and 15 points from each of you for not informing a prefect or teacher that Miss Granger was missing. Harry stared in shock at the small man. After his comments in class earlier, Flitwick was praising him. That was, wow. Potter. Snape had apparently finally regained his voice. He was practically spitting and his face was so red Harry wondered for a moment whether the man was about to pass out. Detention. Dangerous, forbidden magical constructs are prohibited. Harry just nodded. For once that was actually a totally warranted punishment. Professor Babbling scowled at Snape. Runic clusters are not forbidden magical constructs. They require care, yes, but if they were forbidden magical constructs, then you might as well arrest me and the entirety of my Newt's class, Severus. Mr. Potter, you will serve that detention with me. Professor McGonagall glared at Snape before turning to Harry and the others with a far softer look. We will discuss carrying around a potential hazard at that time. As disappointed as I am that you did not come to one of your seniors, I do understand that the troll was not initially reported as being in this section of the castle. She paused before continuing softly, I have never lost one of my lions before and I am extremely glad that, because of your actions, I do not have need to revise that statement. I am very proud of all three of you. 3 sets of jaws dropped open before snapping closed again. Now, run along back to the common room and get yourselves cleaned up. Mr. Longbottom, I will contact your grandmother to arrange a date over the weekend for you to acquire a new wand. The 3 students nodded and started to leave the bathroom. Potter. Professor Babbling said with a smile. Whenever you get a chance, stop by to see me. Nothing urgent. I think I can help you though if you'd like. It was all Harry could do not to gape at the woman as pride surged through him. He damped it down a bit and nodding, proceeded to follow his friends out. Harry, Hermione and Neville trooped through the portrait hole and into a crowded common room. There you are. Percy Weasley immediately yelled out. Where have you 3 been? The troll is dead, Hermione stated. Harry killed it. Neville helped. They saved my life. Percy's mouth dropped open. The rest of the room immediately went quiet. The professors already know, Neville commented. Excuse us, but we smell horrible and I really need to go and lie down. Hermione, you okay? Harry asked before she could sprint away again. I'm fine, Harry. Thank you. She hugged him once more and turned to go up the stairs to her dorm. See you tomorrow. She finished in a quiet, questioning voice. Yeah, Harry said, giving her his warmest smile possible. Definitely. As Harry walked to the showers he chuckled slightly. For Halloween, this day actually hadn't really ended too badly. After the troll incident, the students had practically been climbing over themselves to get Harry to explain in vivid detail just how he had managed to kill a 12-foot mountain troll. The attention had nearly sent him into hiding and he'd taken to spending as much time in the common room as possible over the next week. The good thing about that was he got to talk quite a bit with Hermione and Neville. Neville's gran had berated the boy pretty harshly about breaking his father's wand, but she had apparently switched gears and couldn't seem to stop praising him when he finally managed to explain what happened. She had swept into the common room and proceeded to give Harry and Hermione a bear hug, thanking them for bringing her Neville's lion to the surface. Hermione just blushed and replied that she hadn't really done anything at all, while Harry nodded and flashed a thumbs up to the beet red Neville. Hermione, on the other hand, barely left his side anymore. Something he was quickly growing to like. He had initially come to think of Ron as a friend, but it took barely 2 days of spending time with Hermione to realize how an actual friend acted. Hermione never insulted his research and she listened when he tried to explain what he was looking for. She helped him with his homework and showed him why his wand movements were wrong. She apparently liked to hug him too, something which always sent a very odd warm feeling through him. He knew about hugs academically speaking of course, but, well, the reality of them was much better, he thought with a blush. Ron had taken to grumbling every time one of the trio passed him and he scuttled out of the way if Harry even so much as turned in his direction. Not quickly enough to hide the glares or mutterings, but fast enough for Harry not to have to repeat his warning about staying away from the group. Fred and George on the other hand tried grilling Harry on some of his experiments and whether or not he was intending to go farther. Harry had just stared dumbfounded when they showed him some of their own plans for incredibly intricate pranks that they couldn't seem to finish setting up yet. He'd promised them he'd think of a few rune clusters that might be able to combine or simplify aspects of the job as long as they promised to tone down any pranks on first years in general, regardless of house. It took Harry nearly a week before the furor had died down enough that he could make the time to talk with Professor Babbling. He was practically bouncing in anticipation as he walked up to her office with a huge grin on his face. "Ah, Harry, come in, come in," Babbling said, sliding a few pieces of paper off to the side of her desk and waving him forward. Harry plopped down in one of the seats as the teacher came around and hopped up onto her desk. "So, let's see what we've got to work with, shall we?" She clapped her hands together with a smile. "Check out this table over here. Can you tell me what these runes are?" Harry peered at the runes and snorted. "Well, that's protection, that's synchronization, there's light, that's quiet, that's..." Okay, that's obviously far too easy. How about this one?" Babbling gave her wand a flick and the table of prime runes was replaced by one filled with clusters. "It's still pretty easy, Professor. That cluster would ignite a small fire but immediately snuff itself out once the item it was etched on burnt up. That one should resize clothes. That one there looks like it's designed to work in a set of 4 to set up a sort of barrier, but it has a flaw here that would burn it out less than a minute after activation." "Really? What flaw?" Her voice was carefully neutral and Harry grinned slightly, enjoying the test. "Well, absorption is upside down and entwined with protection. It should be integrated into power because then it can use any spells that impact it to reinforce itself instead." "Huh, I hadn't thought of that." Babbling leaned down to squint at the cluster. "Integrated into power, you say?" I intentionally flipped it upside down, yes, but I've never seen this cluster drawn with absorption twined with power. That should work though. Hell, it might just double or triple the damage the barrier could take. Actually, it should be a near exponential increase. The most dangerous part would be the first few spells because it would be pretty weak at first, but once the first few add to the strength of the barrier it would keep getting stronger and stronger, Harry said, taking mental notes to work on improving this at some point. 4 anchor points was just inefficient. There had to be a way to get it down to just one central runestone cluster. "Well, Merlin's uncle," Babbling laughed and turned back to Harry, shaking her head. "I've heard of rune savants before but never imagined I'd actually meet one. I had figured you were just another prodigy like me." Harry tore himself away from the cluster and squinted at the easy-going young woman. "Rune savant, ma'am. It's a term for people who read and understand runes instinctively. Like a language. Muggles tend to use the term a bit differently. They say someone is an idiot savant. A person who has difficulties with nearly all aspects of life except for one in which they are basically at Merlin levels. For magicals, we use it to describe someone whose magic functions to give them insight and understanding into one particular subject but who has no extra specialties or difficulties outside the norm. Most of us have to study, memorize and work for years just to get the basic concept inherent here. I'm a prodigy, I work with runes at a much quicker and higher level than most, so it's been easier for me, but I do still have to work at it. People like you, Harry, can simply look at rune or a cluster and see intrinsically what the point is as well as how they integrate into the rest of the structure. It's an incredibly rare skill, and if you end up going into curse breaking or warding," she shrugged, "you'd probably be able to skip nearly 10 years worth of training, not to mention always being in constant demand. Of course you don't have to use your skills like that, but it's a good option for the future." For now, I just wanted you to know about it. Oh, she gave a small scowl, and stop with the ma'am thing. Hell, I'm only 19. I'm closer to your age than most of my colleagues here. I'd prefer babbling or Shiva in private, but if that's uncomfortable for you then just stick with Professor. Shiva? Harry asked, furrowing his brow. The others made sense, but Shiva didn't seem to fit the pattern. She smiled ruefully. My first name's Bathsheba, which is frankly just awful. Shida is somewhat close to Shiva though, and, well, I kinda sorta almost blew myself up twice in my second year. She shrugged. Shiva is a Hindu goddess of destruction. It stuck. Isn't it a little inappropriate to call your teacher by their nickname? Harry asked, tilting his head at her. Probably, Babbling said with a one-armed shrug. But like I said, I'm closer to your age than I am to any of the other professors. I was hired right out of school and I've only been teaching for a year. I can still get away with stuff like that, especially since Dumbledore really doesn't seem to care much. If he did, he'd have to come down on Severus too, and that's certainly never going to happen. She glowered for a moment before continuing in a softer voice. I told you, Harry, I'm a prodigy, and while I was careful as a kid, I still nearly killed myself twice before my 14th birthday. From what I understand, you grew up Muggle, so they'll never be able to understand or help you with your experiments. I'd like to do that, even if only so that you have a sounding board to avoid hurting yourself. You can call me whatever you want, but I want to make sure you don't go through the same shit that I had too. Especially since you're likely going to have it worse and be a lot more proactive with your meddling. I just liked it and was really good at it. You quite literally speak the language. Here, she flicked her wand and 4 books zoomed out of a drawer to land with a thump in a pile next to her. You can borrow these for a few months, but I'll need them back by the end of the year. These books have some of the more advanced methods, and I've bookmarked the rarer prime runes that you won't see so often in other literature. This is stuff I usually give to my OWL students, so don't be intimidated if it's a little advanced or confusing at points. I can give you some private lessons as well, though I do recommend that you take at least this first year to just poke around on your own. You know, see what you like both in rune terms and more other magical subjects. My door is always open, Harry. Don't be afraid to come and ask for help or advice. About anything. Harry stared at Babbling in wonder and reverently ran a hand over the books she had given him. Thanks, Professor. No problem, Harry. She smiled down at him and hopped off the desk. I may not be a savant, but I do understand somewhat how it feels. And I really enjoy ancient runes. It's not a subject too many find entertaining, so it's always fun to chat about them with those who do. And it's even rarer to find people who actively experiment with new clusters. For now, just remember to be extremely careful with energizing anything that you are unsure about. Don't get overconfident and reckless. Yes, Shiva, Harry said hesitantly. He started to head out, clutching his new books. Oh, and, Harry. Don't give out all your secrets, even to me. You could probably make quite a comfy living off of marketing some of your future inventions. Harry walked out, his head spinning. An adult could be helpful and supportive. That was just. Harry shook his head, narrowed his eyes again, and kept walking. Better not to think about it. If adults could be helpful, then something was very rotten in Surrey. Before dropping his new books off, Harry stopped in to speak with Professor Flitwick. He could feel sweat start to bead on his back as he sat down in the office. Hello, Professor. Before I say anything else, I wanted to apologize for what happened in class last week. Flitwick's brow furrowed before he let out a small chuckle. Oh, the rune shortcut. Don't apologize for that, Mr. Potter. I was simply rather stunned. I didn't even realize you could do something like that. Oh, Harry clutched his books a bit tighter to his. I see Bathsheba managed to tie you down long enough to give you some extra material. Keep up the excellent work, Harry, and please, if you ever need any assistance or advice, let me know and I'll be glad to help in any way I can. Your mother was quite the charms mistress, and while I know you seem to be following a different path, I'm sure that some charm work could help your research at some point. At least, I certainly hope so, Flitwick said with a wide grin. Harry finally smiled and let himself relax. I'll be sure to consult with you if I need it, Professor. Professor Babbling offered her help as well. Yes, I imagined she would. We don't usually get 2 rune prodigies in such short order. She said I was actually a savant, sir. Oh, even better. Flitwick practically squealed. He almost seemed to be vibrating. I for one greatly look forward to what you come up with, Mr. Potter. Well, Harry said, blushing and rubbing the back of his neck, for the moment I'm trying not to get too complicated. Also, Hermione is helping me with some of the charm stuff I've had issues with, so I probably don't really need to come ask about any of that either. Excellent, Miss Granger should be a prime tutor. Professor, you mentioned my mum. I have a notebook of hers that she'd left saying you might be interested in. If you wanted to take a look. I'd be delighted to. The man gave a sad smile. I am so sorry about their passing. Did you know them well, sir? Harry asked quietly. Your mother, yes. Your father, not so much. We got along well enough and I always had a good laugh at the pranks he and his friends pulled, but your mother was my star student. She was always trying to keep young James in line, and she complained to me quite often during her workup to mastery classes later on about his antics. Do you know if she ever changed her mind about my Aunt Petunia? What do you mean, Mr. Potter? Well, one of her notes seemed very, very clear that my aunt was to stay far away from me. Since I'm living with them, I'm just curious about what happened. I'm afraid she never mentioned that to me. We didn't have much chance to talk though, after you were born. I know that Minerva, Professor McGonagall that is, visited a few times afterwards. You could try asking her. I will, sir. Thanks, Harry said. Now, about that dueling circuit. Flitwick clapped his hands together and a wide grin split his face. Would you be interested? It centers more on wands than runes, unfortunately, though. If the incident a few days ago is any indication, your basic tactical sense is more than keen enough to take you far. Harry bit his lip. He could do runes. Runes were easy. Coming up with defensive or offensive ones shouldn't really be much of an issue with a bit of time. But he wasn't anything special with spells. Hermione or Neville or even Lavender could probably beat him with basic spells. This is still all pretty new to me, Professor. Perhaps I could just get a few spells from you throughout the year and then we can talk more about it next year. Flitwick sighed. Damn, well, can't blame a man for trying, he chuckled. 1 year I'll be able to claim that I trained the youngest world champion, just you watch. Harry laughed at that. Of course, Mr. Potter, I'll gladly teach some of the more basic spells and we can speak again about competitions whenever you feel more comfortable. Thanks, Professor. Not at all, he said. Now I believe it is nearly time for your detention, so I won't keep you any longer. Let's have our first lesson, say next Wednesday evening. Sounds good, sir. Can I bring Neville and Hermione as well? Certainly. Flitwick's grin widened as he laughed again. Who knows, maybe one of them will be interested in the dueling circuit. Youngest champion, here I come. Harry walked into Professor McGonagall's classroom with a nervous shuffle. Hello, Professor. Mr. Potter. Take a seat. McGonagall finished grading the paper in front of her before directing her attention towards Harry. Mr. Potter, let me preface this by saying that I am extremely glad none of you were injured last week. Thank you very much for going after Miss Granger. In the future, however, should Merlin forbid another emergency comes up, please make every effort to inform the staff or the prefects that there is an issue. Yes, Professor. Now, McGonagall's pleading expression turned into a glare that made Harry wilt. Just what were you thinking? Keeping an item so volatile inside your pack? You could have been killed. But, ma'am, it wasn't volatile, he said. It wouldn't do anything unless activated, and it couldn't be activated except by sending power directly into the Primer Rune. And if a stray spell from a classmate had hit it during class, or while walking down the corridor. Harry's mouth went dry and his eyes widened. I hadn't thought about that. Images of smoking hairy chunks raining over the hallway flashed through his mind. McGonagall sighed and rubbed her forehead. Mr. Potter, I appreciate you attempting to keep others safe by not leaving the rune cluster lying around, but you need better precautions than simply chucking dangerous items into your pack. I will not go so far as to forbid you from experimenting. Merlin knows how well that ever works out, she muttered. But, I will insist that you either leave your experiments locked in your trunk if unfinished or carried in a spell-resistant lockbox. Harry nodded. I trust you've learned from this incident. He nodded again. Very well then. I see no reason to forbid you from playing in the upcoming Quidditch game, McGonagall finished with the hint of a smile. Thank you, ma'am, Harry said. I was really looking forward to that. I expect you to win, Mr. Potter. I want that trophy. Harry just nodded again with a small smile finally cracking his face. Now, you should get some homework done while I continue with these essays. Professor. McGonagall lifted an eyebrow at him. Professor Flitwick said that you had met with my parents a few times after I was born. Ah. McGonagall sighed and leaned back into her chair. Yes, I did meet them occasionally. Your father was one of my best students despite his lackadaisical manner. After they entered hiding, he had asked me to assist with improving his transfiguration techniques for efficient use in battle. I was unable to see them often, but it was more than most. Harry smiled. How different things could have been if not for a madman. Do you know why my mum changed her mind about my Aunt Petunia? What do you mean, Mr. Potter? I found this a few months ago, he said, handing over the runes notebook and flipped to the page with Lily's note to never let him go to the Dursleys. The date was a few months before I was born, and there's nothing in that or any of the other notebooks I found about her forgiving my aunt, so I was just curious about what changed. I figure they had to have updated the will again after this at some point, since I ended up with Aunt Petunia after all. McGonagall's frown deepened as she read and reread the little note. Damn you, Albus, she muttered, barely loud enough for Harry to hear. Looking back up at Harry, McGonagall sighed. I was unaware that the Potters had wills, Harry. None were ever executed after their passing. I do not know the full specifics regarding this, Harry. I can tell you that I was present for the incident that likely caused this entry. From what I remember, the dates do seem to line up. I am not sure you would wish to hear this. It is not pleasant, and it does not paint your relatives in a decent light. Professor, it'd be rather difficult to paint them in a darker color than I already do, Harry said, a bit of the ice that Ronald Weasley had experienced creeping into his tone. Please, tell me. Very well, McGonagall sagged, looking every bit her age. I was training with James when your mother returned from speaking with Petunia and her husband. Lily was several weeks pregnant at this point, and she was quite distraught. Before I left, she told James and myself that Petunia and Vernon had, well, they had recommended with rather strong language to terminate the pregnancy. Let me guess, they said something like, we don't need any more freaks in the world like you, right? Harry scoffed. McGonagall's mouth dropped open. How could you know something like that? Well, they certainly say it to me enough. They what? So if it was that bad, then my mum probably never forgave her before she died. So how the hell did I end up with the Dursleys? Harry muttered. Albus said that it was the safest place for you. McGonagall stared at the cabinet where she kept her fire whiskey. I watched them for the evening before. I knew they weren't very pleasant, but surely they wouldn't have, to a child. You and Dumbledore left me there. Harry's voice, drained of all warmth, broke through McGonagall's shock. He stared at her, and the breeze through her window picked up, scattering some of the papers on her desk. Thank you for the talk, Professor. I think I'm just going to study now like you said. No, that's all right, Harry. I think this detention has gone on long enough. You may return to your dorm. Harry silently slipped his mother's notebook back into his pack and left the room, the breeze dying down behind him. McGonagall stood to pour herself a shot of fire whiskey before turning to shut the window. Only then did she realize that it had been shut the entire time. With a strangled laugh, McGonagall poured herself a second glass of the liquor. Damn you, Albus. Harry dropped down into the couch in the common room and immediately took out the books that Shiva had given him. He focused on the runes, using the clusters and the prime elements to force the conversation he had just run from to the back of his mind. Runes always calmed him down. Harry was so engrossed in the book, and he didn't even notice when Hermione sat next to him and laid a hand on his arm. Harry, are you all right? Hermione, Harry said with a small jump. Geez, warn a guy when you sneak up on him. Harry, I'm fine, Hermione. Harry sighed, turning to smile at her. Thanks for asking though. You're not fine, she said, barely loud enough for him to hear. You look like I felt when I ran to that bathroom. Except angrier. Really, I'm okay, he responded, taking in her doubtful expression. It's just Professor McGonagall mentioned some things that got me pretty mad. I have these new runes that Shiva gave me now though, so give me like 10 minutes and I'll be right as rain. Okay. Hermione's expression warred between curiosity, concern and hurt. She finally just sighed and hugged him. Okay. If you decide you want to talk about it, just remember, I'm here for you, Harry. I know and I appreciate that, Hermione, Harry said, squeezing her back. I trust you, Hermione. Maybe someday I'll tell you. Just not right now. I understand. She gave him a small, watery smile and pulled back from the hug. Now, who is this Shiva person? Harry grimaced. Yeah, I hadn't meant to call her that here. Shiva is Professor Babbling. Hermione's eyes widened. Where in the blazes do you get Shiva from Babbling? Apparently it was her nickname since her second year. She said she blew a few things up, including herself. I didn't really get it, something about a Hindu goddess of destruction. Hermione squinted, and her first name is Bathsheba, which I suppose could be shortened to Shida, which makes it a hop, skip and a jump to Shiva, but she twisted back to Harry before continuing, it is not appropriate to call a teacher by her nickname. I know, Harry held up his hands to ward her off. It's only a private thing. She's only a few years older than us and she made a good argument for it. And, well, it's just. Harry's voice dropped so low that Hermione had to lean in to hear him. It's just a lot easier to let her help me and to trust her if I can call her Shiva instead of Professor. Hermione sat in silence for a minute. She crossed her arms and studying Harry, thinking over the last few minutes and slotting it into her growing picture of her friend. You can trust her if she's your friend rather than an adult? Hermione finally asked softly. Harry just nodded. She sighed and hugged him again. Okay. I won't bring it up again. I do expect you to tell me about where this is coming from in the future though, Harry. And try to make sure to at least refer to her as Babbling when others can hear. Thanks, Hermione, Harry said, giving her a very small smile. I promise. Hermione released him from her hug and opened her own book, settling in to read next to him. Well, I sure hope that doesn't happen every time I play a game. Harry snorted after the Quidditch match had ended. His broom had been jerking around on its own so bad that he'd nearly been bucked off. Harry, Hermione whispered from beside him. The common room was still celebrating their win, so he had to strain to hear her. We think you were being cursed. Neville nodded from his other side. What? Harry stared back and forth between the two of them. Neville saw Professor Snape muttering something and staring at you during the match when your broom started to go crazy. You have to maintain eye contact for some persistent jinxes and curses, Neville said, wringing his hands. And not many things affect brooms beyond those types. Brooms have to be pretty resistant to that kind of stuff, otherwise the professional games would be a joke. So it's not enough the bastard hates me, he's actively trying to kill me now too. Just perfect. Harry glared at the fireplace. He needed his rune notebook. So why did he stop then? He almost had me. I was starting to lose my grip by the time I finally got control back. Well, Hermione said, blushing while Neville's face went beet red. I may have set fire to his robes. Harry's mouth dropped open and all thoughts of runes went out of his head. You what? I set fire to his robes, she muttered. Neville said we had to break his eye contact, so we ran over. Neville knocked over Professor Quirrell, who was sitting next to Professor Snape, to try and distract him, but I was already casting the Incendio charm. Harry goggled at her, then at Neville. You guys are amazing. Hermione snapped her head up and stared at him, and Neville started shuffling a bit. Neville, you knocked over a teacher to help me. And, Hermione, you set another's robes on fire. You guys are the best friends someone could ask for. Harry laughed out loud and pulled them both into a quick hug. Well, you're welcome. Hermione whimpered. She really didn't feel like she should be praised for attacking a teacher. It was so wrong. No problem, Harry, Neville said with a deep breath. We look out for each other, right? Yeah, we do, Harry beamed at his two friends. So do you think this was in retaliation for hearing about Nicholas Flamel and the three-headed dog from Hagrid the other night? How would Professor Snape even know that Hagrid mentioned that? I mean, completely discounting the fact that we don't even know who that Flamel man is, and that I would think the dragon egg Hagrid is hiding would be a far more important detail from overhearing that conversation. I can't see why Professor Snape would try to kill you overhearing about a name. Remember to breath, Hermione, Harry said with a laugh. And this is Hagrid we're talking about. I love the man, but we all know he can't keep secrets for more than 5 minutes. Yeah, Hermione, I'm with Harry on this one, Neville said. Hagrid's nice, but he's not a, how did Gran put it, not a player of the game. And what are we going to do about that dragon anyway? It's going to hatch soon and then it's going to grow up and then it's either going to eat him or eat one of us. I don't suppose we can convince him to get rid of it, can we? Hermione commented, flopping back into her seat. That man seriously needs someone to explain what the word dangerous mean. Honestly, three-headed dogs, pet dragons, what's next? Giant man-eating spiders. I actually could see the dog being cute, Harry said. The others turned to stare at him. What? If the thing wasn't snarling and trying to eat me but was just slobbering on me and wagging its tail, it could be cute. It could squash you under its paw like a bug, Neville said with his face completely blank. It could tear you literally into thirds. Hermione added. Well, I was just saying, Harry grumbled. Fang's cute. Fang is not the size of a small house, Hermione commented dryly. Moving on, Harry said, holding his hands up in surrender. Didn't the twins say one of their brothers worked with dragons? Could we ask them to contact him maybe? They'd probably ask why, Hermione said. Well, we might as well tell them, Neville shrugged. They'd probably be able to get the dragon out easier than we could anyway. We're going to help them if they agree. Harry nodded. Hagrid's our friend. We can't just let him get in trouble. Until then though, let's see if we can find anything about whoever Flamel is. The others nodded before the trio split up and headed off to bed. Christmas had come to Hogwarts Castle. Harry hadn't originally cared too much about it since both Neville and Hermione had headed home to spend the holidays with their families, but his opinion changed when he woke up to see actual real presents by his bed. It was the first time anyone had gotten him anything besides worn-out socks or maybe a 50-pence piece if he had been very good and very quiet. It was a shame his new friends weren't here to share the experience with him. Neville had given him a broom polishing kit while the twins had left him with a package of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, along with a note that promised they were untampered with. Hermione had given him a new etching kit that had a lot finer tools than the one he had been using. Shiva had sent him a small box with a note describing it as a spell-resistant, tamper-proof lockbox that was designed to hold volatile rune clusters. Unfortunately, Harry's final two gifts had caused some problems in the dorm room. How am I supposed to know why your mother sent me a Weasley sweater, Ron? Harry scowled. I've never even met the woman. Well, obviously you did something. Those are family sweaters. You have no business wearing one. The redhead yelled back, snarling at Harry. Well, it's not my fault that your mother sent me something. Well, it's certainly not mine. You're both right, it's our fault Mum sent something, Fred said, walking into the room with a frown. At least, we think it's our fault, George agreed, coming in behind his twin. What the bloody hell did you two do? Ron yelled, turning his rage on his brothers. We may have mentioned in a letter that Harry had said he wasn't expecting to get any presents. Fred winced. Sorry, mate. We didn't think she'd end up making you a sweater because of it. Honestly, it's a little weird, Harry said, looking at the sweater. But I really do appreciate the thought and it was a nice gesture. She could have sent a note with it too though. That would have probably made it less awkward. Mum, can be a bit much sometimes, George sighed. How are you okay with this? Ron growled. He's not a Weasley. Ron, Fred said, his voice amazingly serious for the twin. Just because Harry isn't a Weasley doesn't mean he isn't a friend. Lee Jordan is a friend and he doesn't get sweaters. Lee gets presents. Fred shook his head as Ron just growled incoherently. Thanks for the gift by the way, Harry. Harry nodded. He had sent them some Muggle fireworks with instructions on how to use them safely. No problem guys. Just don't set them off inside or we'll have another troll incident. Thanks for the beans. Enjoy them. So what's your last gift? Harry opened up his final package and as the silvery material slipped down to the floor, Ron gave an incoherent yell. You got a bloody invisibility cloak. Funny how the guy who supposedly doesn't get any presents at all gets a bloody fortune right there. He said scornfully. What's an invisibility cloak? Harry asked the twins, ignoring Ron. He picked up the cloak and started examining it closer. Granted, the name was pretty self-explanatory, but if Ron wanted to get angry for no reason, he might as well poke the boy a bit and satisfy his curiosity at the same time. Blimey mate, they are amazing, George breathed out. Really expensive too. They make you invisible while you wear it. Darn useful for pranksters like us. Who's it from? Don't know, all the note says is that it used to belong to my dad and that he left with whoever sent it when he died. Fred's brow furrowed. Well, if they had it for 10 years you'd think they could have returned it before now. Agreed. Harry sighed. At least they did give it back. I probably never would have known about it otherwise. How come you aren't jumping and down in joy? Ron asked in disgust. That thing is probably worth more than everything else combined. The three others in the room glared at Ron. It's nice to have a memento of my father, Ron, but it's not like I need it. I could probably make a rune cluster that would do the same thing as this but better, and it would be smaller and more portable too. Well, if you don't want it then just give it to me. Ron held out his hand for the cloak. Harry snorted, and before he could respond Fred and George moved to either side of Ron and grabbed an arm. Dear brother, I believe it is time for breakfast. Shall we be going? We'll see you later, Harry. Merry Christmas. Despite planning his new ninja rune cluster, Harry did end up wandering the castle after dark with his father's cloak on during the break, more from curiosity than anything else. On one such nocturnal excursion he ended up finding an amazing mirror. A mirror that he had trouble walking away from. A mirror that showed him his family. Mirror of Arise. Harry asked Professor Dumbledore. He didn't want to look away from the mirror, but he did eventually turn to glance at the headmaster. Yes, Harry. The mirror shows one their heart's deepest desire. It is quite the amazing artifact. It is also dangerous. Many have wasted away completely simply sitting and staring at it, longing for that which they have never had instead of seeking to attain their desire in reality. Yeah, well, unless you happen to know how to bring back the dead. My necklace, my mum's notebooks, my dad's cloak and this mirror are the closest I'm ever going to get to my family, so excuse me for spending some time here. Sir. Harry twisted back around to the mirror. He hadn't forgotten what McGonagall had said about why he was with the people his mother had hated. My boy, no magic can bring back the dead. Dumbledore sighed. He reached forward to lay a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry scowled and threw it off. I know that, Professor. I'm not an idiot. Maybe I could come up with a cluster that would give a nice imitation of life, but it wouldn't be real. Harry was still staring at the mirror, so he missed the flash of fear and desire that passed through Dumbledore's eyes. Did you have my dad's cloak? I did. Harry ground his teeth, trying very hard not to lash out. Why wait a decade to return it then? Sir, I knew your relatives would not appreciate such a treasure. I simply wished to ensure its safety until you rejoined us. Harry huffed, conceding the old man had a point there. Well, thank you for making sure I got it back. I would have preferred it as soon as I got to Hogwarts, but thanks for not just keeping it, Professor. Dumbledore gave a slight nod. You're taking the mirror away, aren't you? I am. Fine. Harry slowly climbed to his feet and touched the mirror's surface with a sad smile. Bye, Mum. Bye, Dad. Bye, guys. He turned and walked past Dumbledore. Thank you for giving me some time with them, Professor. Have a pleasant evening, Harry. Dumbledore watched Harry walk away and turned to the mirror himself. An image of Harry, cloaked completely in black with yellow eyes wide open, stared lifelessly back at him from the Phantom's position slumped on the floor. A Phantom Dumbledore was standing over the boy holding a rune cluster that he held to Ariana's. Dumbledore started crying as the Phantom version of his sister slowly started to breathe again. When Neville and Hermione returned from their holidays, Harry showed them the invisibility cloak as well as his initial plans for the ninja cluster that would be an improved version of it, incorporating sound dampening effects as well. Both were extremely impressed. Did you have any luck in the restricted section searching for Flamel? Hermione asked after correctly guessing he'd have checked the book out from under the cloak. No, none of them had anything. Harry shook his head. He knew he remembered the name from somewhere, but it just kept eluding him. My Gran said it didn't ring any bells, Neville said. She said he might be from out of the country. Well, that would certainly make a bit more sense, I suppose, Hermione said. She sighed. That would also make this far more difficult. It's a shame he didn't do anything famous. Then he would have been in more books even if he was. Neville cut off as Harry slapped his forehead. Harry, I am such an idiot. Hermione shook her head and snorted. Harry, you are not an idiot. You are a savant. It's pretty much the exact opposite of idiot in the magical world. Exactly, Hermione. Harry yelled, looking between the two of them. A savant. Harry, Neville said, you're going to have to explain it better than that. Nicholas Flamel is a savant, an alchemical savant. He's what? Neville asked, frowning. Hermione's eyes widened and she nearly jumped out of her seat, murmuring how she'd be right back. He's an alchemical savant, Nev. After my first talk with Shiva I got a book out from the library on previous magical savants and he was in there as one from the 1300s. Hermione came flying back down the stairs with a giant tome in her arms. I think he's on a chocolate frog card too. He was a French savant who specialized in alchemy, though he also may have helped found one of the schools there or at least make it into more a world-renowned one. Beauxbatons, yes, Hermione said as she dropped the giant book onto the table in front of the two boys. I checked this out for a bit of light reading. Neville gaped. That's light. Harry just laughed. Hermione glared. Yes. Anyway look. Nicholas Flamel, along with his wife Perenelle, is famous for being the only known inventor of the Philosopher's Stone. Do you know what this means? Philosopher's Stone? Harry asked. Honestly, Harry. Hermione huffed. You remember that he helped with Beauxbatons but not that he created the Philosopher's Stone. It's an incredibly complex alchemical creation that can supposedly turn lead into gold as well as create the elixir of life. Oh. Bit of understatement there, Harry, Neville chuckled. I don't suppose you could make a rune cluster to do that, huh? Well, the lead to gold thing, probably. The other two stared at Harry while he was lost in the intertwining rune structures, testing and discarding possible combinations. Yeah, I could do that. Not the elixir thing though. I'd need at least 4 different prime runes that I don't think even exist to do that. Direct manipulation of a soul or variant rune most likely. Hermione's mouth closed with a snap. Yes, well, impossible things and eternal riches aside, at least now we know what, and most likely why, Professor Snape is looking to steal it. Yeah, Harry nodded. Now we just need proof. It makes no sense that the headmaster's office is hidden away behind a locked gargoyle. Harry yelled, fists clenched. How the bloody hell are people supposed to reach him in an emergency if they can't even knock on his stupid door? Language, Harry, Hermione absently chastised her friend. She tugged on his arm to pull him away from the recalcitrant stone guardian. Though I do have to agree, magicals seem rather short on common sense at times, don't they? Come on, Neville, you too. There's no point arguing with this thing. Let's go try talking to Professor McGonagall instead. Good idea, Hermione, she'll definitely help. Neville said, nodding with confidence. Well, at least she'll probably be able to get in to talk to Dumbledore, Harry grumbled. He stopped fighting Hermione, casting a dark glance back at the gargoyle before turning and quickly stalking ahead of the other two. Their hurried pace had them knocking on McGonagall's office within only a few minutes. The deputy headmistress blinked in surprise at the trio of students standing outside her door as she answered the knock door. Yes, Misters Potter and Longbottom, Miss Granger. It is quite close to curfew. How can I help you at this time of evening? Professor Hermione began but was cut off as Harry started speaking over her. Snape is going to try to steal the Philosopher's Stone. McGonagall blinked again. She turned to stare at each student in turn before twisting to Hermione. Miss Granger, you believe this as well? I know it seems far-fetched, Professor, Hermione said, nodding, but we are almost certain of it. Most of our evidence is hearsay and extrapolation, but it is the only conclusion that makes any sense. I do not know how you three found out about the stone, McGonagall sighed. I assure you, however, that it is perfectly safe. Several different members of the staff have added their own unique protections and no one save the headmaster has knowledge of the entire scheme. There is no need to worry. Harry gave a low growl. Ignored yet again. How typical, he thought. Please, Professor, Neville said quietly, if we could at least speak with the headmaster. The headmaster was called away to an emergency meeting at the ministry. He left via broom and is unreachable for the next several hours. She frowned, thinking, could it be possible? Would someone really be daring enough to attempt a theft in the middle of Hogwarts with dozens of adult wizards and witches right there? No, no one was that daring. Not for over a decade. But, please, I understand your concerns, but again, I assure you, the stone is perfectly safe in Hogwarts and that Professor Snape has no intention to attempt a theft. If you still feel this strongly about it, then we can discuss this in the morning when the headmaster returns. For now, please return to your dormitory before curfew. But, Hermione said. Hermione, forget it, Harry muttered. He grabbed her arm and started pulling her away. Let's just go. Neville narrowed his eyes at Harry before nodding and hurrying along to follow. All right, Harry, what gives? Neville asked the other boy after they had moved far enough away to avoid being overheard. Yes, it's not like you to just give up like that, Harry, Hermione added with her brow drawn in worry. There's no way she's going to believe us. I'm telling Shiva instead. Should have gone to her first, Harry said hurrying towards the Ancient Runes classroom. You really think she'll believe us when Professor McGonagall won't? Neville asked with a slight quaver to his voice. McGonagall had evidently sapped at least part of his confidence. Worth a try. But yeah, I do. Harry pulled up outside his mentor's door and quickly knocked. One sec, came the muffled reply from beyond the threshold. Just give me a, Shiva huffed pulling open the door, minute. Harry. The young teacher was dressed in a too large t-shirt and had on a tousled pair of pajama pants. You know what time it is. What's going on you three? Shiva, we need your help. Harry said with his fists clenched. Shiva frowned and glared at him. Harry. He waved the rebuke off impatiently. I know, private. So not important at the moment. We've already been to McGonagall, she ignored us. And Dumbledore is gone, which means that Snape's going to try to steal it tonight. The older woman opened her mouth to say something before floundering and trying again. Maybe you three better come inside. She sighed. The trio walking in and collapsed into the nearby chairs as Shiva sat down in front of them with her arms crossed. Let's try this again. Start from the beginning this time, yeah. Harry took a deep breath before leaning forward and starting to speak. Snape has been acting shifty all year, more so than just his grudge against me. We've noticed a lot of little things and we know that the Philosopher's Stone is hidden in the school underneath Fluffy. Fluffy? Shiva asked, her arms spreading wide for more information. Hagrid's Cerberus, Neville supplied. Why does it not surprise me he named his monster dog, Fluffy, Shiva muttered. All right, go on. I like Hagrid, Harry continued, he's really nice. But everyone knows he's not exactly all that good at keeping a secret, and we just found out that he accidentally mentioned to someone shady how to get past Fluffy, and with the attempt earlier this year with the troll, and now with Dumbledore gone for the night, the thief has got to be planning to try again tonight. Breathe, Harry, Hermione muttered from beside him. Shiva frowned and stared between all three of them. And you told this to Professor McGonagall as well? Hermione nodded. Yes, ma'am, but she just said that the stone was safe and told us to go back to bed and discuss it in the morning. Well, I was assured that the protections were sufficient when I offered to add some wards to it, but this does sound a bit suspicious. Harry's heart fluttered a bit. Would she really help them? Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'll go get Dumbledore and we'll check the defenses to make sure that everything is still secure while you three. I thought Dumbledore was gone. Hermione asked. He is, but he should be arriving at the Ministry by the time I get to the ward line to apparate over there. We should be able to get back within a half-hour tops. Shiva replied. Now I want you three to go back to Gryffindor Common Room. Wait for me there. After Dumbledore and I check it out, I'll come and let you know what happened, okay? Harry floundered. She was helping, yes, but shouldn't someone be watching the door until they get back? Harry, the teacher shot Harry a glare. He wilted. Okay, he finished with a grunt. Great. Now go on you guys, I'm just going to grab a pair of jeans and head out. If I'm not up to talk to you in 2 hours, then go to McGonagall again, and this time don't let her out of your sight until she comes with reinforcements, yeah. We can do that, Neville nodded. Yeah, sure. Come on guys. Thanks, Shiva, Harry said as he led the others back out into the corridor. Harry stopped on the landing to the 3rd floor, twisting to look down the corridor. Harry, Hermione said from behind him. She pulled on his sleeve. We have to keep going. It's past curfew now and we don't want to get caught by Filch even if Professor Babbling gave us permission. She shuddered a little. That caretaker was almost as bad as Professor Snape. What if he's already there? Harry asked so low the other two could barely hear him. What? Hermione asked. What if Snape is already trying to steal the stone right now? Harry asked again louder. He was still staring down the empty hallway in front of him. What if by the time Shiva and Dumbledore get back it's too late? I think we should listen to what Professional Babbling said to do. He might be right, Hermione, Neville said. He stepped up beside Harry. Maybe we could just go and guard the door. You know, just to be safe. Hermione's mouth snapped shut. But, oh for heaven's sake. Fine. The girl threw her hands up in the air and glared at the two boys. If either of you get me expelled, I will kill you, dig up your grave to spit on your corpse and eat your soul. You understand that, yes? She got too fearful. Hurried nods in reply. Excellent. Well, let's not dally then. She stalked off, leading the way to the door with Fluffy and the stone beyond. Stupid boys, she muttered. When the trio reached the door, Hermione stopped so suddenly that Harry nearly ran into her back. "Uh-oh," he said as he noticed the door was slightly open. "He's probably still down there," Neville said, a small quaver creeping into his voice. "Should we stay up here and try to slow him down when he comes back up, or should we try to run to McGonagall?" Hermione shook her head. She's not likely to believe us quickly enough to make a difference. Not after earlier. "We go down after him," Harry declared, squaring his shoulders. "We what?" Neville squeaked. "Harry," Hermione stopped, steeled herself and started again. "Harry, do you have any more of your volatile runes on you?" He shook his head. "Damn. Well, we'll just have to figure it out as we go. Come on, boys." She strode towards the door without looking back. Neville turned to stare at Harry, mouthing a silent, "Wow," at him. Harry just snorted and turned to follow his friend. Fluffy was loudly snoring inside the threshold. An enchanted harp strumming along in the corner of the room appeared to be the piece of music that had lulled the beast. Harry pointed towards the trapdoor laying open near the great dog's paw, and the trio carefully walked towards it. "Looks pretty far," Neville whispered. "There's likely a cushioning charm or something at the bottom," Hermione whispered back. "Are we sure we want to do this?" Harry moved up to the edge. "I'll go first. Hermione, you follow behind me, and Neville, you're after her." And then he jumped into the darkness of the trapdoor. Harry had just enough time to worry about whether or not there really was a cushioning charm before he landed on something soft and squishy. A few seconds later he heard soft thuds as Hermione and Neville also landed near him. "Well," Harry said, "that wasn't so bad." "Shite," Neville suddenly yelled, causing Harry to jerk his head around towards the sound. "It's Devil's Snare." Harry squinted into the darkness before squeezing the spongy material under him. His eyes widened and he gasped in shock as he realized just what his herbology-inclined friend had said. Devil's Snare. A nasty carnivorous plant that enjoyed strangling its victims and slowly digesting the corpses. "What do we do?" "Fire. It doesn't like fire," Neville yelled back. "But we don't have any wood." Hermione edged from nearby. "Are you a witch or not?" Harry screamed at her. He jerked his wand towards the plant curling around his legs and yelled out, "Incendio." A small flame burst from his wand, followed shortly by two others from his friends nearby. The reaction from the plant was nearly immediate as it uncoiled everything around the three and pulled back towards the wall. Harry, Neville and Hermione hurriedly ran to the door into the next room, pulling it closed behind them and letting the flames die out. This room was thankfully perfectly well lit. "Well," Hermione puffed, "that was certainly interesting. Good job, Neville. We don't have any wood." "That's a good one, Hermione," Harry chuckled. The girl glowered at him. "Well, excuse me for panicking a little. It's the first time I've been almost strangled by a plant." "At least we didn't land on a troll," Neville snorted beside her. Let's just keep going. Anybody see a way out of this room?" Hermione glanced around the large room they had found themselves in. It was completely empty with the exception of a large set of doors opposite where they had come in and a flock of small flying creatures above them. "You don't think those things are going to attack us if we step out into the center, do you?" They're keys," Harry said, looking up at the flying items in shock. "Keys?" Neville squinted upwards. "Wow. Guess you're the seeker for a reason. I guess we have to pick the right key then. There are brooms here." Hermione pointed to the side where two brooms lay against the wall hidden near the door in. "I got this," Harry said, striding over to the brooms. "You guys go wait by the door out in case they attack and we have to run." His friends nodded and hurried over. When they were in position, Harry swung a leg over the broom and pushed into the air. Nearly immediately the flying keys turned towards Harry and started trying to dive bomb the boy. Harry put his Quidditch practice to the test and dodged, ducked, dived and dipped between the attacking keys until he managed to pick out the one with a bent wing, reaching out to pluck it from the air just like a snitch. Barreling towards the door with his prize, Harry threw the key to Neville before performing some aerial acrobatics to dodge the attacking keys and follow his friends through the opening. As soon as he skimmed through, Hermione and Neville slammed the door shut again behind him and a staccato series of thumps sounded through the wood accompanied by tips of keys poking through to their side. I don't like how we've almost died twice in 5 minutes, Hermione said with a shudder. Harry just shrugged and let out a nervous chuckle. Did you expect it to be easy? Neville just shook his head and sighed. You know sometimes I hate you guys. So, chess this time, he said jerking his head to what lay ahead of them. Looks that way. Harry nodded. Anyone have a preference for the king and queen? Hermione walked over towards the board. Harry, you should be the king. You're the one who really has to make it across all this. Before Harry could even begin to protest, Hermione held up a hand. You're the one who can quickly talk to Professor Babbling, Harry. So, ergo, you're the important one here. You guys are important too, Hermione. Harry scowled. All the same, you're the king, Harry. Now stop arguing. Harry glared at Hermione as she finished yelling at him, but nodded agreement all the same. She really could be bossy when she felt like it. Hermione, you be the queen, Neville said. I was always better with knights anyway. The 3 pieces the friends had claimed bowed and walked to the side of board while the group took the empty places. Using input from Hermione and Neville, Harry directed the chess pieces in their game. Considering how awful at chess he was, it was definitely a good thing that Neville stepped up and took charge of the strategy of the movements. Within less than 10 minutes the other side had been checkmated and the trio was walking through the open doors into the next room. Ah, someone mentioned another troll. Harry asked, holding his hand over his nose. This one looks even bigger than the last, Neville said in a soft voice. Thankfully this troll was quite dead, seeing as a large section of its head was caved in. Harry honestly couldn't bring himself to care much this time. It didn't help his compassion that Hermione was wrapped tightly around his arm, shaking and making quiet whimpering noises. Come on, guys. We've got to be catching up. As soon as the trio passed over the threshold into the next room, flames sprang up covering both the way in and the way out. One set of flames burned purple and the other was jet black. Well, Neville said, swallowing nervously and staring between the 2 walls of fire, this could be a problem. Look, Hermione unwrapped herself from Harry's arm and strode over to a small table in the middle of the room. Harry, Neville, come here. This looks like a riddle of some sort. Hermione, is this a logic puzzle? Harry asked, looking over her shoulder at a note placed in front of the series of potion bottles. I believe so, Hermione commented absently, reading over the list of clues several times. Give me a minute. Neville ran a hand through his hair. That's a really good idea actually. We wizards aren't exactly known for our logical abilities, are we? Not from what I've seen, Harry muttered. His eyes widened and he looked at Neville, stricken. Sorry, Neville. I didn't. It's fine, Harry. I've been hanging around you too long enough to figure out that much at least, his friend replied with a sad chuckle. I'm trying to work on it. Got it? Hermione crowed. She pointed out several of the bottles. This bottle will take us back the way we came. These 3 are poison. These 2 are the wine, and this one, she held up the smallest bottle, will take us forward. It looks like only 1 dose, Harry said, taking the bottle from Hermione. Well, considering none of the bottles appear to have been used already, they likely refill after several minutes. She paused and chewed her lip. Or, Professor Snape used a flame freezing charm. Okay. Harry nodded. You 2 take the other one and head back to meet up with Shiva and Dumbledore. I'll keep going and try to delay Snape. Maybe we should all just wait here, Neville said with a frown. I don't like the idea of you going ahead alone. Hermione's lips were quivering and her eyes were watering. There's nothing we can say that will make you wait his tea there. Harry shook his head with his mouth set in thin line. Hermione threw her arms around him and crushed him in a huge hug. You come back, you hear me? You come back. I'll do my best, Hermione, Harry said, squeezing her back. Nev, make sure she stays safe. I will, Harry. Neville clapped a hand onto Harry's back and gently pulled Hermione off him. Be careful, mate. Harry nodded in reply, tipped back the potion bottle and strode through the flames into the next room. Professor Quirrell, Harry blurted out incredulously as he saw the man standing in the middle of the final room. Quirrell was scowling at a mirror set up dead center in the small room and barely even took notice of Harry entering behind him. Potter, I really shouldn't be surprised about this. You and your little friends have been rather annoying this year, Quirrell sneered, all traces of the usual stuttering gone from his voice. But, no. This isn't right, Snape is the one who's trying to steal the stone. Yes, he really does seem to fit the mold, doesn't he? Who would ever suspect poor traumatized Quirrell when the sneering bat is making himself such a tempting target? I would have probably thanked him had he not made this so difficult. Harry had his wand on Quirrell, but he had no idea what he should be doing at this point. While Professor Flitwick had taught him the basics of the disarming and stunning spell, Harry still wasn't particularly good with them, and he knew he would stand no chance against a fully qualified adult wizard. Shiva is coming soon, Harry thought. All you have to do is stall. But, Snape was trying to kill me at the Quidditch game. Harry managed to yell out. Oh no, I was the one trying to kill you, boy, Quirrell laughed. The sound was hollow and it sent chills down Harry's spine. Severus was trying to save you. Muttering his annoying little counter-curse. He certainly hates you just like your father before you. I don't expect he wishes you dead though. Or at the very least he wishes to do it himself. Neville knocked Quirrell over to try and distract Snape. Harry's mind was spinning. He cast about trying to find something else, anything else. Something to keep him distracted. What about the troll? Did you let that in the castle too then? Oh course. I even managed to place some bait near that foolish little girl. Shame the Muggle-born survived. I surely would have had more than enough time to retrieve the stone before this edition had she been a good little girl and died like she was supposed to. Harry's vision tinged with red and his hand clenched on his wand. This man had deliberately tried to kill Hermione. Harry's rage built and with a roar he yelled out, Expelliarmus. Stupefy. 2 jets of red light burst from Harry's wand in quick succession. Quirrell twirled as Harry first opened his mouth and erected a shield. His face jerked in surprise as Harry's second spell shattered the shield, but he flicked his wand at the student before Harry could take advantage of the opening. Ropes wrapped around him and Harry snarled incoherently at Quirrell. Let me speak with the boy, a hissing voice sounded throughout the small room. Harry stopped struggling and felt his scar start to burn. But, Master, you. Silence, Quirinus. Quirrell immediately shut his mouth and turned his back to Harry. With a muttered, yes, Master, the man began unwrapping his turban. As the cloth fell away, Harry recoiled in horror and pain as his scar beat a drumbeat of pain through his skull. Protruding from the back of Quirrell's head was a face from a nightmare. Narrow, red eyes. Slits for a nose, a too wide mouth. It was vaguely S-like and a name drifted up through Harry's memory. Voldemort, he breathed out. Very good, boy. I admit, you are stronger than I had expected. How is this? My servant has failed me, one too many times. He needed to be watched more closely after his failure at Gringotts. Too long have I remained weak, thanks to you and your mother. But now, with the elixir, I will regain my body. Quirinus, use him. Come here, boy. Quirrell shouted, flicking his wand at Harry. Harry flew towards Quirrell and stopped directly in front of the mirror. Tell me what you see. Lie, lie. Harry thought desperately as he looked into the mirror. A quick glance up and he found the familiar markings of the mirror of Arised stenciled into the frame. How does this help? I couldn't get the stone from this thing even if I wanted to. Harry hadn't even finished the thought before his gaze from drawn back down to the mirror by a quick movement. His phantom self in the reflection was unbound and holding up a hand. That hand was clenched around a blood-red stone that almost seemed to pulse from within. The phantom Harry smiled at him and dropped his hand into his pocket before vanishing. Harry felt a weight settle against his leg as the images of his dead family again floated into view in the reflection. Well, what do you see, Potter? I see, my family, Harry whispered. I see my mum and my dad and sisters and grandparents. Too easy. He lies. Voldemort hissed. Tell me where the stone is, Potter. Quirrell yelled and flicked him around to stare at the older man again. Come, Potter. Tell me where it is. Do not be like your mother, Voldemort breathed out. I gave her the chance to stand aside. All I wanted was you. I would have spared her then. I will spare you now. Just tell me, where is the stone? Bullshit. I'll never tell you. He has it on him. Seize him, Quirinus. Quirrell lunged at Harry. As soon as the man's hands touched Harry's skin, the ropes dissolved, an acrid burning smell spilt into the air and both Harry and Quirrell screamed in pain. Quirrell fell back, holding up his hands in shock as his skin was burnt black. Harry collapsed to his knees and dropped his wand, but, thankfully his own skin was unmarred. "Master, I cannot touch him," Quirrell whimpered. "Then kill him, you fool, and take the stone from his corpse." "No," Harry snarled at Quirrell and Voldemort. He didn't have time to lunge for his wand, it had rolled too far away. Instead he jumped forward and wrapped his hands around Quirrell's throat. Both screamed in pain, and this time Voldemort's shriek joined in as well. Harry felt Quirrell's skin under his hands boil and his scar felt like it was almost going to split in two, but he held on. He held on as the man beneath him flailed. He held on as his vision darkened. The last thing Harry heard as his hands finally slackened were three distinct cries of, "Harry!" Harry awoke to bright sunlight streaming in through a nearby window and a sterile smell. Groaning, he shifted in the bed he was lying in, noticing most of the decor was a stark white. Fumbling for his glasses from the table beside him, Harry finally figured out he was in the hospital wing and stretched out on one of the beds near the corner. Hermione was sleeping curled up on a chair nearby, and there were a pile of cards and snacks on the nearby table. Harry smiled down at his friend, but before he could try to move, Madame Pomfrey, the Medowitch, bustled out and shook her head at him. "Well, it's good to see you awake, Mr. Potter. How are you feeling?" "Actually," Harry paused to take stock, "really good. My head is still a little sore, but I feel fine, ma'am." "What happened?" "You'll have to ask either Professor Babbling or the headmaster that question. All I know is they came bursting in here with Miss Granger and Mr. Longbottom in tow. You were already out and quite poor off." Pomfrey fixed him with a hard stare. "I don't like students visiting me like this, Mr. Potter. I hope we will not be having a repeat performance," she said with an arched eyebrow. Harry gulped. "No, ma'am. I certainly have no intention of doing that again." "Good." Pomfrey took out her wand and began casting several diagnostic charms over his body. "You appear well enough off that you may leave after the headmaster comes to speak with you. Take this potion for your headache." She nodded at him and, leaving a potion by his bed, walked off back to her office. Harry drank the potion with a grimace at the horrid taste. He had twisted to wake Hermione when there was a quiet throat clearing behind him. Turning back, Harry saw Professor Dumbledore taking a seat beside his bed. "Professor." "Good morning, Harry. I trust you are feeling refreshed." "I've been better, sir, but, yes." "Excellent." The teacher's eyes twinkled and he gave a grandfatherly smile. "Professor, what happened?" "The last thing I remember is burning Professor Quirrell and blacking out." "Well, Harry, it appears that dear Quirinus was unable to abide your touch. You see, your mother's sacrifice left a lingering protection within your blood. Her pure love saved you as a child. That leftover mark on your forehead from Voldemort's curse is proof of that. Her love watches over you even now. Someone like Professor Quirrell, whose heart was filled with hate and envy and who allowed himself to be possessed by Voldemort, was unable to withstand your touch. That is why he was injured so badly." Harry frowned. That was wrong. His mother's love may have helped jumpstart a ritual or something, but the mark on his forehead was a protection rune. It was definitely not a remnant of a curse gone wrong. It was some sort of focus of what his mother had accomplished when he was a baby. Harry may not fully understand what she had done, but he had recognized the rune component right off. Professor Dumbledore was over 100 years old and supposedly well versed in many arcane branches of magic. There was no way he had missed something like that. Harry shook his head. He could worry about that later, there were more important questions for the moment. "So, did I kill him?" Dumbledore sighed and laid a hand on Harry's arm. "What happened to Professor Quirrell was not your fault, my boy. He killed himself when he allowed Voldemort to possess him. His body lasted but a few moments when the Wraith deserted him. So Voldemort got away then." Harry scowled. Of course the monster got away. If he could survive being killed once, then he could probably survive being semi-killed. Yes, Voldemort is no kinder to his servants than to his enemies. He abandoned Quirinus as soon as he was no longer a viable host. "And the stone, sir?" Harry asked with a sigh. "How did I get it out? What happened to it after?" "Ah, a clever bit of enchanted if I do say so myself," Dumbledore said, the twinkle back in his eyes. "Only someone who wished to find the stone but not use it could retrieve it. I dare say not many would fit that description, and certainly not Professor Quirrell or Voldemort. And after I have spoken with Nicholas and he has agreed that the stone had to be destroyed. The danger of another attempt was simply too great. Nicholas and his wife Perenelle have enough elixir remaining to set their affairs in order before the end. That doesn't seem very fair, Harry frowned. Life, unfortunately, is rarely fair, my boy. Dumbledore sighed and the twinkle left his eyes before he looked back up with a soft smile. Now, do you have any other questions, Harry? Harry considered for a moment. Voldemort said that Snape hated my father while they were in school together. Professor Snape, Harry, Dumbledore corrected. And yes, your father and Severus severely disliked each other. Then, to make matters even worse, your father saved Severus' life. I do not believe he could ever forgive James for that event. Harry frowned. That made no sense whatsoever. Can you at least tell me why he hates me then? I am sure you over-exaggerate, Harry. Professor Snape may not favor you, but he certainly does not hate you. Could have fooled me. Harry muttered with a snort. Yes, well, I believe I should be off, Harry. It was good to wait. Professor Dumbledore, I need to know one more thing. The older man nodded down at Harry. Voldemort said that he was only there that night for me. That he gave my mother a chance to leave and let him have me. Why was he coming after me? Why did he care about a baby? A grimace crossed Dumbledore's face, but he hid it quickly and merely sighed. Alas, my boy, I cannot answer that question at the moment. You are far too young, far too innocent for me to answer that. I know you do not like to hear this, but when you are older I will inform you what he meant by that. Harry scowled at the man. I've lived with the Dursleys for 10 years, Professor. I haven't been innocent since I was 5. Dumbledore simply gave him a patronizing smile and stared at him with that damnable twinkle. Be that as it may, I will not burden you with this. Have pleasant day, Harry. As Dumbledore left the hospital wing, Harry snorted and flopped back into his pillow. Typical adult, he muttered. Continuing in a slightly louder voice, you can stop pretending now, Hermione. Barely a second later, a bushy brown bullet had engulfed him in a hug so tight he could barely breathe. I was so scared. The girl sobbed into his. You were screaming, and you've been out for 2 days. Shish, Harry patted her head and pushed her back slightly, trying to both get some air and to look her in the eyes. I'm fine now. See. Hermione's head bobbed slowly. Did you guys meet Shiva and Dumbledore on the way out? No, Hermione shook her head, wiping her eyes and finally calming enough that she wasn't choking out sobs. No, Neville and I waited in the potion room. We were hoping the vial would refill and then one of us was going to go after you. But after a few minutes, Professor Babbling ran into the room with Dumbledore on her heels. When she saw us she started cursing, well, cursing you really, and she launched a flame-freezing charm at the other doorway. She ran through it with the rest of us following, and that's when we saw you. She gave another sob before taking a deep breath and continuing. You collapsed and Professor Babbling and Professor Dumbledore took you back up here. Neville and the twins along with the other members of the Quidditch team have been in a few times. Some of the others from the tower stopped by as well. I think Lavender was the one who left the hair charms book. I might actually borrow that one if you don't mind. Harry chuckled at that. Hermione may be babbling, but at least she wasn't crying anymore. I don't think you need it, but sure, go ahead. Your hair is part of what makes you after all. Hermione's eyes widened as Harry rubbed the back of his neck. So, what do you think the odds are that the Flamels pop up again in a few decades after this whole thing is over? Harry asked with a smirk. Hermione snorted. I don't know if Professor Dumbledore actually believes he truly did destroy the stone or if he just wanted you to believe that, but I would certainly never take that bet. You don't survive for 6 centuries without having some backups and dealing with attempted thieves every now and then. My thoughts exactly, Harry laughed. Harry, Hermione sat back, suddenly very hesitant. About what you said about your family. My relatives, Harry stated tonelessly. The Dursleys are my relatives. Not my family. Yes, your relatives. I don't really want to talk about it, Hermione. Please, he pleaded, please, just let it go. Hermione frowned but nodded jerkily. Okay. But we really are going to have to talk about it at some point, Harry. Just not now. Harry turned to look at the tower of sweets nearby. Sue, you want to help me eat some of these? Minerva, Shiva said as she slipped into her colleague's office, we have to talk. Shiva, McGonagall greeted her young friend. Please take a seat. How can I help you? It's about Harry, Shiva said, crossing her arms and sinking into the seat. Ah, I suppose I should have expected this. I think this is more of a whiskey conversation, Min. Minerva grimaced but moved to her special cabinet. Have I really acted that terribly? I think it's more that a lot of little things have piled up, but, yeah, minimum. You kinda screwed the pooch on this one. Shiva sighed and accepted the glass, taking a sip. Look, have you noticed that I seem to be one of the only members of the faculty he comes to talk with? He did speak with Phileas and me shortly after Halloween. Minerva trailed off as her brow furrowed, trying to think of any other time the boy had stopped in to speak with the staff outside of classes. And I know that Harry has taken several after-class instructions on basic dueling spells. But that's it. Min, Shiva leaned forward and stared into McGonagall's eyes. He doesn't trust any of you. He barely trusts me, and I think half that is because I practically beat him over the head to think of me as someone his age instead of a teacher. The older woman narrowed her eyes at Shiva. That is not appropriate. Yeah, I know. I don't care, Min. That kid could have blown up half a classroom because he didn't have anyone to tell him the dangers of what he was working on for fun. You were there when I almost killed Hestia and myself. I was working on something downright tame in comparison. If I have to lose some professional respect to make sure the same thing doesn't happen to Harry, then I damn well will. Shiva downed her drink and poured herself another glass. But that's not what I'm here to talk about. I got that handled. He's consulting me on stuff, and I already got him some of the basic equipment to safeguard any experiments months ago. I'm here to talk about his trust issues. She blew out a breath of smoke from the fire whiskey and leaned back. I think he was a bit better about it before his talk with you after Halloween sent his trust into a downward spiral. And from some flippant comments throughout the year. I'm guessing whatever you two talked about had to do with his relatives. His family. Minerva rubbed her chin. Yes, I believe I mentioned that Albus and I were the ones who brought him to his family. Shiva scowled. Relatives, minimum. Not family. Relatives. Harry is always exceedingly careful to correct anyone who says differently. I don't know what is going on at the Dursleys, but whatever it is, it's not good. And he blames you and Dumbledore for it. Minerva's mouth dropped open. She tried to say something several times before giving up and tossing back another glass. Just how bad do you think it is? I don't know. I won't push him on it because if I do, I'll lose him. My money right now is on Granger eventually finding out first and then coming to one of us. I don't think they are actively beating him, but I imagine they might as well be. I already spoke with Albus about moving him to a wizarding family or perhaps letting him stay with the Grangers for a few weeks, but he was rather insistent that Harry stay where he is. Shiva practically growled. I swear, if that boy comes back with any injuries, I am going to tear that old man a new hole. Yes, I'll likely end up joining you at that. I was assured placing him with the Dursleys was for his protection and that James and Lily would not have objected, but now, and supposedly their wills specified not to leave him with those people. Minerva sighed. I imagine I did not help things with my reactions to Harry, Hermione and Neville's concerns. Nor that said concerns proved to be perfectly correct. Shiva shook her head. No, you really didn't. I talked to him before coming up here. Apparently once they found the door open, they didn't head back to the dorms like I told them to because they were worried that Snape would come back up before Dumbledore and I got back. I asked him why they didn't go find you again, and Harry said that they had already spoken with you and didn't think you'd believe them if they tried again. Minerva threw back another glass of whiskey. I left them with the impression I would ignore their concerns. Seems that way, yeah. Apparently even our resident genius, Hermione, thought so. Minerva held her head in her hands. Perhaps I have been juggling too much lately. Tell me, Shiva, do you think I can still fix this? The last thing I want is to have forever lost those three due to short-sightedness and stupidity. Shiva gave her colleague a small grin and light chuckle. I wouldn't be here otherwise, minimum. Give him the summer to cool off. When he gets back, apologize, don't brush off any opinions or criticisms, and you should be well on the way to mending fences. I wouldn't worry about Hermione too much. She'll likely come faster than Harry. It's not like you're Snape here. Both teachers laughed at that comment. And Neville is fine, I think. I haven't had much of any interaction with him honestly. The biggest advice I can give is try not to appear to favor Dumbledore over Harry. But, it's Albus, Minerva said in a pleading voice. I realize he may have made mistakes, but surely Harry cannot have lost that much. Quote. Shiva held up a hand and shook her head. Min, he caught the old man in another half-truth or outright lie earlier. He mentioned it to me to make sure, and I have to say it does raise some questions. Minerva flinched back. What? His scar? Minerva just furrowed her brow and Shiva sighed. It's some variant form of a defense or protection rune. I've never seen something quite like it, but once Harry pointed it out I couldn't not see it. It looks like it's tied into something, but I have no clue what. He said that Dumbledore implied the scar was a leftover from the killing curse. Look'll be the first to admit the old man is a fantastic wizard and is on the right side, but something about this whole Potter situation just smells funny, you know. I don't believe we have enough information to truly judge this matter. I think we will just have to wait and see where things lead, Minerva said, rubbing her temples with one hand. Agreed. But just so we're clear, if it comes down to battle lines at some point in the future, I'm most likely going to be with Harry. That kid is looking more and more like the precocious little brother I always wanted. I'm not going to abandon him for some nebulous greater good or other such bullshit. I can drink to that, Shiva. I can drink to that. Holding out their drinks, the two friends clinked glasses and moved on to less troublesome topics. Promise you'll write, Harry? Neville asked as platform 9 3/4 came into view from their window. I promise, mate, Harry replied with a smile. Make sure you do the same. Harry, you're sure you're going to be all right? Hermione asked, staring hard at him and taking in the clothes that were far too large for him. Yeah, I'll be fine, Harry replied with an evil grin. Just because I know that I can't do magic or activate runes at the Dursleys doesn't mean they know that. Neville laughed. Harry, I think you've spent too much time with the twins. Hermione didn't appear convinced though. Well, remember, my parents are muggles, so if you need us to stop by or anything, just send a letter or give me a call. I promise, Hermione. The train puttered to a stop and the whistle blew. I'm going to miss you guys. It was nice having someone to hang out with. I know what you mean, Neville said quietly. But hey, it's only a few months till we can all meet up again. And I'll ask Gran about you guys coming over for a day or two at some point. The Longbottom Manor can get kinda empty sometimes. Sounds like a plan. Harry stood up and clapped Neville on the back. He grinned, then turned to Hermione and accepted her bear hug. Have a great summer, Hermione. You too, Harry, Neville. The trio smiled at each other and stepped off the train, headed back towards their lives outside of Hogwarts. This had probably been the second worst summer that Harry could ever remember. Prior returning to the Dursleys, he had thought he had friends in Hermione and Neville. He had thought he had an ally in Shiva. He had thought that things would be different. He had been stupid. As soon as Harry had entered number 4 Privet Drive, he had been thrown against the wall, nearly breaking his arm. Harry had been expecting that and immediately brought out his slow burn. It was a rune stone that didn't do much of anything beyond keep a low-level Lumos going for an hour or so. It was basically just a fancy candle. But the Dursleys didn't know that, so Harry had activated it on the train, hoping to intimidate his aunt, uncle and cousin into leaving him alone. A bit of misdirection, and with any luck Harry wouldn't have to worry about his relatives at all for most of the summer. Unfortunately, he had greatly underestimated Aunt Petunia. Upon seeing the slow burn, she just sneered at him. Idiot, boy, my sister went to that school as well. I know perfectly well you can't do any of that freakishness here. Harry's eyes had widened as Vernon's smile practically split his face. Dudley cackled with glee behind him. The beating that followed left him sore for nearly 2 weeks, and Harry had been let out of his room only for bathroom breaks and 2 meals a day. Even that wouldn't have been so bad, except that he had received no communication from any of his friends at all. Not a letter, not a phone call, not a visit. He couldn't even send Hedwig to ask what he had done wrong since Uncle Vernon had padlocked his familiar's cage. Harry was given little enough to eat himself, and he had to split that with Hedwig to ensure his poor owl could last until school started again. Having friends and then being stripped of them, yet again, had made this summer practically unbearable. Harry's only retreat had been speaking to Hedwig and coming up with new experiments and applications for his rune stones. Whenever he got bored, he tried branching out a bit into attempting to craft some ward schemes. While he couldn't actually test any of them, several designs were complete and awaiting etching. The ninja stone had taken a while, but it looked like it should work. The only problem was it didn't seem like it would play well with too many others, so his father's cloak would likely still be more useful until he could figure out a workaround. He'd come up with a proximity ping as well that would let him know whenever anyone not in the original bubble radius entered. A lockpick stone was easy to set up, and it seemed to have the potential to work on things specifically designed to block Alohomora as well, since his rune stone incorporated a suppression rune twined into the spell rune. The improved barrier that he had originally thought of the first time he met Shiva was making progress, but was still way too complicated to attempt. Harry had considered playing around with more offensive designs, especially after coming face to face with Voldemort, but ended up deciding that was something better left for next year. A simple blast or concussor and disintegrator would have to do for the moment. Building up rune stones designed to explode had too much risk without a bit of oversight. At least, at first. July 31st rolled around and Harry quietly sang to Hedwig and himself. Uncle Vernon was in the middle of a large business dinner, so he figured he'd likely be missing dinner. Getting a soft hoot and gentle nip from his friend, Harry turned to head to bed early. And found a small creature with very large ears, a long nose and bandaged hands standing on his bed. The creature was sporting several bruises and seemed to be dressed in a pillowcase with holes cut out for the head and arms. Harry's mouth dropped open and he just stared. "And I thought my life Ed. Hello." Harry blinked in consternation at the strange little creature standing before him. The creature burst into tears and cradled its head. "The great Harry Potter speaks to Dobby. Dobby is not worthy, Dobby is." "Quiet," Harry hissed, frantically moving forward to attempt to shut the creature. "Dobby, up. Please, you have to be quieter. My aunt and uncle will hear you. Dobby is sorry," Dobby said between sobs, at least attempting to lower his volume. "But uses the great Harry Potter, sir. And Dobby is just a lowly house elf. Dobby cannot believe the great Harry Potter would wish to speak with him." Harry turned to Hedwig in confusion, who just chuffed at him. "Glad you're amused, traitor." Turning back to Dobby, Harry hesitantly reached out and clasped the little thing's shoulder. It just made the sobbing worse. "Look, Dobby. Look, Dobby, first off, it's just Harry. Not the great Harry Potter, sir. Just Harry. Second, not to be rude or anything, but why are you in this house?" Dobby stopped crying almost instantly and turned sorrow-filled eyes on Harry. Dobby comes to give Harry Potter a message. Harry Potter must not return to Hogwarts. Harry's compassion for the poor creature in front of him dried up and ice crept into his voice. "And who told you tell me that?" Dobby cringed and held up his hands to cover his face. "Dobby comes by himself. Master would not want Dobby to tell Harry Potter. Bad Master would want to ensure Harry Potter is present. Dobby must shut his head in the cabinet for coming, but Dobby will do it. Dobby will protect the great Harry Potter." Harry froze for several long moments, running over the house elf's words. His anger retreated somewhat as he realized some of what the little fellow was implying. "Dobby," Harry cut off as he watched Dobby grab a lamp from the bedside table and swing it towards his head. Harry's mouth dropped open and he caught the lamp before it could impact the house elf. "Geez, why did you do that? Dobby is bad elf. Elves should never refer to Master like that." He tried to grab the lamp again, so Harry dropped the lamp and held Dobby's arms instead until the creature calmed back down. "Okay, Dobby, let's try this again," Harry said, cautiously letting the house elf's arms go. "I'm guessing you can't tell me who your master is." Dobby shook his head so hard that his ears flapped. "Can I try to guess?" Dobby considered for a minute before shrugging. "Okay, well, is it someone I go to school with?" Dobby paused before half nodding and half shaking his head. "So it's the family of someone I go to school with then?" Dobby nodded. "Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Slytherin. Okay, Slytherin. Now is it?" Harry was forced to break off again as Dobby ran headfirst towards the wall. Harry just barely managed to grab the little guy before he knocked himself out. "Okay, guess we're done with that line of questioning. How about a different tack? Why can't I go back to Hogwarts? The great Harry Potter, sir, must not go back. It is not safe at Hogwarts now." "Yeah, kind of figured that out already, Dobby." "No, Harry Potter does not understand. Hogwarts will not be safe. Master will make certain." Harry swore under his breath. Oh perfect, someone is going to try something again this year. And now I won't even have my friends to help me deal with. Harry's thoughts ground to halt as he turned to slowly stare at Dobby. The little house elf had succeeded in slamming his arm into the drawer while Harry was distracted, but Harry couldn't quite bring himself to care as much as he had a moment ago. Dobby, have you been, perhaps, trying to dissuade me already from returning? Dobby froze. Dobby thought if Harry Potter felt his friends had abandoned him, he would not want to return the castle. Harry carefully got up from his seat on the bed and narrowed his eyes at the house elf. Dobby, have my friends written me any letters? Dobby reached behind him and pulled out a stack of letters in his shaking hand. Dobby will give the great Harry Potter his letters if he agrees to not go back to Hogwarts this term. Give me my letters, Dobby. Harry took a single step forward. He tried very hard not to snarl, but he couldn't quite keep the ice out of his voice. Now, his friends had been writing him. His friends hadn't abandoned him. He had friends. Harry Potter must promise. Hogwarts is not safe. Dobby, I refuse to stay in this house any longer than is absolutely necessary. I have already survived a murderous professor and psychopathic possessing ghost. The only friends I have are at Hogwarts. The only adult I trust is at Hogwarts. I am going back. Now give me my letters. If the great Harry Potter refuses to stay, Dobby will make him. The house elf snapped his fingers and Harry's door burst open. Harry sprang to grab him, but Dobby sprinted out and bounded down the stairs. Harry flung himself to his feet and ran after the house elf. He caught up just outside the kitchen, watching with wide eyes as Dobby stared at the cake on the table outside the door. The door with Uncle Vernon's business party still going on beyond. Dobby, please. Dobby is sorry, Harry Potter, sir. But Harry Potter cannot go back to Hogwarts. Harry lunged for Dobby but only managed to grab the letters in the house elf's hand before Dobby twisted away, snapped his fingers again, and the cake lunged through the door. With a quiet pop, Dobby vanished and Harry was left lying on the floor looking at the astonished faces of Vernon, Petunia and 3 guests. All covered with cake. It had been 3 days since the Great Cake Incident. Harry had received a notice about being expelled at the next underage magic usage. If I had known I had a freebie, I'd have used one of my Firestarter stones. Maybe if the house burned down, we'd move somewhere that people would listen to me. Uncle Vernon hadn't beaten Harry, but he almost wished the man had. At least then his stomach wouldn't hurt so much from lack of food. And Hedwig wouldn't be starving then either. His friend was hurting obviously, but at least she wasn't dying yet. That was something, right? As night fell, a low rumbling came from outside his window. It sounded almost like a car was sitting there on the 2nd floor. As interesting as that might have been, Harry couldn't bring himself to move enough to go look. There really just wasn't any point in it. Is this the one? Neville said 4 Privet Drive, and this was the only 4 Privet Drive in that map Hermione sent. Harry frowned. Fred and George. Was he delusional now? They had given him water, though the cat flapped, so he really shouldn't be hearing things. A gentle knocking sounded from the window, just barely loud enough to hear over the rumbling engine. Unable to resist the curiosity, Harry headed over to the window only to stare in shock at Fred's grinning face looking back at him. Hanging out the side of a car window. A car floating next to his window. On the 2nd floor. Hiya, Harry. What? Harry said. We got worried when you didn't respond to any of our letters. Neville and Hermione were going to come too, but we told them we had it handled. Are these really bars? Who bars a guy's window? My aunt and uncle, Harry responded. Can you really get me out? Sure. Just loop this. Fred handed a piece of rope through the bars, around those bars there. Cool. Okay, George, gun it. With a thumbs up, George turned the wheel and accelerated away from the house. The bars on Harry's window tore off with a loud crunch, and Harry glanced towards the wall to Dudley's room and the master bedroom beyond. How had they managed to sleep through that racket? George drifted the car back over to the now open portal. Come on, Harry, get in. Take Hedwig, Harry said hurriedly, handing off his L to Fred. My trunk is locked up under the stairs. It has my dad's cloak, my mother's notebooks and my picture book of my parents in it. I can't leave it. Hang on then. Fred opened the car door and easily hopped inside. Downstairs, you say? Yeah, but the door is locked, Harry said again, glancing towards the wall. He scowled. It didn't matter if they woke up. He would not leave without his things. Locks aren't a problem. Fred had brought out a small set of tools and knelt next to the door. Are those lockpicks? Harry gaped at Fred. Out of all the people he had come to know, this really shouldn't surprise him. Yup. Sometimes it's better to do things without magic. Always good to be prepared. The lock popped and Fred tiptoed out into the hall following Harry's outstretched arm towards the stairs. In another minute they had the cupboard opened up and Harry had grabbed his trunk. Harry, why is there a mattress down here? Used to be my room until I got my letter and Uncle Vernon got paranoid, Harry muttered. Can you give me a hand with this? Fred had to shake himself to stop from staring between Harry and the tiny cupboard. With a scowl the older boy grabbed the trunk and lifted it away from Harry. I got it. Come on. Back upstairs and into the car. Harry had just jumped into the car and was pulling his trunk in when Uncle Vernon's voice screamed out. What the bloody hell is that? What are you freaks doing? Budge over, Harry. Fred yelled with a wide grin. He jumped out the window and grabbed the car just as Vernon scrambled over towards them. George, hang on back there. Fred's twin yelled as he gunned the engine. Oh, and happy birthday, Harry. Fred, George, Harry and Hedwig soared away from number 4 Privet Drive leaving a purple Vernon Dursley shouting at the sky. An hour or so later, George landed the flying Ford Anglia in driveway to the twins' house, the Burrow. The car had barely touched down before a screaming woman flew out of the front door yelling obscenities at the twins. Her hair was a flaming mop of red and Harry was willing to bet whatever money he owned that this was the infamous Weasley matron, Molly. How dare you? No idea where you were. Car gone. The clock shifted to mortal peril. Do you have any idea? She cut off mid-rant as Harry stepped out of the backseat lugging his trunk. Oh hello, Harry, dear. It's a pleasure to have you here. I'm not angry with you, dear. Just my sons. Why don't you head inside? I'll have breakfast on the table in a minute. The twins had carefully been edging towards the house when Molly turned back to them and continued her screaming. Harry had opened his mouth to try and defend them but stopped at George's gesture. A large hand landed on Harry's shoulder causing him to jump and turn around reaching for his wand before sheepishly realizing that it was still locked in his trunk. The man behind him was tall, with a ponytail, pierced ear and flaming red hair to match the rest of the Weasleys he'd seen. Hey, Harry, he said, I'm Bill. The oldest of the Weasley brood. There's not much point in trying to head off one of Mum's rants. We'll talk to her and get the twins out of trouble later. Come on inside. Harry just nodded and followed Bill into the house with a sorrowful glance back at Fred and George. Surprisingly, George gave him a covert wink and smile as he caught his eye. Food? Bill asked, gesturing, flicking his wand towards the table which was quickly covered by a plate of flying bacon, biscuits and eggs. Harry could feel his mouth watering and he just nodded before running to the table and diving in. Thanks. I haven't eaten since that stupid party thanks to that crazy elf. Crazy elf? Bill asked, plopping down into the seat across from Harry and swiping a slice of bacon. Yeah, some house elf decided the best way to try and save my life was to get my relatives even madder than usual. And of course I get blamed for it as usual. Harry paused mid-bite and squinted at Bill. Do you know how to submit a complaint to the improper use of magic department by any chance? Why? Bill was starting to feel like he was having a conversation with the twins for as much sense as this was making. Like I said, I got blamed for the magic. Apparently I get a freebie but I want whatever the elf did off my record so I can still keep my freebie in case I actually need to use it, Harry said, gesturing with his fork like it made perfect sense. We can ask my dad. He works in the ministry so he should at least be able to get a letter to the right people if not take you in to talk to them. Sweet. I love you guys. Harry dived back into his meal completely ignoring Bill's facepalm. Now I see why you get along with Fred and George and not Ron. Well that's easy, Harry chuckled. The twins are funny and as long as you can get them to keep to some limits, very nice. Ron's a prat who can't seem to understand why I get annoyed with people treating me like a celebrity for something I didn't even do. I'll talk to my brother, Bill said with a sigh. I'm not looking to take sides in this thing. I'm not home nearly enough to deal with that sort of drama. George said you worked with Gringotts in Egypt, right? Yeah, I had a job in the area for an old friend and figured I'd stick around for an extra day or two for you to show up so I could talk to you. Harry frowned at that. Why did you want to talk to me? Well, Bill shrugged, my friend mentioned you had a talent for runes, so I just wanted to see for myself how far that extended. I'm a curse breaker, we deal with runes a lot in that job. Harry started to speak before stopping and laughing. Let me guess, Shiva. Bill chuckled too. Got it in one. The girl was a year behind me, but she knew her stuff almost better than I did. Said you were a bit of a savant with runes. Harry nodded. Sweet. Would you mind taking a look at this etching? My team in Egypt ran across it a few days ago, and while I'm pretty sure we've got the dangerous stuff figured out, I wanted a second opinion as I was here. You do know I just turned 12. Harry said, raising his eyebrows. Harry, I grew up with Fred and George. They were making better potions than Mum at 12, and she's studied it for years. And you come highly recommended, he winked. Like I said, just a second opinion. You're scouting me, Harry said with a bit of pride creeping into his voice. Bill laughed. Maybe a little. Harry just shrugged, pushed his plate to the side and held out his hand. The twins walked into the kitchen and sat down as he took the paper from their brother. Fair warning, I'm probably going to end up opening a shop at some point. Fred and George shared a look and silent grin while Bill just shrugged. I don't doubt it. Can't blame a guy for trying though. Molly ambled into the kitchen with a huff. Bill, stop bothering Harry. He's a guest. Bill rolled his eyes at his mother. Harry muttered, staring at the rune scheme. This is nasty. That's some sort of explosion trigger. This part looks like it would turn the target inside out before cooking them. This section is a super-powered cutting charm. Way more than necessary for even an entrenched target really. And oh, this one, Harry's mouth dropped open. Seriously. Soul absorption. I didn't even think that was possible. Man, Shiva did not oversell you at all, Bill whistled. Molly behind him was gaping like a fish. That was the part we were worried about too. That specific cluster doesn't look like it worked quite as designed, thankfully. If it had, Edgar wouldn't be around to buy us all drinks, but it's right nasty, that's for sure. Thanks for the read, Harry. Harry, you put that down this instant. Molly had finally regained her power of speech. Children have no business reading horrid things like that. Bill, what were you thinking bringing that into this house? I raised you better than that. Mum, Bill sighed as the twins snickered beside him. Before Molly could say anything else, a young red-headed girl came in from off the stairs. She yawned and stretched before glancing around. The girl started towards Bill with a big smile on her face before she caught sight of Harry and froze. Her mouth snapped closed, and with a squeak the girl took off like a shot back up the stairs, nightdress flaring behind her. Ah, Harry uttered, staring in confusion at the blank space where the girl had retreated. Honestly, that girl. Molly snorted. Harry, why don't you grab your things and take them upstairs? You'll be sharing with Ron. Harry, Fred and George all frowned immediately at that. Mum, that's not such a good idea, Fred said. No offense, Mrs. Weasley, but I would really prefer not to. Ron and I don't exactly get along, Harry sighed. Nonsense, Ron is a sweet boy. There's no reason you two can't get along perfectly well. Molly turned back to the counter, obviously considering the discussion over. No reason beyond his jealousy and tendency to insult practically everything Harry likes, George muttered. Ma'am, the rest of Harry's statement was cut off as the boy in question came into the room and plopped down, grabbing a handful of biscuit and throwing it into his mouth. Ron was halfway through his bite when he noticed Harry sitting at the table, and his visage darkened immediately. What the hell is he doing here? The twins, Molly glared at the two for a moment, decided not to wait for your father and myself, and left last night to bring Harry back. Rescue, Fred said with a scowl. Rescue, not bring. Boys, please. There were bars on the window, Mum. And locks on his door and trunk. And apparently the cupboard was. Thanks for the support, Fred, Harry said, cutting him off. I appreciate the jailbreak. Fred and George turned to each other, then Harry, and nodded slightly before falling quiet. Anyway, Mrs. Weasley, Bill said your husband could take me to talk to someone in the ministry. I need to get an underage magic warning off my record. Oh, so the boy who lived is going to throw around his fame like usual, Ron drawled around a bite of bacon. Bill facepalmed again. It is far too early to deal with this. I'm going to go say goodbye to Ginny and head out. Fred, George, try not to burn down the house. Ron, stop talking with your mouth full. Mum, stop arguing with me about work. Someone tell Percy I said hi and Dad that I love him. He walked up the stairs leaving Molly shaking her head, the twins with a grin and Ron glaring. Harry, dear, Arthur can take you into work with him tomorrow morning if you want. Harry nodded at Molly's reply. It was better than nothing and much more than he had expected from the woman the way the previous conversation had been going. I still think you should sleep with Ron. Ron's snarl answered that comment well enough, but I suppose if Percy is all right with it you can share his room instead. It ended up being almost a week before Harry could get to the ministry to speak with Mafalda Hopkirk. It was also a supremely unhelpful meeting. Harry argued with the annoying woman for nearly an hour repeatedly stating that he had done no magic over the summer and that if he had it would have been a hell of a lot flashier than a simple hover charm. Hopkirk then brought out her records proving that there had been a hover charm performed at number 4 Privet Drive. Harry had repeatedly stated that a house elf had been the one performing the charm. Hopkirk replied that such an excuse was ridiculous since no wizards lived nearby, so obviously no house elf would be near Privet Drive either. Harry offered to take a test or give an oath or drink a potion to prove it hadn't been him, and Hopkirk had scoffed, saying that there was no way she could get authorization for something like that with such a simple clear-cut case. Things quickly descended into a shouting match from there. After Harry demanded to see her boss, Hopkirk threw him out in a huff saying that Director Bones was far too busy to be bothered by a foolish boy's temper tantrum. Needless to say, Harry's first experience with the Ministry of Magic had been decidedly unpleasant. The shopping trip to Diagon Alley did not go much better. By the time the Weasley clan and Harry were getting ready to head to the alley, Harry was practically ready to curse someone. It was a hell of a lot of fun to spend more time with the twins, especially once he started asking them about why they were supposedly so good with potions and yet got such bad grades, but that was basically the only high point of staying with the Weasleys. Whenever Ron wasn't avoiding Harry, he was insulting him. Ginny seemed pleasant enough but could barely speak whenever he was nearby. Molly kept trying to send him on chores that either had him paired with Ron or Ginny, and the woman had never once apologized to Fred and George for screaming at them for rescuing Harry. Percy barely came down from his room, but at least he let Harry bunk with him. Even Arthur got to be annoying. He was very nice man and Harry really did like him, but asking about the purpose of Rubber Duck had been the last straw. There was being curious and then there was being annoying. To Mr. Weasley's credit, when Harry asked him to slow down a bit, the man did listen. Harry also recommended he start up a correspondence with either Hermione or the senior Grangers. While Harry had been raised Muggle, he had also been extremely sheltered, so they would be better able to answer Arthur's questions and explain the concepts. It only took one trip through the Flow network for Harry to decide he hated wizarding travel. Besides being left nauseous, covered in soot and with skinned knees, he had apparently wound up in the entirely wrong location. Growling, Harry got to his feet, asked for directions back to Diagon Alley, telling the owner explicitly he preferred to walk, and started limping back in the direction he hoped to meet back up with the others. Harry had barely taken 10 steps out of the shop though when he ran into Hagrid, who was nice enough to escort him the rest of the way. Harry could have done without the lecture about Knockturn Alley being no place for children though. It wasn't like he meant to go there. Harry was still glowering at his feet, so he barely had time to look up, let alone brace for the brown bullet flying at him before being knocked back into Hagrid by the force of Hermione's hug. "Oh, I've missed you so much. How has your summer been? How were the Weasleys? I hope Ron didn't give you too hard a time, or that the twins didn't prank you too badly while you were there. Did you really shout at a ministry employee, Harry? You shouldn't have done that. Can you tell me about the house elf? He sounded very interesting from your letter. Oh, did you end up getting the birthday card I sent? I know you said that you got your letters back, but I wasn't sure. I'm so glad I decided to save the actual gift to give you in person." Hermione was turning ever so slightly blue by the end of her rambling. Harry chuckled, his spirits lifting immediately at seeing his friend again. He blushed slightly as he realized he had even grown to miss the hugs she gave him. "Hermione," Harry said with a grin, "you really need to stop to breathe sometimes. I'll tell you all about everything as we walk. How are you, Nev?" Harry asked, turning his head to smile over at his other friend who was shaking his head off to the side near the relieved Weasleys. "I'm good, Harry. Nice to see you again. Sorry that the twins had to rescue you. Gran was Going to go herself, but they apparently beat us to it. Hermione's face fell at that and she started to pull away from Harry. Don't worry about it, Hermione, Harry said, squeezing her back before she finally let go. Hermione's face seemed to lighten a bit as he hugged her back and her frown disappeared completely when he continued, I got to meet the rest of the Weasleys because of it, well besides Charlie. Bill apparently knows Shiva, by the way. Oh, Hermione asked. Did they go to school together? Year apart, I think he said. Let's get our books then we can talk more. A familiar gleam entered Hermione's eyes as Harry said that. He smiled, getting just the reaction he had hoped for. A well-built man in a jeans and Metallica t-shirt cleared his throat, looking at Hermione with a raised eyebrow. The woman standing next to him was obviously trying very hard to hold in her laughter and failing. Hermione gasped and covered her mouth. Oh my gosh, I forgot. Harry, these are my parents, Richard and Emma Granger. Sir, ma'am, Harry said, stepping forward and holding out his hand, it's nice to meet you. Richard shook Harry's hand and gave into his own soft laughter. It's nice to finally meet the boy our daughter gushes about in her letters, Harry. Harry glanced over at his friend, who had turned nearly as red as the Weasley's hair and was doing her best to completely avoid his gaze. And it's Richard, none of this, sir stuff. You saved my daughter's life, I think that deserves a first-name basis. It's nice to meet you, Harry. Emma wrapped Harry into a hug similar to the ones her daughter gave, though thankfully much shorter, so he didn't have to start squirming away. It's also nice to see someone else trying to get her to slow down sometimes. Yes, well, if you two are done embarrassing me, Hermione huffed, hands on her hips, perhaps we could go into the bookstore finally. Neville smirked, coming up beside his friends. Merlin forbid we keep Hermione from her books. Leading the way into Flourish and Blots, Neville started browsing through the herbology section while Hermione followed Harry into the ancient runes part. Can you believe that guy? Harry jerked a thumb over his shoulder at a blonde-haired wizard with a gleaming smile signing books in the middle of the store. His hair looked like it had more gel than Draco Malfoy's, and his smile had to have been charmed to look so perfect. The comments streaming from the man sounded so totally fake they made Harry want to gag. He is a bit dreamy looking, isn't he? Hermione mused, turning to stare. Harry's mouth dropped open and he worked it soundlessly a few times with nothing coming out. Dreamy? Him? Hermione snapped her head back to Harry and gasped. I just meant, well, oh never mind. You look much better, Harry. She clapped her hands over her mouth again and Harry heard a snicker from further up the aisle where Richard had stopped to browse. That's not what I meant either. Oh, for heaven's sake, stop distracting me, Harry. A now thoroughly confused Harry shook his head, grabbed some new books and tried to buy his things without getting noticed. He almost succeeded in making it to the register before the bleached author noticed him. Sadly, it was not meant to be. Harry Potter. As I live and breathe. Come to buy my books, Of course you would. After all, we famous wizards have to stick together, that we do. Lockhart threw an arm around Harry's shoulder and twisted so that several camera flashes nearly blinded Harry. Little did you know though, that not only are you going to get a full free, autographed copy of my books, Harry grimaced and tried to twist away from contact with the man, you are also getting, me. I'll take this opportunity to announce my acceptance of the newly opened Defense Against the Dark Arts position at Hogwarts. Don't worry, Harry, you'll be able to grill me on all the best methods of prepping for interviews and grooming tips while I'm there. I'm so looking forward to imparting all my knowledge to you and the other youths. Harry felt like throwing up. With a final twist he pulled away from Lockhart and practically ran to the front of the store, only stopping as he came across Ginny talking with a tiny blonde girl wearing what looked like radishes as earrings. Ginny, you need a set of these books, right? The poor girl practically seemed to vibrate when Harry addressed her but managed to nod while her friend just cocked her head at him. Cool. Take them. I can't imagine they're very useful, and even if they are, I'll just skim Hermione or Neville's copies. Thanks, Harry, she squeaked out. Harry nodded and moved to head outside, sidestepping two girls who looked vaguely familiar. Trace, do you think we need 2 sets of these stupid books? How good can they possibly be? I mean, really, the man looks like a determined pixie would trounce him, the taller blonde said, glaring back at Lockhart. Harry snorted, a woman after his own heart. The dark-haired girl next to her just shrugged and put a ratty book back into her bag. Let's just go with the one set. At least he's pretty though. Better than Quirinus. I have no fashion sense. Quirrell. I prefer Quirrellmord myself, Harry thought darkly as he managed to squeeze past the girls. Just before he left the store, Lucius Malfoy and Arthur Weasley started shouting and trading blows just ahead of them. Ron egged his father on while Molly yelled and the twins scowled. A short exchange of blows left Arthur with a black eye and Lucius, with a toilet seat around his neck, stumbling into the dark-haired girl and then Ginny and her friend. Harry moved to help Ginny up and Lucius threw her books back at her from where they had fallen to the ground. Try to keep better hold of your things, child. I will not forget this, blood traitor. Lucius scowled, twisting away and stalking down the street, throwing the toilet seat off to the side. Arthur. I can't believe you let that horrid man goad you into fighting in the street. Molly screeched at her husband. I will defend our honor, Molly, as I always have. Come children, I believe we still have more things to get. I should have asked to stay with Neville or Hermione. At least then I wouldn't be here less than 5 minutes before the stupid train leaves. Harry thought, glowering at the Weasleys. First the twins forgot their trunks. Then Percy forgot his owl. Then Ron forgot he hadn't actually packed any of his schoolbooks. How the heck did this family ever manage to get to the school to begin with? One would think in nearly a decade worth of leaving for school Arthur and Molly would have figured out how to wrangle them here sooner. Molly and Ginny had just gone through the barrier to platform 9 3/4 and Harry and Ron lined up for their turn. They waited a moment to make sure that no one was watching and then ran towards the barrier. And bounced off it, landing on their bums. Hedwig squawked as her cage was knocked back and the luggage shifted. What the? Harry muttered, climbing to his feet and staring at the barrier. He turned to Ron. Has the barrier ever closed before? Ron shook his head, looking terrified. I'd have heard about that if it had. Do you think this is a prank by Fred and George? No way. Those two would never pull something like this. Their pranks are funny, not mean. Well, not mean unless you deserve it. Harry walked forward and ran his hands over the barrier. It feels just like regular brick. What are we going to do? Ron whimpered. Well, I imagine the people on the other side are going to freak out about this as well, so we might as well just wait for someone to figure it out and come back through. Ron's eyes widened. We can't. We're going to miss the train. Harry glared at the other boy. Maybe if you had packed last night we wouldn't be in this position. He took a deep breath to calm down before speaking. I'm sure it will be fine. The whistle sounded for 11 o'clock and Ron jumped up in a panic. We need to go. Dad's car is still in the lot. I can drive it and we can follow along behind the train. Come on. Harry slapped his hand over his face, trying desperately to quell the urge to smash his face against the bricks behind him. Steal the car and drive behind the train. You realize how insanely stupid that sounds, don't you? No, fly. Come on, Harry, there's no time. If we don't hurry we won't be able to catch up. You know what? No. I'm not going to sit here and argue this with you. You want to go be an idiot, go ahead. Hope you don't crash or break the statute of secrecy or anything. Harry waved him off with his free hand. You're not coming. Ron looked genuinely confused before his face reddened. Fine. I'll let them know you're still sitting here when I get to Hogwarts. He turned and raced out the doors with trunk in hand. Thank God I am friends with Hermione and not him, Harry muttered. Come on, Hedwig. Let's go sit down over there and wait for someone to figure out how to get out of the stupid barrier. You up to taking a letter to Shiva if no one comes out after a half hour or so? Hedwig glared at him before huffing and preening her feathers. Harry just laughed. Okay, fine, stupid question. Harry sat down on the bench and watched the barrier to make sure he didn't miss anyone. It was barely 5 minutes later when a stern-looking woman in a suit with a monocle in one eye tromped into King's Cross. Beside her was a girl who looked just a bit younger than Shiva. She must have graduated recently, though Harry didn't remember her from his first year. He definitely would have noticed that short, spiky, hot pink hair. She had on jeans and a t-shirt for the Weird Sisters. The girl was hurrying to stay next the monocle woman. See, we missed it, Tonks, Monocle said as she glanced at the clock on the wall. She looked like she wanted to facepalm. Harry could commiserate. Come on, boss, I may just be a rookie but everyone already knows I can't go 10 minutes with tripping on something or another. Pink said with a sheepish look crossing her face. I'm not asking you to stop being clumsy, Tonks. I'm asking you to be on time. Hey, it's not my fault that Dawlish stuck those doxies there. If he didn't want to risk falling into them, he shouldn't have had them on the edge of his desk. Harry could have sworn he saw the girl's hair flicker a shade darker. Monocle sighed, but the way her mouth twisted upwards, Harry could tell she was fighting her laughter. Leaning over to Hedwig, Harry whispered, I think we found our ride, Hedwig. Hedwig twisted her head towards the two now standing by the barrier to platform 9 3/4 and scanning the crowd. She turned back to Harry and bobbed her head, uttering a soft, pleased-sounding hoot. Harry gently stroked her feathers through the cage, then gathered his trunk and stood up, heading towards the newcomers. They noticed him almost as soon as he began to move. The younger one casually pointed him out to Monocle, and the older woman just sighed, though it seemed genuine this time. As he drew closer, she extended her hand. Hello, I'm Amelia Bones and this is Nim. The girl cleared her throat and threw a nasty glance at her superior. Privileges of being the boss, Amelia continued with an evil grin. Next time don't make me late. As I was saying, this is Nymphadora Tonks. Nymphadora's scowl deepened before she turned to Harry. It's just Tonks. Couldn't help but notice your owl. Muggle born. Technically, Muggle raised, but yeah. Hello, Harry said, shaking their hands. We're the cleanup crew, Tonks said with a satisfied nod. My apologies, Amelia said. We were supposed to be here early enough to wrangle any Muggle born or raised through the barrier who were either uninformed, forgot, or were too scared to try. Thanks, but I'm not a firstie. I'm a second year and I know how to get through the barrier. Harry ran a hand through his hair, but they started talking again before he could continue. Oh, just late then. Don't worry. It happens to the best of us. Tonks winked at him. A bit short for a second year, Amelia said, frowning. I'm not allowed to eat much usually. Harry scowled. He knew he wasn't as big as most of the others. How was that his fault? And no, not late. The barrier went solid when my classmate and I tried to get through. Amelia's frown deepened. That doesn't sound right. Give me a moment. Tonks round up his friend. Tonks saluted. Yes, ma'am, you got it, boss. As Amelia moved back slightly to examine the recalcitrant barrier, Tonks turned back, smiling at Harry. So where's your friend? He's really not my friend, Harry grimaced. His brothers are, but he's a prat. Case in point, he stole his dad's car to try and catch the train. Tonks' mouth fell open. A bit farther than seemed strictly possible at that. He what? Stole his dad's car to fly after the train? Seriously? You're not pulling my leg here. Did the Weasley twins put you up to this? Funny you should mention them, it's their brother who stole the car. I imagine Fred and George are going to have a fit when they hear. Harry said. He grinned, imagining the reactions of the twins. Wow, that barrier is frozen solid. Amelia came up behind the two, frown still intact. I've never seen anything like it before. I'm going to have to get some backup here to go over this. Tonks, make sure those two, didn't you say your friend was here too? No, his classmate has apparently stolen Arthur Weasley's car to chase the train. I am so glad you gave me this job, boss. Tonks looked like she was torn between incredulity and being impressed at Ron's stunt. Amelia's face drained of color. Arthur Weasley's car. Tonks nodded. Arthur Weasley's flying car. Now Tonks' face whitened. Harry was rather impressed with the degree to which her face seemed to empty of blood, and yet she still managed to avoid passing out. If it helps, Harry commented offhand, I did tell Ron it was a horribly stupid idea and that he shouldn't do it. I don't think he meant anything bad though. He's just being an idiot. Like usual. Mr. Potter. Harry Potter, ma'am. Tonks' eyes widened as Harry gave his name. Amelia recovered faster than Tonks and continued. Mr. Potter, did Ron Weasley know that the car flies? Yeah, he knows about the invisibility thing too, and as much as I rag on him sometimes, I don't think he'd forget that part. Like I said, he's an idiot, but he's not that bad. I hope. He finished somewhat uncertainly. I have to run damage control. Tonks, get Potter to the school. Can you side along? You know what, I don't care. The express takes hours anyway, just get him there and then wait there for me, Shacklebolt or Mad Eye. Let's just pray this doesn't become a full incident. She ran off, heels clacking. Tonks turned to Harry with wide eyes. Eventful first day back, huh, Harry? Harry's knees were still hurting from his trip through the floor too. The 3 broomsticks, but at least he had hit the right grate this time. There's got to be a better way to travel. If there isn't, I'm going to make one. Harry thought to himself, trying to determine what runes could be pulled together to come up with a better system, though he came up blank. Gotta keep working with that. I refuse to fall on my every time. So, this sort of thing happened to you often, Harry? Tonks asked with a smirk as they walked up to the gates of Hogwarts. What, the looking like an idiot thing or the horrible luck thing? Harry asked, swiping the last of the soot off his clothes. I was thinking the barrier thing. Don't worry about the idiot thing, Tonks snorted. It's only a matter of time before I go falling on my face too. I'm not exactly coordinated. Comes with the territory. What territory? Harry furrowed his brow and cocked his head at her. The punk rocker territory. Punk rocker. Harry pointed to her hair and weird sister's shirt. Oh, hell no. This is my favorite band. I've done the hair thing since I was toddler. My mother freaked out when I turned it blue, but it always got my dad laughing. I tend to stick with pink or purple these days. It's funny to watch people's reactions. Turned it blue, is there a spell to change your hair color? Harry thought back. There hadn't seemed to be anything like that in that book Lavender had gotten him, but then he hadn't exactly looked for one. His hair may be messy, but there was nothing wrong with the color. Not that I know of. It a metamorphagus thing. It's why I trip all the time too. My body changes enough that I'm never quite used to the length of my legs or my stride. Metamorphagus. Now he just felt like an idiot. How much of this world did people expect him to just know? Were pretty rare. A dark look flitted across Tonks' face and Harry caught her hair shifting to jet black for an instant before both passed. I can shift shapes into pretty much anything, though there are limits. Here, watch. Her nose changed into a pig's snout and her hair switched to blonde. I'm a Malfoy. Harry burst out laughing so hard he had to stop and hold his sides. Tonks eventually shifted back and laughed with him. It's a lot of fun for the most part. Come on, let's get you inside the castle. Harry was still shaking his head at the girl and laughing as they walked through the Great Hall and sat down at the Hufflepuff table. Hey, I miss this place, Tonks sighed. You graduated recently. Class of '91. Had a hell of time convincing the hat to put me with the Puffs though. Stupid thing wanted me to be a Griff. Mental those. Harry lifted his eyebrows at her. Aw crap, you're a Griff, aren't you? He chuckled. Doesn't mean I can't agree with you. Besides, I had to argue with the hat too. It wanted to throw me into Ravenclaw. Tonks snorted and held up a hand. Well, here's to us, beating a stupid piece of clothing. Harry high-fived her. This girl was almost as much fun as Shiva. As if summoned, Shiva walked into the Great Hall heading towards the staff table. She glanced around, noticed Tonks and Harry, nodded to them and kept walking. She made it another 2 steps before freezing with her foot in midair, then twisted her head to stare back at the 2 bug-eyed. Harry waved and Tonks saluted. Harry. Dory. Shiva ran over to them and pulled both into a hug. Merlin's balls, what the hell are you 2 doing here early? You all right, Harry? Didn't get into another deathmatch with Two-Face, did you? Two-Face? Harry questioned. Well, I know you hate that I can't say his name easily, which I have actually been practicing by the way, and well, Quirrellmort did kinda have 2 faces, so. I like it, Shiva. You let him call you Shiva, Shiva. Tonks turned to Harry. What did you get on her? I want the goods. I've been trying to get good blackmail on this girl for years. Never going to happen, Dory. Shiva crossed her arms and grinned. Seriously though, what's a student and an Auror trainee doing here 2 hours early? Auror? Harry asked, looking between the two. It's like the Muggle police. I got a badge and everything. See. Tonks whipped out and proudly displayed her badge while Shiva just snorted. A trainee badge. Hey, I can still introduce myself as Auror Tonks, Shiva. I count it as a win, Tonks huffed with a pout. Considering I can't imagine how you passed the sneaking portion, I can imagine. Yeah, laugh it up, Mistress of Destruction. Harry ran afoul of a recalcitrant barrier, so I'm dropping him off. Bonesy said to wait in case we have to bring Ron Weasley in. I hope not, his brothers were cool and I'd hate for them to turn their pranks on me. Recalcitrant barrier. Why would you bring Ron Weasley in? Shiva turned to Harry and just stared at him. Geez, kid, you didn't even wait till the term started this year. Hey, it's not my fault a house elf has decided the best way to keep me safe is to try to destroy the best part of my life. Or that Ron's an idiot and can't wait 5 minutes for a better option. Shiva worked her mouth for a minute before giving up and sitting down across from them. Let's try this again. What the hell happened? Tonks shrugged and pointed to Harry. First I'm hearing about the house elf. When I was back with the Dursleys, a house elf visited to tell me that Hogwarts wasn't safe. He was trying to convince me to stay away. The little guy practically seemed to worship me. It was a little sweet in a creepy kind of way, Harry shrugged. When I kept refusing to stay away from here, he decided the best way to keep me away was to launch a cake into the middle of my uncle's dinner party. Shiva's face lost a lot of color at that, but Harry just shrugged. I have to admit that was a pretty good idea even if I wanted to strangle him afterwards. Uncle Vernon got pretty mad, and then the letter from the ministry certainly didn't help. You said you were in law enforcement, Tonks. Do you know Mafalda Hopkirk by any chance? Hopkirk? Tonks asked, taken aback by the shift in direction. I think so, older woman, bit of. Yeah, that'd be the one. The ministry blamed me for the hover charm Dobby, the elf, used. I'm not even good with that charm. A float stone, sure, but not the stupid hover charm itself. They have completely different signatures. I tried to get it overturned a few weeks ago, but after arguing for an hour she tossed me out. Stupid woman wouldn't listen to anything I said, refused to give me any of the truth stuff I asked for, and then flat out refused to talk to her boss because it's just a simple case of underage magic. Stop fighting this so much. Don't suppose you could talk to her for me? I'll talk with Bonesy about it. Tonks frowned. If you had a legitimate excuse or weren't responsible, she's supposed to bring it up with Bonesy anyway. Typical, Harry muttered with a scowl. Shiva frowned further, hearing that, though Tonks looked lost in thought. Harry sighed and continued. Anyway, I'd be willing to put money on Dobby deciding that if I couldn't get through the barrier, then I wouldn't be able to get to Hogwarts. He doesn't really seem to have the best logic. House elves can be a little weird sometimes, Shiva admitted. What barrier are we talking about? The one to platform 9 3/4, Harry shrugged. It was solid when Ron and I tried to get through. Ron panicked and decided to take his dad's flying car to follow behind the train. I just went to sit on a bench until someone managed to get back through from the other side. Tonks and her boss showed up before I got bored and sent you a letter telling you I was stuck. Shiva's mouth had dropped open in shock by the end. She turned to Tonks. A flying car. Hence why I'm waiting here, Tonks said. Shiva banged her head on the table and groaned. Thank you for not going with him, Harry. I think I would have had a heart attack. Harry reached over and patted her shoulder. Shiva ended up pulling Harry off to the side a few minutes later while Tonks went to find some food. Harry, you said your uncle was upset after the cake incident. Harry stiffened but nodded. Did he? He stopped before he went too far, Harry said softly while giving Shiva a small shake of his head. I didn't get to eat for a few days, but he still gave me water, so it wasn't too bad. I got a little worried for Fred when Uncle Vernon saw the flying car as the twins rescued me, but we're all fine. That's not, Shiva sighed and hugged him. You shouldn't be starved for something that is not your fault, Harry. It happens all the time, Shiva. I'm used to it. It doesn't matter. He was finding it easier to relax into these hugs. At least when it was just Shiva and Hermione hugging him. It does, and you shouldn't have to be used to it. She let him go and held him at arm's length, staring into his eyes. I'm sorry I didn't come visit over the summer, Harry. My hands were tied. How? Harry asked, cutting her off. Shiva closed her eyes and sighed. At the end of the year I brought up the issue of your guardians with Professor Dumbledore, and it turned into a bit of a fight. By the end of it we were both shouting, and he threatened to fire me if I didn't drop the matter and stay away for the summer. Something about wards being renewed being critical to your protection. I've never heard of wards that would require that though. At least not ones that would apply in your situation. He threatened to fire you. Nearly the entire modicum of respect Harry grudgingly had for the headmaster died a fiery death in that moment. Yeah, and I figured it'd be better to stay here where I could be around more often. But I've been trying to look into some things, and she sighed and pulled him back into a much shorter hug. Look, Harry, if I can get you away from those people, would you be up for it? Harry froze completely. He pushed back and stared at Shiva. He looked her up and down, taking in the stiffness of her body, the set of her jaw, and the slight sheen to her eyes. Slowly, ever so slowly, Harry nodded. I would do anything short of killing somebody to get away from the Dursleys for good. I don't believe you can. I've tried before. But thank you for asking. You've tried before? Shiva asked, carefully schooling her features into a neutral expression even while her voice dropped into a dangerous monotone. Harry kept staring at her. For a full minute he stayed completely silent and still. Eventually, Harry took a deep breath and started talking. I talked to one of the teachers at school when I found out I had a name like the other kids. He didn't believe me when I said I hadn't known it before that day. I asked the school nurse about why we got to eat so much during lunch and how much most kids get to eat. She didn't believe me when I said I usually only had 1 or 2 meals a day with half portions. I talked to the principal who said that the Dursleys were upstanding members of the community. A few months later I talked to a police officer who never came back after the first visit. I asked some shop owners in the area and they said they would never believe the words of a delinquent, which was one of the stories the Dursleys liked to spread about me. I asked the parents of one of the girls at the school who promised to look into it but did nothing after that. So, yes, I've tried. And I've given up. Because nothing ever happens and I've learned I can't trust any adults. So thank you for offering, Shiva, I really do appreciate it. It's the first time someone else has said something first. But I don't believe that anything will happen this time either. Harry, Shiva's asked, voice still completely flat, do you trust me? Harry shut his eyes and turned away. Yes, he whispered. I don't want to because I'm pretty sure that sooner or later you are going to hurt me just like the others, but, yes. Harry found himself enveloped in another bone-crushing hug. I swear to you, Harry, Shiva whispered, I am going to do my absolute best to make sure I never hurt you. I am going to figure out a way to get you the hell away from your relatives and I am going to help you with whatever else you need. You hear me, kid? I'm here for you, no matter what. Harry nodded and some of the tension drained out of him. Thank you. The school year started off relatively normal despite the fun of the first day. After Ron had finally shown up, via crashing into a tree which tried to beat him and the car into paste, Amelia Bones spoke with him but let him off with a stern warning after it was confirmed that no Muggles had seen anything. Though she did promise the young Weasley that if he ever did something so stupid again, the consequences would be far more severe. The howler from his mother was painful to listen to. Harry knew it was mostly deserved and he had no love for the redhead, but berating him in front of the whole school for something done in a panic seemed a bit harsh. Tonks had followed through with her promise to let her boss know about the hover charm incident and by the end of the first week, Harry had received 2 letters from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The first was an official, if somewhat biting, apology and retraction letter from Mafalda Hopkirk which had Harry smirking. The second was one from Amelia Bones herself personally thanking Harry for letting her know about the barrier and car before it could become a problem as well as apologizing for Hopkirk's behavior. Bones had also assured Harry that Hopkirk had been placed on probation and if he had any further problems to let her know immediately and if he wasn't comfortable with that then to inform Tonks who would get in touch instead. Harry wasn't quite sure how to deal with that. Tonks was one thing as she almost seemed less mature than himself but Amelia Bones, a reasonable authority figure in an actual position of power was something entirely new. He could be generous and say that Professor Flitwick was nice and seemed perfectly reasonable but the man had no real power. Even Shiva didn't have any actual say in the school. Amelia Bones however, did. Harry eventually resolved to wait and see how things played out. Shiva had stayed quiet on just what she was doing concerning the Dursleys but he noticed she had started disappearing on weekends for several hours every few weeks. When asked, she just said that she was doing Muggle paperwork and it's far more involved than I had expected. It gave him a warm feeling inside to know that someone besides Hermione and Neville actually seemed to be completely on his side, that someone besides them actually seemed to care. Hermione herself had stopped trying to defend Professor Lockhart, or Flofart as Harry started calling him, after his first lesson. Once the man ran and hid from a swarm of pixies, Hermione lost any potential respect for him. It was actually rather amusing. Harry and Neville had simply been content to ignore and insult him. Hermione however had gone a step further. Look at these dates, Hermione said, throwing 2 of Lockhart's books onto the library's table. Her slamming had Harry and Neville jump. It even started 2 girls at the next table. Harry idly noticed that they were the ones from the bookstore who had been as annoyed with Lockhart as he had been. See here. Harry turned back to his friend and saw her pointing at 2 sections, one in each book. He says he fought the Yeti at the end of August in 1989, and in this one he says he wrestled that river troll during the Algerian flood. The Algerian flood was the last week of August in 1989. These 2 events can't possibly have happened at the same time. He's lied. The from the other table twisted slightly and raised her eyebrows at Hermione. Does that really surprise you, Granger? Well, the man is obviously incompetent, but he's written about these things. To use inaccurate information is one thing, but to outright lie in a book. Oh, I wish I could give that man a piece of my mind. Books aren't always all they're cracked up to be, the friend said, hanging her head. Well, yes, I realize that, but still. Hermione, there's no point in getting worked up about it. You're never going to get Flofart to admit to it, and nobody is going to take our word over his, Harry said, trying to placate his friend. Yeah, Hermione, anybody who actually talks to the man knows not to take him seriously, Neville said with a shrug. Even Lavender has stopped gushing over his hair and is starting to grimace in his classes. Lavender. Seriously. Hermione's eyes widened and her mouth fell open. They also looked intrigued. Really, Brown isn't infatuated with Fool anymore. No, she isn't, Greengrass. Neville snorted. His last test, the one that asked about his favorite color and birthday. Lavender sneered at it and muttered that the class was utterly useless for teaching any sort of defense and she might as well just go to Hermione to learn the actual material. Then she muttered how she hoped the curse got Lockhart so that they could get a competent teacher. Greengrass blinked while Hermione just stared at Neville in shock. Harry laughed. Wow, you just know the guy's an idiot when Lavender hates him. Though I never would have pegged her as actually wanting to learn. She does seem far more interested in gossip most of the time, Hermione admitted. Well, anyway, I recommend all of you take everything he says with a grain of salt. While there are details in these books that lead me to believe at least some parts are useful, the contradictions are glaring. I'm going to go over each one and note down every section that proves he's lied. With any luck, I'll be able to get enough proof from his own works in order to expose the man. Greengrass, friend sighed and finally turned to the rest of them. You can do that, Granger, or you could just expose the affairs he's having with the 6th and 7th years. Hermione dropped bonelessly into a seat while Neville's mouths dropped open. Harry just looked confused. He's doing what? Hermione squeaked. We don't have proof, but can you really see him not taking advantage of at least the girls of age that are throwing themselves at him? Granted, he's pretty, so I can't really blame them, especially since I doubt any of them expect anything serious, but it's still pretty scandalous going at it with a teacher. Davis, if you and Greengrass know this, why haven't you told anyone? Neville asked with a hand over his eyes. Davis shrugged. Well, I said we have no proof. Besides, what is Dumbledore going to do? He can't fire the man. There's no applicants for the job to take his place. And it's not technically illegal as long as he's careful who and where. It's just icky. Tracy's right, the blonde girl nodded. There's really no point in letting the information out. There's nothing to gain from it. He's a good enough spin doctor, he'd probably end up looking better afterwards. I almost feel like I should be taking lessons from the man. He may be a horrible wizard, but he certainly knows how to talk. Daphne, I have a headache again. I'm going to head back, Tracy said, rubbing her forehead. I'll walk with you. Good day. Daphne nodded goodbye and grabbed their things before leaving the library. That was Tracy Davis and Daphne Greengrass of Slytherin, correct? Hermione asked. Yeah, Neville nodded. Man, I really don't want that mental picture in my head anymore. Lockhart's not dating the older girls, right? Harry asked, frowning at his book. No, Harry, he's not dating them. Hermione rolled her eyes. And you guys were obviously talking about more than just hugging and ing. Yeah, Neville said, squinting over at Harry. A dawning look of understand appeared in Hermione's eyes. So, what's an affair then? Harry asked, trying to work out exactly what Lockhart was doing with the girls. Neville's mouth dropped open. Hermione's eyes widened in silent horror. Harry, she said in a careful voice, do you know what is? That's another word for gender. He nodded, wondering where she was going with this. Not the noun. The verb. Isn't a verb, Hermione. Harry said as his frown deepened. Neville made a strangled sound and Hermione sighed. Damn those Dursleys, Hermione muttered before continuing in a normal, if slightly strained, voice. Harry, I think you need to go and talk to either Madame Pomfrey or Shiva. Harry's expression darkened considerably. Of course the Dursleys had forgotten to mention important pieces of information. You can't tell me. Neville hurriedly shook his head so fast he probably got whiplash. Hermione twisted her hands together before replying. I would really prefer you ask one of them first. I can do it, I've certainly read enough about it, but it's rather uncomfortable, especially with you, and, well look just, please. She turned to stare at him with wide eyes and her mouth quirked just so and Harry leaned back. She knew just how to defeat him. Start of the talk. Shiva, Harry said as he walking into his mentor's office. Do you have a few minutes? Sure, Harry. What's up? Shiva asked as she pushed a few papers to the side and looked up at him. Well, Neville, Hermione, 2 other girls and I were talking in the library a few minutes ago. The others started talking about Lockhart having affairs with the girls in 6th and 7th years. After the other 2 left, I asked Hermione and Neville what they meant. Harry's brow furrowed. She started getting really evasive and nervous and then asked whether I knew what meant. He paused for a second as Shiva coughed and paled. I told her that it was male versus female, but apparently that was the wrong answer. She said I should come talk to you or Madame Pomfrey, but she would explain if neither of you would. So, what am I missing? Shiva had covered her face in her hands by this point and was muttering unintelligibly. Harry could only catch a few words. Bastards, supposed to have years to prepare myself. Need a basic class on this. Shiva took a deep breath and slowly lowered her hands to peer critically at Harry. Harry, you've never had an ed class before. He just shook his head, still looking utterly confused. Merlin's balls. I could kill those damn muggles. Are you sure you want me talking to you about this? Madame Pomfrey would do a far better job. Hell, McGonagall would probably do a far better job. Both of them had kids. I don't exactly have much, experience with explaining this. I trust you though, Harry said simply. What does having kids have to do with this? He thought to himself. This is likely going to be exceedingly awkward. I gathered that. It takes a lot to fluster Hermione about basic facts and explanations, Harry said, raising his eyebrows at the older woman. Oh, for crying out loud, fine. Shiva held up her hands before walking around the desk and collapsing into a seat near him. If I'm going to explain this, then you are going to sit there and listen, understand? You are not going to run away before I get done, yes? He nodded. Damn it. Okay. Look, you know boys and girls have different parts. Yes, Shiva. I told you, I know about male and female. Harry rolled his eyes. Has 2 meanings, Harry. One is gender like you're saying. The other is a verb. The act of. How can be an act? Would you just let me explain? Shiva grumbled. This isn't exactly peaches and cream for me either, you know. I'm 20. I'm not supposed to be explaining for another few years at least. Arg. Okay, let's try this again. Is how babies are made. What? Harry just stared at her. When a boy and girl love each other, well, actually they don't have to love each other, but you really should, then they have. When they're ready. Generally late teens or early 20s, but of course that's not a rule and there's nothing wrong with waiting. I don't understand. Shiva, you're not making any sense. Males have a. Tab P into slot V, Harry. Tab P into. Harry trailed off as his eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. Good. Got that. Thank God. Okay, so, when a boy and girl love each other they join, and if a boy finishes. If they what? Finishes. Climaxes. Have you ever woken up at night after a strange dream and your sheets were a bit sticky with white stuff instead of pee? Yes. Harry tried to burrow into the chair. That's called semen. And girls have eggs. But eggs that are inside of a girl's bodies. If a boy's semen is left in a girl at the right time and it comes in contact with an egg, then there is chance that the girl could get pregnant with a baby. Oh. Harry's voice was rather high and he was trying very hard to stare at anything besides Shiva. Now, doesn't just have to be to make a baby. Actually, generally it's not. It's fun and it feels good and it's a natural progression of most relationships, and some people just do it sometimes because they're bored, but you shouldn't do that. You should only have with someone you really care about because it's a sign of trust and love, and you shouldn't do it before you're at least a teenager. Shiva was flailing, but it helped that both Harry and herself were beet red. Now I'm not going to tell you what age is appropriate because I'd be a hypocrite and I know what people get up to in broom closets here. That's what people mean when they say, find a broom closet. Harry squeaked. Well, it's part of it. Generally people don't go all the way in broom closets. It's not exactly comfortable or romantic in those. Rather cramped. I don't recommend it. Shiva slapped a hand to her head. Now she was giving recommendations to a 12-year-old. Arg, forget I said that. There are other things you can do rather than full on. It's called foreplay or fooling around. Touching a girl's S or her private area or her touching your privates. Or even just ing. Ing can be extremely satisfying too for a couple. Oh, Harry said, trying very hard to sound normal. And failing rather spectacularly. Yeah, so that's about it. Well, actually I suppose that's not totally it because there are other types of. There's oral where one of the partners uses their mouth, and then there's anal where instead of using the girl's you use her ass instead, and then there's group, which is when there's more than just two people involved and you can always use toys or something, but the muggle stuff doesn't work here so it cuts out some of the fun. And then there's bondage, which is just tying someone up, but if you do that you want to have safe words so everyone knows it's too far and to immediately stop. And Shiva trailed off, staring very intently at the wall above Harry's head. Anything else? Harry asked quietly, desperately praying this conversation could be over. No, I think that's about it, Shiva said, nodding hurriedly. Oh, wait, you started asking about Lockhart having affairs. That wouldn't surprise me, but it's sleazy. An affair is a term for having secretly or cheating on your spouse. And you should never have with a teacher. It's an abuse of power on their part and bad. We can't really punish it because the wizarding world is kind of backwards on some things, but that doesn't mean you should do it. Harry just nodded hurriedly. Please stop talking, he silently pleaded. Okay, I think that's it. If you have any questions, come and ask. I'm not going to teach you the contraceptive charm until you are at least 14, got it? I'd prefer 15, but your best female friend is almost a year older, so I'm going to be at least somewhat realistic here. And Hermione, Harry blurted out as his features twisted in horror, desperately trying not to imagine his best friend doing those things. Yes, Hermione. It's a chance at least. Though I suppose she'll probably already know it by then anyway, but still, the guy should always know it as well. You can't be too careful, and the last thing you need is to become a father as a teenager. Are we done? Can we be done? Please. Yeah, I think we're done. Ask Hermione or Pomfrey for some books. I have absolutely no idea what is good to read beyond romance novels, which are utterly useless for realistic information. Shiva finally managed to look down at Harry, who reluctantly met her gaze. I did tell you this was going to be exceedingly awkward. I'll listen to you next time, Harry muttered as he got up and hurried to the door. Just before slipping out, Harry turned back to glance at her. Thanks, Shiva. That was, probably better than going to Madame Pomfrey. With that he practically ran out the door and back to the tower. Shiva slumped down in her chair and eyed the cabinet with her fire whiskey. Merlin, I haven't even officially gotten custody of the kid yet and I'm already giving him the talk. Harry had avoided being alone with Hermione for several days after that, and it didn't pass unnoticed. Eventually on Halloween his friend stopped him while they were heading down to the feast. Harry, this is ridiculous. You have to stop avoiding me sometime, she said, glaring at him. I'm not avoiding you, he muttered. You are. Technically I'm avoiding most girls, he said, trying to appease her. Hermione just huffed. Well, that's just stupid. Obviously you talked with Shiva. Nobody's just going to jump you. Not for another few years at least. I mean, you're cute and all, and, oh Merlin, I can't believe I just said that. Look, Harry, you can't avoid talking to girls just because you understand the birds and the bees now. She thinks I'm cute. Harry's brain caught on that part of the statement and he turned his head to stare up at her. Neville nearby had his hand over his mouth and was shaking with muffled laughter. Thanks for the support, Nev. Harry glared at his friend. Fine, Hermione. I apologize for avoiding you. I'll promise to stop doing that. Now can we please go? I'm starving and the feast is hungry. Food. Kill. Harry frowned and stared at the wall where he heard the voice. What? Hermione narrowed her eyes at him. Harry. There. Food. Kill. Eat. No. Come on. We have to stop it. Stop what? Neville shouted after Harry as he tore off down the corridor after the voice. Harry heard his friends pounding along behind him, but he focused on the voice trying to follow it. Harry, what's going on? Hermione yelled as Harry rounded the corner. He stopped dead and his friends plowed into his back. Harry. Harry just lifted a finger to point at the nearby wall and Neville and Hermione both gasped. On the wall, written in what looked like blood, were the words, "The heir of Slytherin has reopened the Chamber of Secrets. All enemies beware." Below the dripping words, Mrs. Norris lay on the floor next to a small puddle of water. She was completely frozen solid. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said with soft smile from behind his desk. "I'm sure you can understand why we are having this meeting." "I'm not your boy, Professor," Harry said firmly, the rage in his voice audible. He had sat down in the chair across from Dumbledore after being brought the office thanks to discovering Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore's phoenix, Fawkes, was perched on Harry's shoulder softly crooning to the youth. He was a beautiful bird and was at least somewhat helping Harry's nerves to calm down. "Why, you little," Snape sneered from behind Dumbledore's shoulder. "What are you even doing here?" "Sir," Harry said, glaring at the potions master. "Harry, I trust Professor Snape, I assure you I don't see what that has to do with anything, Headmaster." Harry turned his glare on Dumbledore. "If I'm going to be interrogated, shouldn't my head of house be here? Or Professor Babbling? Babbling has even less reason to be present than I do." Snape snarled. Harry met his gaze and felt his head start to ache. "I can't believe the arrogance you display." "Well, I trust Professor Babbling. If the headmaster is allowed to bring in someone he trusts who has nothing to do with this, then I should be allowed to bring in someone I trust who has nothing to do with it." Harry rubbed his forehead, still glaring at Snape. "And you admit that you have no reason to be here?" "That's enough, Harry," Dumbledore said firmly. "Now if you would please tell me what happened." "I already told you with everyone else down there. I heard a voice that sounded like it came from the walls. I ran after it and we found Mrs. Norris. The end. If you don't believe me, ask Hermione and Neville. They heard no such voice," Snape said with a look of supreme satisfaction. "Doesn't change the fact that I did. Are you going to give me detention for hearing voices now? Or maybe you're going to take points for not being at the feast. Everyone is required to attend the Halloween feast, Harry. It is a celebration." Dumbledore smiled down at him, but Harry just scowled. "A celebration? Sure. Everyone seems to forget that I hate this day. The Dark Lord was vanquished today, you insolent little," Snape started, but Harry cut him off. "And my parents died today. Today was the day I was sent to live with my relatives because my parents were murdered," Harry yelled. He completely missed the door opening behind him and a teacher stepping into the office. "Today was the day I watched Dudley go out year after year in costume after costume while I got locked back up in my stupid little cupboard. Today was the day Hermione almost died last year. And now I can say that today was the day I apparently started going insane and hearing voices no one else can hear." "Harry," Dumbledore started but trailed off as Professor McGonagall laid a hand on Harry's shoulder not occupied by Fawkes. Harry cringed down into the seat, immediately falling quiet, though Fawkes nuzzled against his cheek. McGonagall, to her credit, immediately lifted her hand as she noticed Harry's reaction. "I believe that is enough, Albus." The Gryffindor head of house turned her withering stare onto first Snape and then Dumbledore. Mrs. Norris was petrified with something very strong and likely very dark. No second year could know how to do this. Harry and his friends have shown a remarkable proclivity to being in the wrong place at the right time. This is clearly yet another instance of his particular brand of luck manifesting. If you have no further questions, I will take my lion back to his dormitory. Of course, Minerva. Have a pleasant evening, Harry. Dumbledore nodded to Harry with that annoying ever-present twinkle still present. Harry just scowled at him and Snape before following McGonagall out. "Thanks, Professor," Harry muttered as they walked away from the gargoyle. "I never did apologize for my actions last year, Mr. Potter. I was wrong to brush off your concerns," Harry frowned. "Since when did adults apologize to him? I know you speak with Professor Babbling about things every once in a while. I want you to know that if you feel the need, my door is open as well. I may be set in my ways, but I can promise you that I will listen to any issues you have in the future, Mr. Potter. You are one of my better students. I would hate to think I lost you because of one foolish mistake." Harry cocked his head at her. "Thank you. I'm probably going to keep going to Professor Babbling," Ma'am, but, if the headmaster calls me in again, I would appreciate if you would be there to back me up again like earlier. McGonagall nodded thoughtfully. I always endeavor to support my lions if they are in the right, Mr. Potter. As your head of house, I should have been present in that meeting to begin with. If something similar occurs in the future, know that you are allowed to refuse to say anything until I arrive. Yes, ma'am. The tension in his shoulders had started to lessen. This change in Professor McGonagall was interesting. Maybe Shiva talked to her. The two fell into silence until they approached the portrait into the Gryffindor Tower. I hope the rest of your evening improves somewhat, Mr. Potter. Have a pleasant night. Excuse me, Professor Babbling, Hermione asked hesitantly. She poked her head around the corner of the office door. May I come in? Shiva frowned, looking at one of Harry's friends. The girl hadn't ever come to talk to her before. Of course, Miss Granger. Please take a seat. How can I help you? Well, it's about Harry. Hermione wrung her hands, clearly uncomfortable with bringing this up. Okay. Shiva sighed. Of course it was about Harry. Judging from the nervousness of Hermione, though, it wasn't something small or typical. Why don't you tell me what's wrong, Miss Granger? I'm not. Hermione took a deep breath, smoothed her robes and stared at Shiva with a firm expression. I'm worried about him. I know he speaks with you, but I'm not sure if he's been in the past few days. Has he mentioned at all about hearing a voice in the walls? It came up, yeah, Shiva said, nodding. Neither Neville nor I heard it. However, we don't believe Harry is making it up either. I've been searching for things that might have caused that, but I can't find anything. He's scared and I want to help, but I don't know what to do at this point. Nothing in the library has anything that might indicate why Harry could hear voices that we couldn't, and I need some method to help him. I admit, Miss Granger, Shiva said with a small smile, I'm a little surprised you've come to talk to me about this. I would have bet you'd go to Professor McGonagall. Normally I would have, but, well, I already feel like I'm going behind his back as it is just coming to you, and I know he has a close relationship of sorts with you. Not as close as he does with you and Neville. I think you underestimate the amount of influence you have over him, Professor, but I am not here to talk about that. Harry trusts you. I know he wouldn't want me to speak of this with anyone really, but I also need to help him, and I feel like if I spoke with you he'd understand. Shiva regarded the younger girl before nodding. I think you underestimate yourself as well, Hermione. I assume you've checked most of the sensory reference books as well as the divination sections. Hermione nodded. If it helps, I've done a bit of reading myself over the past few days and come up blank as well. I don't think there is much either of us can really do at this point except be there if he needs us. He is not going crazy, Hermione said with a harsh glare. Shiva just held up her hands in response. I don't believe that is the case any more than you do. Just like neither of us believe that stupid rumor about him being the heir of Slytherin. Yes, that certainly doesn't help matters. Professor, Hermione trailed off again, looking even more uncomfortable than before. Harry has, at times, I am worried that his relatives are unhealthy for him. Shiva snorted. Well, that's certainly a far tamer word than I would use. Hermione's eyes widened as she looked up to the professor. Has he said anything specific about them to you? I've been careful not to push too hard, but it would make things easier if I had more details. Hermione shook her head somewhere between bewilderment and hope. Nothing specific, no. Mostly just vague comments every now and then and my own suspicions. He does not like being touched. He doesn't seem to shy away from me anymore, which I've taken as a good sign, but still, Fred and George have also informed me that he was locked in his room with bars on the window when they rescued him. I confronted Harry about that, but he simply said, I'll have a better plan next time. I don't want him to go back to those people. You and me both, kid, Shiva sighed. I was hoping you had more details. Look, I'm working on a way to get him out from under them, but it's slow going. I don't have too much experience in the Muggle world, and I can't use magic for this because it has to be completely above board. I don't want to tell Harry and get his hopes up for nothing, but I should know for sure in another few weeks if it'll work. After I tell him, I'll have him tell you, okay? If I have anything to say about it, that kid is going nowhere near those relatives of his again. Hermione sighed in relief. Thank you, Professor. We both want what's best for Harry. If you, Neville or Harry find out anything else, about anything we talked about, then please don't hesitate to come talk to me, okay? Hermione nodded in reply and walked out, her shoulders considerably less tense. Harry had actually been looking forward to this duel. Even finding out that the club was being run by Snape and Flofart instead of Flitwick hadn't really dampened his enthusiasm too much. At the very least he could have used the opportunity to show off the disarming spell that Flitwick had taught him last year and make Malfoy look like a fool. Maybe he could have gotten even luckier and carefully tossed one of his slug vomit runestones at his rival, the idiot or the greasy git. He really had to remember to thank Ron for that idea. His backfiring spell from a few weeks ago had certainly given Harry a fun idea for a prankstone. Fred and George were loving it too. Especially since Harry had managed to figure out how to make his special prankstones disintegrate after use. It was a bit annoying having to etch new ones each time, but it left no evidence behind. And it held promise for using other materials for the shorter duration prankstones. Unfortunately, before his duel with Malfoy had even started, Snape had apparently given the blonde Ponce a fancy conjuration spell. The large S that Draco formed was somewhat impressive, Harry gave him that. However, it was also completely useless. Why bother fighting with something that had a brain of its own? When Harry glared at it, the S slithered into the crowd. It looked like it was going to end up attacking one of the Hufflepuffs though, so Harry was forced to yell out to it. "Hey! Leave him alone. S's speaker." The S turned to Harry and bobbed its head. "If you want to attack anyone, then attack the blonde idiot up here. He was the one who summoned you," Harry said, gesturing to Malfoy. Harry didn't notice that the entire hall had gone so quiet you could probably hear a quill drop. However, as much as he is an idiot, I'd recommend just heading out into the forest. There's lot of food out there. "Very well, S's speaker." The S started to slither down the line of people towards the main doors when Snape finally roused himself and strode forward, vanishing the serpent. "Hey!" Harry yelled at his hated potions teacher, hands clenched. "Why did you that? It wasn't hurting anyone. It was a dangerous serpent, Potter," Snape said with a sneer. "It was just..." "Be quiet, boy." Harry flinched at that comment, then scowled at himself. 15 points from Gryffindor for talking back to Professor. Lockhart came forward, his ever-present grin perhaps a bit forced. "Yes, well, I believe we've all experienced enough excitement for the evening. I call the session of the dueling club to a close." Whispers broke out around the hall as Harry started to walk back to his friends. They had barely left the room before Malfoy called out, "Potter. How's it feel to wield some power for once?" Malfoy laughed at him while Hermione and Neville stepped up to Harry's side. "Going to set your pet S on the mudblood there next time. How dare you?" Neville yelled, striding forward, face quickly turning red. Harry was a bit slower on the uptake but quickly moved to support his friend. He may not have recognized the slur, but he figured it was bad to get Neville that mad that fast. "Nev. Hermione. He's saying Hermione has dirty blood," Neville hissed through clenched teeth. His wand's tip was glowing white in his clenched hand. Harry's face froze and he turned to stare at Malfoy. "Careful there, Longbottom, Potty," Malfoy said with a mocking grin. "Professor Snape is just..." "Catch." Harry thumbed the activator on the slug vomit and tossed it at Malfoy's head. The blonde proved his intelligence by reaching up a hand to grab the projectile. Harry's grin had an evil little fringe to it as the runestone sent a dull yellow glow into Malfoy's hand. The smirk on the boy's face was wiped away an instant later as the runestone disintegrated and he doubled over, throwing up slugs all over the hallway. "You might want to wash your mouth out, Malfoy." Harry turned and stalked away with Neville and Hermione following along after a final glance at the Slytherin. None in either group noticed Daphne and Tracy watching the confrontation from the sidelines. "I have to admit, I'm impressed," Daphne said to her friend. "I know there have been some rumors about Potter, but between the S and how he handled Malfoy, he has a lot more potential than I had expected." "Right, Trace." Tracy barely even responded, she just kept staring at the floor in front of them. "Trace. What?" Tracy looked up, shook her head and focused on her friend. "Oh, right, Potter. Yeah, that was pretty cool. It's nice to see the Ponce taken down a peg even if it is by a Griff. We should really be able to police our own." "Agreed." Daphne nodded and started to walk back to the dungeons with her friend. Being a Parseltongue isn't going to do the boy any favors though. "I can't stand this," Harry snarled as he slammed his book closed, causing Neville and Hermione to jump. "There's nothing on the chamber." There's nothing on the lineage of Salazar Slytherin. There's nearly nothing on Parseltongue beyond, a very rare ability to speak to Sis. Real helpful there. Harry, you need to calm down, Hermione said, reaching for his arm. Don't tell me to calm down, Hermione. You're not the one that half the school is looking at like an insane dark wizard. And if I can't prove I'm not, then what the hell am I supposed to do? Harry, we know this is frustrating, Neville said in an overly calm voice, but throwing a temper tantrum isn't going to help at all. I know. Harry flopped down into his seat, crossed his arms and scowled. I know, I'm sorry. I'm just tired of them all whispering behind my back and running the other way when I walk down the corridor. Harry, I've been thinking, Hermione ventured softly. Harry and Neville turned to her with raised eyebrows. Well, it's possible the Slytherins know more about who the heir is than they let on, right? I mean, it would stand to reason that the heir would be in their house after all. So, what if we snuck in and got them to talk? What, like use the ninja or my dad's cloak? Harry asked, leaning in. Well, we could do that, but we couldn't really interact with them or steer the conversation at all, so I was thinking, Hermione said, taking a deep breath. What if we used Polyjuice? Neville whistled. Merlin, we are a horrible influence on you, Hermione. What's Polyjuice? Harry asked, looking between the two. It's a potion, Hermione explained. It's a potion that when you drink it, it will turn you into someone else. You need a bit of the target. Either a hair, skin or blood sample, though I imagine hair is the least disgusting. It takes some time to brew and there are some rather rare materials. Hermione, you know that's supposed to be a Newt-level potion, right? Neville asked. Harry, on the other hand, was trying to decide if there was an easier way. An illusion, twined with a physical wrapped in an alteration, and, he sighed. Damn. I think I might be able to make a runestone that could do something similar, but I don't think we'd be able to use too many spells without dissolving it. And it would have to be keyed to a specific target which couldn't be changed without an entirely new etching. It's probably easier just to brew the potion. Hermione nodded while Neville just shook his head. You guys really are insane. Oh well, if we're going to do this, let me know which ingredients we need to all order. Professor Flitwick, Harry asked after Charms class. Yes, Mr. Potter. Can I help you? I noticed you were having some difficulties with the freezing charm, the diminutive man replied with a smile. Oh, no, sir, Hermione can help me with that. I actually wanted to ask about the dueling club from the other week. A gleam entered Flitwick's eyes as he sat up straighter and grinned from ear to ear. Oh, looking to take up the circuit then, Harry? Harry snorted at the immediate enthusiasm of the teacher. He certainly was a determined fellow. Not yet, sir. Flitwick gave a sigh and shook his hand in defeat but nodded for Harry to continue. I was actually wondering why you hadn't been teaching it instead. I feel like we would have actually had more than the one meeting then. Ah, Flitwick said, shifting uncomfortably. You see, it's just that Professor Lockhart and we have differing opinions on teaching methods. I was a little worried we would not mesh well. I hear Professor Snape didn't end up performing much better though in my place. Yeah, you could say that. Harry shook his head. Well, thanks, Professor. I was just curious. As he walked out of the classroom, two Hufflepuff girls stepping in front of him and smiled. Hello, Harry, the redheaded said. Hi, Harry responded with a frown. He carefully scanned the surrounding area. It was rare these days for anyone outside of Hermione and Neville to talk to him without setting him up to be jinxed or hexed. It's Susan, the girl continued. Susan Bones. And this is my friend Hannah. I know we haven't talked very much what with the different houses and all, but I talked to my aunt a few days ago, Harry, and your name came up. You apparently made a bit of an impression on her. I brought up the heir stuff. Well, she made me realize I've been a bit of a regarding all this. Harry's frown deepened, but he nodded to her and stopped checking the corners. Susan wrung her hands and looked at the floor while Hannah nodded along. It's stupid to blame you for something you're born with, and it's stupid to think that you'd have a problem with Muggle-borns considering you're best friends with one. So I'm sorry. And so am I, Hannah put in with a firm shake of her head. Aunt Amy also mentioned that House Potter and House Bones used to have an alliance back before that night, so Susan took a deep breath, looked straight at him and bowed low before continuing. I, Susan Amelia Bones, heir to House Bones, formally apologize for any harmful and inappropriate actions I have taken in the past against you, Harry James Potter, as well as any insults that I have made against House Potter. I am prepared to accept whatever sanctions or punishments you deem appropriate and wish to re-establish a benevolent relationship between House Bones and House Potter." Hannah then bowed as well. "And I, Hannah Marie Abbott, heir to House Abbott, formally apologize for any harmful and inappropriate actions I have taken in the past against you, Harry James Potter, as well as any insults that I have made against House Potter. I am prepared to accept whatever sanctions or punishments you deem appropriate and wish to re-establish a benevolent relationship between House Abbott and House Potter." Harry's mouth dropped open and was only dimly aware of Neville whistling and moving to his side. Susan remained bowed while Neville leaned over to quietly talk to him. "Harry, this is a bigger deal than you might think. You have two options here. 1. Accept their apology on behalf of House Potter and offer to determine reparations at a later date, or 2. Refuse their apology and break off the alliance between your houses. That would be bad, right?" Harry whispered back while Hannah started shifting nervously from foot to foot, though Susan remained firmly planted. "It's up to you, Harry," Neville said. "Susan's really nice though, and her aunt is very fair. Hannah's also very nice, and her family has good business deals overseas. If it was me, I'd accept the apology, but you're the one who they were calling the heir of Slytherin a few weeks ago." Harry turned to regard the two girls in front of him. After nearly a minute he sighed and stood up straighter. "I, Harry James Potter, accept the apologies of Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott in behalf of House Potter. All previous insults are forgiven, though reparations will be determined at a later date." He glanced at Neville in case he had missed something, but the other boy just smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Susan and Hannah stood up together and smiled over at him. "Thanks, Harry," Susan said. "We really are sorry for what we said. We'll try to talk to some people in Hufflepuff to see if we can get them to stop spreading those rumors," Hannah said, nodding. "I don't think many of them really believe it, you know. We're all just a little scared." "Yeah, I understand," Harry sighed. "Thanks for apologizing, girls. We should probably all head to dinner. I bet Hermione is wondering where we are anyway." Ronald Weasley looked on from the corner as the four left the hallway. He scowled to himself and muttered, "Oh, of course Potter has gotten those two to listen to him. He must have used some sort of dark parcel magic on them. Everyone knows that Parseltongues are evil. Of course he's the heir. Well, I'm not fooled, Potter. I'll watch you, and when you slip up I'll figure out how you're doing it, and I'll expose you. I'll stop the heir of Slytherin, I'll save them all." The Quidditch match against Slytherin was a joke. Malfoy strutted around like a prince beforehand, showing off his amazing new Nimbus 2001 and bragging to the entire school how it was hands down leagues beyond Harry's poor old broom. Of course Harry proved that the talent trumps money by literally snatching the snitch from beside the Git's ear. That would have made the game fun if only one of the Bludgers hadn't decided it had a personal vendetta against Harry's head. Oliver Wood had tried to stop the game once the team had realized the Bludger was ignoring every other player, but the Slytherins managed to keep distracting Madam Hooch before he could get her attention. The point was moot once Harry caught the snitch. Nobody bothered to tell the Bludger the game had ended though. It ended up breaking his arm before being destroyed by a seething Hermione. Harry would have laughed at her telling off Hooch if he hadn't been busy trying to run from Flofart. "What did you do?" Harry asked as he held his apparently newly deboned arm. "Ah, yes, well," Lockhart chuckled slightly as he stepped back. "The spell can go a bit wrong sometimes. Guess we'll just leave the rest to Madame Pomfrey, Harry." He flashed a winning smile at Harry. The boy tried to remember whether or not he had any runes that could let him castrate the teacher and not get caught. "Now just remember this for your own work later there, Harry. It's important to always have a healer on standby for delicate work just in case the spell fails." "I'm going to," Harry growled. "Professor Lockhart, I would thank you to refrain from touching my patients again in the future," an ice-cold voice said. Harry cut off and looked with relief to the school healer. Thank God for Pomfrey. He would never complain about her potions tastes or her bedside manners again if she would just keep the lunatic away from him. "Come along, Mr. Potter. I'm going to have to keep you overnight to fix that." "Dobby," Harry sighed as he woke up in the middle of the night to see the little house elf sitting despondently on his hospital bed. Harry's arm felt like he had thousands of tiny needles thrusting into it, but he did his best to keep the pain from his face. It wasn't as bad as it could have been. "So let me guess, you enchanted the Bludger." Dobby nodded his head and turned shimmering eyes on Harry. Dobby is sorry, great Harry Potter sir, but Dobby felt if Harry Potter sir was hurt badly then he would be sent home. Harry shut his eyes and counted to 10 before responding to the elf. Dobby. First off, I am sorry for getting mad the first time we met. Second, I do appreciate the concern you're showing as well as the efforts to get around your orders. Third, please stop trying to save my life. But Harry Potter sir. No, listen to me, Dobby, Harry said forcefully. Dobby stopped what he was doing and just stared at Harry. Good. Now, your attempts at saving my life, while well-meaning, are just putting me in more danger. You understand that bludger could have killed me. Not kill Harry Potter sir. Never kill. Just grievously injure. Harry had to stop to take a few deep breaths again. And if it had hit my head. Dobby's mouth clanged shut. Or if it had me while I was 100 feet in the air. Dobby started to reach for the nearby potions tray, but Harry had been expecting that. He reached out, caught the house elf's arm and forced him to sit back down before the little guy could hurt himself. Like I said, Dobby. Your efforts to save me are dangerous. I know the danger is whatever monster is in the chamber. My friends and I are trying to figure out what it is. Just like you don't want to let me be hurt by staying, I don't want them to be hurt either. So if you can't give me any information on this, can you at least not try to get me to leave anymore before I can help my friends? Please, Dobby. Dobby, the house elf wrung his hands, glancing longingly at the potions tray. Dobby would respectfully request Harry Potter sir leaves the school with his friends. Well, that's some progress, Harry thought. We can't leave, Dobby. But, Harry Potter sir, Miss Y died the last time the chamber was opened. Harry Potter sir must be, Dobby cut off as the sounds of conversation drifted into the room. Both human and house elf turned to look at the door to the hospital wing. Dobby popped away and Harry flopped back into his bed just as the door opened. Professors McGonagall and Snape, Headmaster Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey all walked in, floating an unconscious Colin Creevey ahead of them. Harry ed in a breath at the way the younger boy's arms were held in front of his face, clutching his ever-present camera. It is the same as Mrs. Norris, Poppy, Dumbledore said in a low voice. There is nothing I can do without those mandrakes, Headmaster. I can't even tell if they're conscious or if their minds are as frozen as their bodies. Nevertheless, we must wait. I will speak with Pomona about when her crop will be fully matured. The teachers moved back out of the room and Harry turned back, overthinking. You're just going to leave him there? What if he is conscious? Someone could go crazy trapped in their mind without anything to distract them. What is wrong with these people? Okay, Ginny, you've got the rotation list. Harry asked the young redhead in the Gryffindor common room the next afternoon. The girl nodded so fast her hair started fanned out. When he had asked her that morning about getting together a list of Colin's friends who would be willing to sit and talk to him for a bit each day, Ginny had barely managed to eke out a quiet, "Sure," before running off. That's great, Ginny, Neville said, smiling at her. She shyly returned his grin before handing over the list of people. No, Ginny, Harry said, pushing it back to her. You should tell everyone and around the times. Just try to make sure it's for at least 3 hours every day, okay? She nodded again. Great. Hermione, Nev, we've got to go check that thing, right? His friends nodded and joined him as they left the common room and headed down to the bathroom they were sharing with Myrtle's ghost. Myrtle could be depressing and a little creepy, but she was nice enough to let them use the room and she kept anyone else away while the trio was gone. Harry, do you really think that we're going to be able to keep the rotation going until the mandrakes are ready? Hermione asked, chewing on her lip. Well, I've got 2 ideas for that actually, Harry said. I've been thinking of trying to set up a telly for him. Harry, you know we can't. Electronics don't work here. It says so in Hogwarts, a history. Hermione huffed, crossing her arms and glaring at him. They don't work yet, Harry said, smirking. I've been thinking about it and I figure if I can work a suppressor into a local cluster and figure out a way to stamp it onto the machine, then we just need to deal with the power issue. Anything with batteries should work fine, meaning if I can't figure out a way to run an electric line in or convert magic into electricity, then at the very least we ought to be able to get a radio set up. Harry trailed off as he noticed that Hermione had stopped in the middle of the corridor and was just staring at him with her mouth wide open. Harry turned to Neville, who just shrugged. You You've figured out how to make electronics work at Hogwarts. Hermione squeaked, pointing at him. I might have figured it out. It's going to take a bit of tinkering, you know, and I still probably won't be able to deal with the power issues for a while. I'm mostly just hoping for the radio, I guess. What? Hermione's mouth snapped closed and she shook her head. And they tell me I'm the genius, Harry heard her mutter. Come on, you two, let's check on the potion, Hermione said over her shoulder. You know, Harry, Neville said following their friend, you could always just set up a wizarding wireless instead of creating an entirely new rune cluster. Oh, Harry at least had the decency to blush at the mention of a mundane solution. Yeah, I guess that could work too. So why exactly am I going with you three to talk with the headmaster? Shiva asked Harry. He was currently leading Hermione, Neville and Shiva down the halls towards Dumbledore's office. Because I need backup in case this doesn't go well, Harry said with a shrug. I figure Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick will probably be on my side. Snape is likely to shoot it down just because it's me bringing it up. I'm not sure about Professor Sprout. I wanted to make sure we had a swing vote just in case. Shiva snorted. And how are you so sure that I'm going to like this brilliant plan of yours? Because you and Hermione are always yelling at me to look for mundane solutions instead of resorting to runes all the time. So I talked with Neville and we came up with a mundane solution. I'm actually a little surprised none of the adults brought it up already. He turned to give her puppy dog eyes. And because you said you'd back me up on anything. Shiva gave a deep laugh at that. Cute, and I give you points for the eyes, kid. But your delivery timing needs some serious work. Harry chuckled before turning back. Well, it was worth a shot. I'm not as good as Hermione. He ignored her shout of protest and continued. But in all seriousness, Shiva, I really do believe you'll think this is a good idea. All right, but no promises if it needs work, Harry. Sugar Quill, Shiva said to the gargoyle and motioned for the trio to head on up as it stepped out of the way. Ah, Harry, my boy, come in, Dumbledore said, gesturing to the seats in front of his desk. Harry ground his teeth. This was not the time to remind Dumbledore that he was certainly not the man's boy. Thank you, Professor. Harry, Neville and Hermione took their seats while Shiva moved to the side with Dumbledore and the other heads of house. And just what are you doing here babbling? Snape sneered at the younger woman. Inside, Harry seethed at the man, but he schooled his features before calmly stating, I've been consulting with her, sir. Severus, Dumbledore said with a small glance at the potion's master. The greasy-haired man ground his teeth but fell quiet. Now, Harry. You mentioned in your request that you had a solution to our problem with Mrs. Norris and young Mr. Creevey. Well, actually, sir. Snape again cut off Harry. We will not be using any of your experiments on school children. Potter. Severus, be quiet. Eight heads turned to goggle at McGonagall, who blushed slightly but returned her harsh stare onto Snape. We are all worried about the petrification. Let the boy speak. Thanks, Professor, Harry said, shocked. He shook his head and turned back to Dumbledore, setting his features again. As I was saying, it was actually mostly Neville's idea. The other boy blushed. We know that the Mandrake drought is the best way to restore Mrs. Norris and Colin, but we think it's stupid to wait for the mandrakes here to mature. You arrogant little. Severus. McGonagall snapped. He cut off and the deputy headmistress nodded for Harry to go on. We don't see why Hogwarts can't just order mature mandrakes via owl post. Hermione helped Neville make the list of all the suppliers in Britain who have mature mandrakes currently. Neville handed the list to Dumbledore while the other teachers present just stared at the trio with varying shades of shock flickering over their features. We sorted it by price and delivery time. Going the middle of the road option would have both Colin and Mrs. Norris up and about by the end of the week. Two tops if you choose one of the slower delivery venues. This is, McGonagall seemed almost speechless as she leaned over to look at the list Neville had provided. An excellent idea, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger. Flitwick exclaimed. 50 points to Gryffindor for each of you. I agree, Professor Sprout said, peering at the list as well. I think some of these top options are a bit too much for our current budget, but these others should be perfectly within reason. Excellent mundane solution, Harry, Shiva said, flashing them a thumbs up. Snape just sneered, but at least he didn't say anything against it. This was an ingenious idea, my boy, Dumbledore said, peering at Harry. He got a slight headache as he met the man's gaze but resisted reaching up to scratch at his forehead. I will bring this up with the board as soon as possible. Okay, everybody got their doses? Hermione asked for the third time. She received rolled eyes and nodded heads from Harry and Neville as both held up their potion vials along with Hermione. Excellent. Now remember, we only have an hour after we drink this. Harry, you found the Slytherin common room already, right? Another nod. And you know the password. Like I said before, Hermione, it's Balderdash. Can we please just do this already? Harry said in exasperation. Her attention to detail was generally welcome, but after going over the same information for the fourth time it got frustrating. Yes, I think we're ready. Bottoms up everyone. Hermione chugged back her potion vial as the boys did the same with theirs. A few nauseating moments later, Pansy Parkinson, Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle were staring back at each other in Ing Myrtle's bathroom with varying degrees of cringing and fascination. Hugh, I feel dirty, Crabbe Neville rumbled. Polyjuice tastes disgusting. Well, Pansy Hermione replied, it's supposed to change taste and color based on the target. Perhaps it's just these three that are gross and sickening. Goyle Harry ventured, slipping his glasses into his pocket. Come on guys. Let's not waste any time. Venturing down into the dungeons, Goyle Harry led his friends into the section of corridor housing the Slytherin dormitory. He couldn't help a slight nod of approval as they let themselves in. The people might leave something to be desired for the most part, but the rooms themselves seemed nice enough. The tapestries were nice and the sunken pit in the middle gave it a bit more character than the Gryffindor common room. The trio plopped down on a couch near Malfoy with Goyle Harry grunting at him. Ah, there you three are. Malfoy said, rolling his eyes at Goyle Harry and Crabbe Neville. You sure took your time getting back. Pansy, why are you sitting way over there? Pansy Hermione stuttered. She shot a quick glance at Goyle Harry before shifting closer to Malfoy. Goyle Harry barely managed to stop his snarl as Malfoy dd'd his arm over her shoulders and pulled her into his side. Pansy Hermione stiffened but gave no other sign of discomfort. Sitting at one of the desks against the opposite wall, Daphne narrowed her eyes at the newcomers and nudged Tracy. Her friend didn't look up from her paperwork or her little book until Daphne elbowed her again and subtly nodded towards the couches. So, where were you? Malfoy asked, not even bothering to look at his bodyguards. We heard something new about Potter being the heir of Slytherin, Crabbe Neville said. I can't believe people actually believe that tripe, Malfoy snorted. I mean really, that idiot is the heir of a founder. Pansy Hermione's lips curled up in a snarl, but Malfoy didn't notice before she schooled her features again. Daphne and Tracy however raised their eyebrows at the girl. Goyle Harry leaned forward and stared at Malfoy. You really don't know anything about who it actually is. You aren't holding out on us, are you? My father had mentioned something about it ages ago, but he's never elaborated. I wish I could find out who is doing this though. Then I could send them after the best targets. Malfoy's face seemed to light up as the trio of infiltrators darkened. I mean really, Creevy was annoying and all, but they could have gone after Potter's posse with Granger first. Or those foreigners, the Pottle twins. Or even the Lee girl. She may be pretty, but she's never going to be worth anything beyond a mistress. Pansy Hermione's eyes had been squeezed closed and both Goyle Harry and Crabbe Neville's hands were clenched so tight, their knuckles were white. Still, Draco, you've got to have heard whispers, Pansy Hermione let out, her voice strained. I've told you time and again I don't know. Malfoy laughed and stood to stretch before shaking his head at the girl. Honestly Pansy, you're supposed to be smarter than these two. I'm going to turn in. See you 3 in the morning. The trio looked at each other. Goyle Harry checked his watch and then nodded towards the door. All three calmly got up, made an excuse about going to check on something with Snape and stalked out of the dungeons. They turned into an unused classroom a few corridors down and waited a minute for the polyjuice to wear off. Once the transformation was finished, all three pulled off their Slytherin uniforms and swapped back into the Gryffindor ones. I never want to do that again, Neville said, shuddering. I wanted to floor him so bad. You and me both, Nev, Harry muttered darkly. At least now we know for sure that Malfoy is just a blustering fool, Hermione said, though her frown spoke of badly she wanted to use far stronger language. Come on guys. Harry moved to the door, but as he opened it he was greeted by 2 smiling faces. Hello, gentlemen. Lady, Daphne said as she swept past Harry followed by Tracy. Tracy casually pushed the door closed and leaned against it while Daphne looked at the Gryffindors. Greengrass, Neville said nodding to her warily. Mind if I put a few privacy spells up? The Gryffindors turned to one another at this question before Harry hesitantly nodded his okay. Daphne's smile widened before flicking her wand and throwing up several different silencing and anti-listening spells. Where did you learn those? Hermione asked, her curiosity winning out. It's standard for my family to be taught disarming, stunning and anti-eavesdropping spells before we attend school. Better to be safe than sorry after all, Daphne said with a shrug. Now to business. Business? Harry asked as he stepped in front of the Hermione and Neville. Yes, business. Well, I suppose that might be too strong a word as I don't really expect money to change hands. It's not like we're blackmailing you or anything. Blackmail? Harry's eyebrows rose. Well, you did just illegally obtain or brew Polyjuice Potion and use it to infiltrate a rival dorm after all. I could blackmail you if I wanted to. Harry started to reach for his wand before Daphne waved him away and Tracy quietly laughed. I said I'm not going to do that. Really, Potter, listen better. Actually, I'm rather impressed. I wouldn't have thought any of you had it in you. Almost downright Slytherin of you actually. Harry snorted at the irony inherent in that statement but relaxed. These girls weren't part of Malfoy's group. They had already spoken with them a few times throughout the year after the library comment about Lockhart, and Tracy was not looking very well anyway. She hid it well with makeup and laughs, but he'd seen the signs of lack of sleep in the mirror enough to recognize how exhausted the girl was. So you three were looking for information on whoever is performing these attacks? Daphne asked. Harry nodded, wondering idly when the two had become the spokesman for either side in this arrangement. Yeah, we had kinda hoped it would end up being Malfoy but didn't really expect it. He's too arrogant to not be boasting about it. Agreed. Daphne sighed. I don't suppose there are any candidates in Gryffindor. Not that we've noticed. Harry shook his head. I'd almost be tempted to say Ron Weasley, but since no Slytherins have been hit. Yes, we really would be his first target, wouldn't we? Well, do you have any contacts in Hufflepuff? Yes, actually, I do. They haven't heard anything and most of them are pretty well convinced it's me. Yes, well, I never really expected it from the Puffs anyway. They aren't exactly known for their deviousness. I don't have anyone in Ravenclaw yet myself, and I doubt you do either. No, Harry shook his head. But I don't think it's them. Neither do I, Daphne shrugged. I don't suppose you think any of the staff could be at fault. I'd believe Snape personally, but I'm not exactly unbiased there. Harry's face darkened thinking of the hateful man. True, you really aren't. I doubt Snape is doing this. He'd have done something sooner. And he'd likely have a target to take the fall. Since there isn't any clear perpetrator, it's unlikely to be him. My current guess, Daphne said shrugging her shoulders, is someone in the upper years in my own house. I'd be willing to share any information Tracy and I discover if you would be willing to do the same. Harry considered for a minute. He glanced back at his friends who just shrugged and nodded back to him. Sure, I'd be okay with that. Excellent. Daphne held out her hand. A deal then. Deal, Harry said, shaking her hand. Tracy stepped away from the door. Great. Now that we're all partners, I think it's time to head back. Some of us need to get some beauty sleep. Her voice was nonchalant, but Daphne narrowed her eyes at her friend and a brief flash of concern crossed her features. Yes, we probably should return. Potter, Longbottom, Granger. It's been a pleasure. Nodding to the trio, Daphne took down her spells and grabbed Tracy's hand to take her back to the Slytherin dorms. That was unexpected, Hermione said, frowning after the girls. Yeah, but I actually trust them. Go figure. Harry shrugged. Neville stared back with wide eyes. Seriously? You? I know. Harry shrugged. Search me. As to why? Maybe it's because the Ice Queen actually talks to us almost normally. Or that she seems to hate Malfoy as much as I do. Well, Tracy is a half-blood, Neville shrugged. She probably doesn't get star treatment in that house and those two are practically inseparable. Harry smiled at his friends. A lot like the three of us then, Come on guys. Let's get back before curfew. Shiva leaned back into her chair and rubbed her eyes. It had been a long few weeks. It had been a long few months for that matter. Considering how many offices shut down completely during the holiday season in the wizarding world, she had been pleasantly surprised that her Muggle solicitor kept going strong. A knock on her door had Shiva groaning but yelling out for whoever it was to come in. "Hey, Shiva. Merry Christmas." "Oh, hey, Harry," Shiva said with a small smile at the student plopping down on the chair across from her. "How's your break been?" "Not as productive as I'd hoped. But I think I made new allies." "Maybe not friends exactly, but allies at least." Harry frowned but ended up shrugging. "Wow, way to be cryptic there, kid," Shiva said, chuckling. "Says the woman who won't tell me where she disappears to every few weeks," Harry replied with a raised eyebrow. Shiva's good mood dried up. She leaned forward and clasped her hands. "Harry, I've been avoiding telling you because I swore I would do everything I could not to hurt you. I didn't want to get your hopes up if it turned out to be nothing." He nodded. "But I finally got some of the information I've been looking for." His eyes widened and he leaned forward as well. "Did you know that according to official Muggle records you barely exist?" "What?" Harry squinted at her. "You have a birth certificate. Your parents have a death certificate. You were registered as attending primary school. That's it. So, what does that mean?" "That means, Harry," Shiva said slowly, "that my solicitor can proceed as I asked him to." "Harry," she reached out a hesitant hand and clasped the preteen's own. "What would you say if I asked if you wanted to live with me?" She watched a flurry of emotions play across the boy's face before it settled into a hopeful but confused expression. "I thought that wasn't possible. Technically it's difficult. Not impossible. We don't have any blood relation and I can't really explain the majority of our mentoring thing to Muggles, but the solicitor I'm working with is a squib who's done this sort of thing before. We don't have a plethora of evidence that is useful against your relatives unfortunately, but the simple fact that they never bothered to officially file any guardianship or adoption papers for you and that you have next to no legal footprint is damning enough as it is. There's also the fact that I doubt they'd bother trying to fight for custody." Shiva frowned at the thought of people not bothering to fight for this kid before shaking her head and giving Harry a slight smile. "I still have a lot of paperwork and court stuff to go through if we do this. But I need to know, do you want me to do this, Harry? You won't get in trouble with the headmaster?" Harry asked, furrowing his brow. "Leave it to you to be worried about someone else before yourself," Shiva said, smiling. "I'm doing this completely without magic and completely in the Muggle world. That's a large part of the reason it's taking so long. This isn't a snap process and there's a lot of just waiting for things to move through the system on the administrative side. The upside to that is that Albus Dumbledore, and purebloods in general, have next to no knowledge of anything that goes on the other side of the curtain. As long as no one brings this up to him before it's all complete, there's nothing he can do after the fact. I'm making sure it's going to be ironclad and that it would be a criminal offense to remove you at any point before you turn 17 for any reason beyond your parents miraculously returning from the dead, and even then it'd still be unlikely." Harry leaned back in his seat and ran a hand through his hair. After a few minutes he asked her another question. "Would I still be able to keep my last name? I don't want that link to my parents to just die off." "It's really up to you, Harry. I could ask my solicitor to move forward with either an adoption or a legal guardian status. Legally speaking, they'd be the same thing. An adoption would have you taking my name or at least hyphenating it in. A legal guardian would basically still have you as a member of my family but more as a ward than a son." Shiva gave his hand a squeeze before continuing, "You don't have to answer right now, Harry. Take some time to." "Legal guardian," he said, cutting her off. "Sorry. I want you to be my legal guardian. Then I can keep the Potter line going but still get away from the Dursleys. And I trust you." I don't like adults. I like you. I'd like you to be my legal guardian, Shiva," Harry finished in a rush. Shiva pulled the boy into a hug and for the first time she could remember, he hugged her back. "You sure, kid?" "Yes," he whispered into her shoulder. "Okay." She lifted a hand to quickly wipe away a sheen from her eyes. "My solicitor warned me that this might take a few months. But worst case scenario it shouldn't be any longer than a week or two into the summer before everything is finalized, tops. And even if it takes that long I want you to." "No." Harry pulled back and shook his head. Shiva frowned at him but before she could ask he already answered. "If it takes until a few weeks into the summer then I'll stay with them until it's done." But, I am not about to risk being stuck there for another 5 years simply because I couldn't handle 2 weeks. I'll stay until it's done and no one can do anything about it. Shiva regarded him carefully before sighing. You are very stubborn, you know that. Professor McGonagall says I get it from my father. Professor Flitwick says I get it from my mother. He smiled at her. The way I see it, I'm cursed to be twice as stubborn as either. Shiva had just sent off her owl to her solicitor with instructions and was headed back to her office when she saw a figure moving to block her path forward. A figure whose teeth caught the glint of the full moon. Sighing internally and stealing up her features, Shiva nodded to the idiot in front of her. Evening, Gilderoy. God, how she wished she could use his last name instead, but she honestly didn't trust herself not to call him Flofart like Harry and his friends like to. Ah, Babs, fancy running into you on this most beautiful of evenings. His smile widened while her teeth clenched at the horrible nickname. Why, the night is almost as beautiful as you, my dear. I've asked you not to call me that, Gilderoy, Shiva said, quietly counting to 10 internally. Ah, but Bathsheba is such a horridly mismatched name for a nymph such as yourself. Lockhart walked a little closer. It was close enough for her to smell his aftershave. Which was a shame because the scent itself was actually rather nice. It was just that it wrapped such a disgusting package. I'm not like your little fangirls prancing around the upper classes, Gilderoy. I've had a long day. Good night. She tried to push past him only to find him stepping back in front of her. Shiva hissed in frustration. Would this idiot ever stop? How many times did she have to shoot him down before he gave up the chase? You've said that for months now, Babs. Just one evening. You will never regret it, I promise. There are many who can testify to that. He winked at her. He actually winked at her. Shiva had to fight down the urge to vomit. Oh, look, mistletoe. You know what they say about traditions. A horrible idea came to Shiva, but she couldn't stop the manic grin from spreading across her face at its potential. Oh, that it is. You want a, Gilderoy. The idiot smiled and moved in, closing his eyes. Ah, see, that's the spirit, my, irk. Lockhart collapsed to the stone floor, hands clutched between his legs and knees clenched tight. Have a pleasant evening, Gilderoy. Shiva waved over her shoulder, walking away. The grin stayed plastered to her face and she whistled happily all the way back to her office. March was upon Hogwarts and an additional 3 students had been petrified. Harry was feared and hated by about half the school since the idiots still believed him to be the heir of Slytherin. He had taken to walking around with the concussor and ninja stones on his belt in case either was needed. Thankfully he hadn't had to defend against any actual attacks beyond the typical tripping jinxes and fearful gazes. The bigger surprise was the other half the school. Harry actually had allies. Hermione and Neville along with the Weasley twins and their sister were almost assured. A blonde, first-year friend of Ginny's, apparently named Luna, had also pledged her support. Though Harry hadn't been entirely certain whether the girl was agreeing that he was not the heir or if she was pledging her support to help him take over the school and purge the Raxperts. Lavender Brown, Parvati and Padma Patil, and the rest of the Gryffindor Quidditch team rallied behind him. The Hufflepuff support really only came down to Susan Bones and Hannah Abbott. Besides Padma and Luna, the Ravenclaws were also mostly avoiding him, with the notable exception of Su Li and Cho Chang, who had both stated unequivocally that they believed Harry had nothing to do with whatever was going on. The real surprise had been Slytherin. Most of the upper years had apparently been annoyed that Harry was rumored to be the heir and ignored it on principle. In their own year, Daphne Greengrass and Tracy Davis had reported that Millicent Bulstrode had taken to threatening anyone who claimed Harry had anything to do with the attacks, and Blaise Zabini had also begun to support him from the sidelines. Now if only Harry could figure out exactly who the heir was. Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom, McGonagall asked from the open door to the Charms classroom. I must speak with you for a moment. I'm sorry, Phileas, but I need to remove your students a little early. Of course, Flitwick responded with a worried look. McGonagall just gave a slight shake of her head. Don't forget to practice for your homework, gentlemen. Harry and Neville frowned at each other. An expression which only deepened after they had grabbed the bags and noticed that McGonagall was exceedingly drawn and tired. The stern head of house had never looked so withdrawn in front of her students before, and Harry felt the first fluttering of dread settle in his stomach. Professor, what's happened? Harry asked, pushing down his worry as simply overreacting. She was probably just coming to tell them what was taking so long with purchasing the mandrakes. He had been asking her every day after all. Then where is Hermione? How come she never showed up for class after running off at lunch? When does Hermione ever miss class? There has been another attack, Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was soft, too controlled to be remotely natural. Where is Hermione? Harry's brain screamed. So are we being questioned by Professor Dumbledore again? Does Snape want to accuse me of the attacks yet again? We are going to the hospital wing, Mr. Potter. The student was found in the hallway outside the library. Harry barely heard any more of his professor's sentence. He was too busy fighting down panic. Hermione was going to the library after lunch. She had had an idea. She had gone to research her idea. Where was Hermione? I assure you both that we will find the cause of this and where? Harry's mouth ran dry and had to start again. He did his best to ignore the gibbering fool screaming for bloody murder in a corner of his mind. Where is Hermione, Professor McGonagall? The three came to stop outside the doors to the infirmary and McGonagall turned shimmering eyes onto Harry. Miss Granger is inside, Harry. She was petrified just like the other victims. Harry's control strained against its bonds but he managed to keep hold long enough to open the doors to the wing. He nearly sprinted to his friend's side, Neville right behind him. Hermione was lying in a bed near Colin Creevey and the others. Her hand was extended with a small mirror clutched in it and a look of surprise frozen on her features. Her other hand was curled into a ball and held to her. Harry collapsed on top of her and, for the first time in 6 years, he cried. My boy, I am sorry, Dumbledore's voice droned out somewhere behind Harry. He couldn't be bothered to care. Please take all the time you need here. I am sure Miss Granger would not want you to neglect your classes on her account however. Harry's hands clenched and he started to rein himself back in. It wouldn't do to hex the headmaster. Hermione would never let him hear the end of it when she woke up. I don't see what the fuss is all about, Snape drawled near Dumbledore, the girl is just the same as the others. Harry's blood ran cold and his tears stopped immediately. He had in a deep breath and let it out slowly. Where are the mandrakes, Headmaster Dumbledore? Harry said, still clutching Hermione's side. Sorry. The mandrakes, Harry repeated. He lifted his head and gazed at them. If looks could kill, then Snape would be a smoldering pile of rags while Dumbledore would likely be twitching in pain. The mature mandrakes that Neville, Hermione and I advised you to buy weeks ago. The mandrakes that are now out of season for the large majority of Britain, and so have a diminishing stock every day. The mandrakes that we had compiled a list of. The mandrakes to restore our classmates and friends. Our mandrakes will be ready in mere weeks, Snape said. Neville growled right back at the professor while Harry never took his gaze from Dumbledore. Where are the mandrakes, sir? Nobody took much notice of the breeze picking up or the curtains beginning to flap near the windows. Despite the windows not being open, Dumbledore sighed. The Board of Governors, at the urging of Lucius Malfoy, has determined that there are insufficient funds in the Hogwarts budget to justify the purchase of mature mandrakes while a crop is already growing on the grounds. Neville's growl increased to a full snarl. He started to take a step towards the teachers but Harry stood up and all eyes turned to him. Harry's face was seething in rage, his lips curled into a primal sneer. The hair on his head whipped about as the breeze in the room became a small maelstrom centered on Harry. Harry stalked towards the assembled staff amidst complete silence from everyone else present. You bigoted, racist assholes. Harry yelled. Budget concerns. Budgets. You bastards. Would there be budget concerns if any of these people were purebloods? If their parents could be here yelling about the lack of treatment. If they had enough money to donate to the right causes or the right pockets. Would there be budget concerns then, Professor? Would there be budget concerns if anyone cared that they were losing months of their education due to these attacks? Well, sir, would there be budget concerns then? His eyes almost seemed to glow and the air near them had several small sparks flaring off every few seconds. My boy, I assure you. I am not your boy. My parents are dead, and the same philosophy that caused their murders is leaving my friends lying here. Budget concerns. You can take your budget concerns and shove it where the sun don't shine. Sir. Harry snarled and swept past the adults. Mr. Potter, where are you going? McGonagall asked softly. She started to reach a hand out to him but seemed to think better of it and stopped halfway, letting her arm fall back to her side. "To the library, Professor," Harry scowled, not bothering to look back. "If none of you can figure out what the bloody hell is going on, then I'll do it myself." "Neville." "Harry." Neville nodded to him and hurried to catch up. "Send off the forms. We'll buy the damn mandrakes ourselves. If the stores are out of stock, send it off to the ones we found out of country. I'll figure out what Hermione was searching for and if it has anything to do with why she was attacked. On it." Neville reached the doors a second before Harry and took off down the corridor while Harry turned towards the library. The staff was left gaping behind the two. "What just happened?" Pomfrey asked quietly. "We were told very firmly how our world seems to work these days by two 12-year-olds, McGonagall said. She turned her gaze on Dumbledore with barely contained disgust. "And they were absolutely correct. Potter. He had no right to speak to us like," Snape tried to spit out, glaring after Harry. He was cut off mid-rant by McGonagall slapping him across the cheek. 3 sets of eyes turned to McGonagall in shock, who simply lowered her hand. "As I said, Harry and Neville were absolutely correct. You, Albus, could have overrode the board in the matter of safety of the students. You, Severus, could have immediately searched out low-cost, fast alternatives to waiting months for our crop to mature. And I could have taken a far more targeted interest in healing my students than allowing this farce to continue. You all know as well as I do that if Draco Malfoy was lying in one of these beds, not even a week would pass before he was walking around the castle again. And yet, Mr. Creevey has been lying there since before the turn of the new year in his first year. We should all be ashamed of ourselves." McGonagall scowled at all of them and turned to stalk out of the hospital wing. "I for one am going to attempt to catch Mr. Longbottom before he sends that owl in order to add my own gold to their purchase efforts." The wind trailing Harry had finally calmed by the time he stalked into the library. He was still riled up, but he had regained enough sense to speak with Madame Pants in a somewhat even tone. She had shown him the book that Hermione had been using prior to running off. Dangerous Magical Creatures. And it was missing a page from near the beginning. Harry stared down at the missing section with wide eyes and a gaping mouth. Hermione vandalized a book. The thought of such an event almost had Harry doubling over in laughter and shock. At least he had somewhere to start now. Hagrid would be the next stop. Harry had just walked out of the library and almost ran into Neville and McGonagall when he froze again. A soft beeping sounded from his left shirt sleeve and a red mark glowed faintly before dying down. "Harry?" Neville asked, cocking his head at the fading rune mark on Harry's robe. "What was that?" "Someone's trying to get into my trunk," Harry said, confused. His features twisted in rage a second later and he repeated, "Someone's trying to get into my trunk." He took off sprinting down the corridor. Neville and McGonagall shook off their surprise and ran after him a few moments later. They had just managed to open the fat lady's portrait door when Harry whipped out his ninja stone, activated it and flew up the stairs to his dormitory. As he threw open the door, he saw Ron Weasley sitting on the floor near Harry's open trunk with the invisibility cloak in his hands. Harry's world turned red and he lashed out. A kick to the redhead's hand saw the cloak fly out and flutter to a heap on the floor. Harry didn't even notice the door to the dorm bang open again as he threw a punch into Ron's ribs. The boy cried out, but Harry sent another punch into Ron, silencing him with a wheeze. He lost his hold on the ninja stone and melted back into view, but he didn't care. Harry grabbed Ron and tossed him to the wall. He tried to throw another punch into the whimpering boy but found his arms restrained as ropes wrapped around him. Neville caught him so he didn't fall and Fred and George ran into the room as well. "You little git," Harry yelled. The twins looked from Harry to Ron and back. "Mr. Potter, would you care to explain?" McGonagall said, lowering her wand. "I saw the look he gave my invisibility cloak last year, Professor." Harry spat out. Fred and George were there. They saw it too. Ask them how Ron looked at it. McGonagall glanced at the 2 older boys who looked guiltily at each other before turning back to her and slowly nodding. "It was the first time I ever got anything. I got worried he might try something, so I warded my trunk. There's 3 layers. One in case someone tries to open it that sends an alert to the entwined rune on my robes and sounds a warning here as well. The second activates if they try again and it marks their head. See?" Harry jerked his chin towards Ron, who had the word thief across his forehead as if written with a green magic marker. One of the twins snorted and nodded approvingly. McGonagall's eyes just narrowed. The third layer knocks them back and gives a mild electric shock. You have to deliberately want to take something to keep going through all three. Harry spat at the redhead who had finally managed to stumble to his feet. What? Got tired thinking how the heir of Slytherin had such nice things. You wanted to take some for yourself. I heard Hermione was attacked. Ron yelled back, his face darkening. I wanted to follow you and get proof that you're the one hurting people. That cloak's the best way to do it. That's the only thing I have of my father, you ass. You want to take the pictures of my parents as well. How about my mother's notebooks? Or maybe you're more interested in the rune case Shiva gave me. Or the etching set from Hermione. Well, what else do you want you? That's enough, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said forcefully. Unlike in the hospital wing earlier, Harry calmed down enough to simply glare at Ron. Mr. Weasley, 25 points from Gryffindor and a week of detention served between myself and Mr. Filch. I am ashamed that you resort to petty theft of a family heirloom. Rest assured this will be brought up to your parents. Misters Fred and George Weasley, please escort your brother to the hospital wing to ensure that any injuries he has are treated. Both twins nodded and moved to grab Ron's shoulders. Fred patted Harry on the back as they passed, muttered a quiet, "Sorry mate," to him. Mr. Potter, I understand the stress you are currently under, but this is not the way to deal with the situation. 15 points deducted for physical altercation, 5 points gained for a creative warding scheme. McGonagall sighed. Miss Granger will be fine, Harry. She was petrified, yes, but she is otherwise uninjured. You need to calm down so that you remain that way yourself. Mr. Longbottom, please ensure to take care of him in the meantime. So why are we going to Hagrid again? Neville asked, following Harry. It had been nearly a day until Harry was calm enough to go out and talk to the large man. Shiva had tried to speak with Harry a few times since then, but he had simply stayed silent, standing vigil over Hermione. Hermione was looking up something about dangerous magical creatures. Who do we know who is the best source to get more information on that particular topic? Harry said with raised eyebrows. Neville chuckled. Yeah, good point. He stopped and squinted towards their friend's hut. Hey, that's the minister. And Aurors, what are they doing at Hagrid's? Harry's insides went cold. Neville, activate your ninja and listen at the window. Are you sure? Yeah. Harry grabbed his own rune stone and pushed the activator etching. Feeling the now familiar shiver of the camouflage and silencing wards wrapping around him, Harry hurried to kneel down by the window to Hagrid's hut. He saw a small shimmer in the air next to him and knew that Neville had arrived as well. Really, Minister, this is unnecessary. Dumbledore's voice drifted out to them from somewhere inside. Now, Albus, the attacks have yet to stop. The Ministry must be seen to be doing something. Harry's eyes narrowed at the implications of that statement. He shifted so that he could watch the man in the lime green bowler hat. The Minister was standing behind a trio of Aurors talking with Dumbledore while Hagrid sobbed into a large handkerchief at his table. Hagrid does not even have a wand. And the last time he was accused, the creature he was found with was an Acromantula. Acromantulas cannot petrify victims in any way, Cornelius. One of the Aurors shifted her weight from foot to foot. Harry started as he recognized Tonks. Her hair wasn't pink anymore but instead was brown and mousy. He could barely recognize her without the wild hair or carefree expression. He's right, Minister Fudge. I looked it up. Acromantulas can kill no problem and they're smart as hell, but they couldn't be related to what's happening right now. Be that as it may, I am the Minister, Auror, and I say what is and is not possible. Harry snarled. This man was even worse than Ron. At least the idiot Weasley used some form of logic. Now arrest him and bring him to Azkaban until this mess is all solved. But what about a trial, sir? Tonks tried again. Dumbledore just sighed and shook his head. The old man, the chief warlock, didn't seem to be willing to do anything, and Harry felt the wind picking up around him again. Rook, one of the other Aurors said to Tonks, let it go. If you want to graduate, just shut up and do what you're told. That doesn't seem. It's alright, Hagrid said with a final wheeze into his hanky. I'll go, Tonksy. Just promise me you'll find who's doing this and help those kids. We'll figure it out, Hagrid, Tonks said, wilting even further. How dare they do that, Tonks? To Hagrid. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and turned back to the dim outline of Neville. His eyes widened as he noticed that he himself was visible again. With a start, Harry saw the small tornado that was whipping up by him and the sparks flying from the ninja clutched in his hands. Harry hurriedly damped down on whatever wild magic he was sending off and the ninja stopped sparking, the illusions and silencing wards snapping back into place around him. Breathing a sigh of relief and nodding thanks at Neville's outline, Harry turned back to the window. Enough of this. Arrest him. I have other meetings to get to, Fudge said with a twist of his hat. The small group stepped out with Hagrid in some sort of cuffs between them and Tonks trailing dejectedly behind. If being an Auror did that to her, he hoped she didn't end up graduating. Tonks should be fun and cheery, not looking like Dudley had been jumping on her back. Within a minute everyone had left Hagrid's hut and Neville and Harry dropped the ninja stones back into their belt holsters. What the hell is going on, Harry? Neville stared where the group had disappeared to in the distance. I don't know. But now we really have to figure it out. The government obviously doesn't seem to want to solve anything. Harry's glare increased. Yet another strike against people with authority. I'm sorry, Hermione, Harry said holding his friend's hand. He and Neville had stopped in to talk with her after classes had let out. We can't get the mandrakes for you just yet. Apparently, Harry spit the word like a curse. Lucius Malfoy has managed to get a new law passed that regulates the import of dangerous magical substances and requires a holding period to ensure they are properly stored and inspected. By the time we could get them here, the ones growing would already be mature. I'm going to get that man. I don't know how, but I'm going to get back at him somehow. Neville smirked from her other side. We did find the book you were looking at though. I know Harry thinks you tore out that page, but I still say he's mental. I mean really, Hermione Granger defacing a book. That's more insane than teaching Trevor to do the tango. He chuckled. We did order a new copy though, just in case you really did do it. That way we can check the page and try to figure out what you already knew. Yeah, maybe next time tell us what you're running off to check so that we don't have to guess, Harry said, squeezing her hand. He frowned. She was holding something in the hand clutched to her. What the, Neville, look at this. What? Neville leaned over Hermione and peered at the hand. Is that paper? Hang on. Harry grabbed one of the tweezer-like instruments on a side table near him and carefully worked the paper out of her hand. He unfolded it and held it up in triumph to Neville. Told you she tore the page. Yeah, bully for you. What's it say? Harry squinted at the little piece of paper. No SS are more feared than the King of Serpents. The Basilisk. A basilisk is born by hatching a chicken egg warmed from under a toad. They continue to grow as long as they live and specimens have been known to survive millennia. A basilisk's gaze will immediately kill nearly anything that looks into its eyes, and in addition, the S's venom is the most potent poison known to our world, only able to be healed through the tears of a phoenix. Basilisk hide is nearly immune to spell fire, even more so than a dragon. The only known weakness of a basilisk is the crow of a rooster, which is nearly instantly fatal to the creature. Neville, Harry stared down at the paper with wide eyes. Weren't all the roosters killed on Halloween? Yeah, Neville swallowed nervously. But that can't be the monster, can it? The book says its gaze kills, not petrifies. Harry slowly shook his head, staring at the mirror still stuck in Hermione's fingers and the camera Colin was clutching. But what if someone didn't see it directly, Nev? What if someone saw it, say through a mirror? Or a camera? Or a puddle of water? Or a reflection in a suit of armor? Or through a ghost? And Salazar Slytherin was supposedly a Parseltongue like me, right? It would make sense for his monster to be something only he could control. And it would explain why you could hear it and we couldn't. We need to find Babbling and the other professors and let them know immediately. Wait, Nev, give me a minute. Harry tore into his bag, pulled out his etching tool and whipped off his glasses. Harry, this isn't the time for a new invention. We have to tell them there's a monster S on the loose that can kill you by looking at you. Bloody hell, it's a miracle no one's died yet. I know. This should just take a minute. What are you doing, Harry? Neville was practically jumping from one foot to another. It's a reflection rune twined with a magic rune. Maybe it'll bounce the gaze back at the thing if we stumble across it. Harry finished his work and the glass of his lenses flashed briefly before the lines faded back to barely visible patterns. Harry put them back on his face and grabbed a shiny tray from the table, handing it off to Neville. What? I don't get a reflection thing. Can you transfigure glasses? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. Neville wilted and shook his head. That's what I thought. Besides, there's probably a 50-50 shot that this does nothing anyway and the basilisk just kills me. This way at least one of us will probably survive if we get unlucky. Harry and Neville practically flew down the corridors, slowing only at intersections where Neville would carefully hold his shiny tray to peer around the corner and Harry would pray his reflector lenses held up. They had just tore around the corner to Shiva's office and raised their fists to slam on the door when it was pulled open from the inside. A white-faced Shiva stared back out at them, jerking back slightly in surprise before regaining her composure. Harry, Neville, this really isn't a good time. I have to get to the teacher's conference room immediately and… Shiva, we know what's been attacking everyone. It's Harry explained hurriedly. Before he could get the nature of the beast out though, Daphne Greengrass barreled into the corridor at a flat run. She saw Harry, Neville and Shiva and angled for them. Before anyone could say anything, Daphne had grabbed Harry's robes in both hands and was pleading with him. Potter, please tell me you've seen her. She ran and I can't find her. I should have realized something was wrong but I didn't see it until it was too late. Please, I need to find her. Harry had never seen Daphne with so much as a hair out of place before, but now she looked like Dudley had been chasing her for miles. Her face was splotchy, her hair wild, there were tear tracks down her face and her voice was just short of complete panic. Daphne, what are you talking about? Harry asked, trying to ignore the hands still clenched in his robes and focus on the girl in front of him. Tracy. I touched that stupid diary and she completely freaked out. She ran out of the room and I lost her and she's gone. She's gone. Potter, I need to find her. I don't know what's going on but something is horribly wrong. Tracy Davis, Shiva said in a whisper behind the three students. Her face had lost what little color it had left. Yes. Have you seen her, Professor? Please, I need to find her. She's my friend, Daphne said with a hitch. Miss Greengrass, all students return to your dormitories. All students return to your dormitories. Remain in your common rooms. Instructions will follow. Dumbledore's voice reverberated through the castle, sounding almost as if it was coming from the very walls themselves. Harry's blood ran cold as he turned between the frantic Daphne and the despondent Shiva. Shiva, where is Tracy? The three of you inside. Now, Shiva said as she wiped a hand down her face and pushed her door open further. The students dutifully filed into the office. I am sorry to have to tell you this, but another message was discovered on the walls a few minutes ago. It appears that Miss Davis was taken. Taken? Neville asked as his eyes narrowed. Taken where? How? Harry's mind started turning. How did this fit? Why take Tracy into the chamber? We don't know how. I'm sorry, Miss Greengrass, but no. Daphne yelled, not letting go of Harry's arm. Her eyes widened and she took a shuddering breath before sitting up straight and her features visibly freezing into a mask of calm and disinterest. What did the message say, Professor? It said, Shiva said, that Davis' skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Her death will feed the rebirth. She gave a dark chuckle. We have so utterly failed this school. What the hell would a basilisk need Tracy for? Neville asked, collapsing back against the wall. A basilisk? Shiva and Daphne both stared at the boy in utter confusion. It's the air, Nev. The basilisk is just the weapon, but someone needs to be controlling it. Someone who's done it before. Or at least someone who's figured it out and is using this as the perfect opportunity. What if it's Lockhart? Maybe it's him and he needed Tracy to complete some ritual or something. Flofart. There's no way that idiot is the heir. Neville shot back. It would be a good cover, Harry muttered. What the hell are you two talking about with a basilisk? Shiva asked, turning a hard stare on Harry. Harry, I need to get to this staff meeting, but if you know what is going on I need to know. Now. Hermione figured it out before she was attacked. Shiva, Harry explained. The monster is a basilisk. It's vulnerable to roosters. All the roosters were killed on Halloween before the first attack. Its gaze kills, but nobody has seen the direct gaze. Everybody's been really lucky and only caught a reflection or a distorted view, and so they've just been petrified. It's supposed to be Salazar Slytherin's monster and he was a Parseltongue. It all fits. The monster is a basilisk. Shiva cursed and Daphne's eyes widened, turning between the two boys present. But if Lockhart has a basilisk under his control, why go after Tracy? Search me. Harry shrugged. Let's go ask him, Shiva growled before sweeping to her feet. Wait, Shiva, can you transfigure glasses? Or at least something reflective? Harry asked, grabbing her arm before they could leave the room. What? Why? Harry pointed to his glasses. The eyes, Shiva. A basilisk kills if you meet its eyes. I etched these into reflector lenses which might bounce its gaze back at it, but neither Nev nor I can transfigure glasses, so he had to make do with that tray. Neville helpfully held up his medical tray. Shiva peered at his lenses, noticing the faint rune lines stenciled into the glass. She stood back up, shaking her head. I with transfiguration. Good catch though. Flicking her wand, 2 small mirrors flew out of the inner room and into her hand. She handed one to Daphne and took the other herself. These will have to do for now. Come on everyone. The foursome hurried down the corridors of the castle. With any luck, Lockhart would be at the staff meeting and they'd have backup. Shiva was directing them towards his office first though, since it was on the way. She didn't even stop to say anything as they pulled up outside. Shiva just slashed her wand down with a muttered banishing hex and the door slammed open. As the 4 stepped into the office, Lockhart looked up from in front of his desk, pushing his trunk closed. Oh, hello, everyone. Lockhart's smile was strained and his face pale. I'm afraid I just received a call from my editor and I must be off immediately. You're not going anywhere, Gilderoy, Shiva said, glaring at the man. Where's Tracy, you bastard? Daphne snarled. Her wand started to come up, but Harry held her arm down, shaking his head and nodding towards Shiva, letting his mentor take the lead. Come on, Gilderoy. We're going to the rest of the staff and you're going to explain some things about what's been going on around here since you showed up. I really have no idea what you're talking about. I must be going. Lockhart shifted slightly so that his side was facing the group with one arm hidden. He started to bend to seemingly pick up his trunk but spun with his wand out. Before an incantation could leave his lips, 4 disarming spells slammed into the man. Lockhart was thrown back into his desk while his wand flew out his hand and smashed into the ceiling with a crack. The wand dropped back to the tiles, almost broken into 2 but held together by a sliver of wooden unicorn hair. Real smart, Gilderoy, Shiva said with a snort before picking up the wand and pocketing it. Now where's the girl? What? Lockhart wheezed, holding his head and shakily getting to his feet. The Davis girl. How should I know? Because you're the one who took her, arsehole. Daphne yelled. She threw off Harry's arm and pointed her wand at the teacher with the tip glowing. I lost her near Myrtle's bathroom. Where did you take her? Harry froze. Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle's bathroom. Myrtle. Why? Bloody hell. The entrance is in the bathroom, Harry said, gaping. What? Neville and Shiva said, giving him a quick glance before returning their attention to Lockhart. Dobby said that the last time the chamber was opened, died, Harry explained, feeling numb. They had been sitting right outside the bloody thing for nearly a month and never once noticed it. The only I can think of is Myrtle. Myrtle, who haunts the place she died. Daphne, you lost Tracy outside Myrtle's bathroom. The chamber's entrance is in Myrtle's bathroom. I can't believe I didn't see this before. I am such an idiot. Neville's mouth dropped open as he processed what Harry was saying. Daphne's glare just hardened though her wand tip stopped glowing. Shiva's eyes narrowed in thought before giving a short head nod of agreement. Good enough for me. She flicked her wand towards the entrance. Move it, Gilderoy. To the bathroom. Harry, take Daphne and Neville and go get some backup. No, Harry said with a firm shake of his head. Harry, this is not a debate. If you think I am leaving you alone with him and a basilisk, you are insane. Harry snarled at her, losing his grip on the rage that seethed up. You are the closest thing to a bloody loved one I've ever had, and I'll be damned before I let you go into the chamber alone. I'm coming with you. As am I, Daphne said, stepping beside Harry. If Tracy is down there, there is no way you are leaving me behind. Neville moved to stand with the other 2 students. And I'm not backing down from this either. I'd never be able to look at my mum and dad again if I let you 3 go alone. Shiva growled and muttered, Merlin be damned, teenagers. Fine. But you all listen to me and do exactly what I tell you, yeah? 3 answering nods later, Shiva continued, good. Okay, fine. Tilly. A small house elf popped into view near Shiva, startling the 3 students and Lockhart. This one looked far better off than Dobby, though she was still clad in little more than a fancy tea towel. How can Tilly be helping Mistress Shetty? Tilly, Go to Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, Snape and Dumbledore. Tell them I believe the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is inside Ing Myrtle's bathroom and I am en route with the assumed perpetrator. What? Lockhart squawked. Shiva ignored him and kept going. Tell them I believe the instrument of attack to be a basilisk and require immediate assistance. Got that? Yes, Mistress Shetty, Tilly said, bobbing her head. Tilly will be telling the professors immediately. She popped out of the room with a snap. Shiva nodded and turned to the others, gesturing towards the door out. Lockhart tried protesting again but found himself tossed out the door by a flip of a wand. The three others followed along behind him as the stumbling staff members started walking towards the ghost's bathroom and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. As they got to the bathroom, Harry grabbed Shiva's arm. Shiva, I should go first. Like hell, kid. Not happening, she said, snorting. I'm the only one with glasses. I'm the one who talks to SS. If I go first and it's there, I have a far better chance of surviving than anyone else here, he said, staring at her. You know I'm right, Shiva. She worked her mouth for a few moments before scowling. Sometimes I really hate that you can use logic, you know that. You open the door and take a quick peek. That's it. Nothing else. You see anything besides Myrtle and you slam that door closed, got it? Harry nodded and Shiva let out an explosive sigh. Fine, everyone step back. Lockhart, stay where I can see you. She motioned to Harry and made sure she could cover both the door and Lockhart. Harry took a deep breath and cracked the door to Myrtle's haunt. He opened it just a sliver, enough to take a short scan of the room beyond. It was empty. Letting out his breath, Harry pushed the door open completely and waved the others forward. As they trooped into the room, Myrtle floated out of her stall. Hello, Harry. Hello, Neville. Come to visit with me. Actually, Myrtle, we need to ask you a question, Harry said, taking the lead. Daphne looked ready to jump down the ghost's throat, but Neville gave her a slight shake of his head and she backed down. Really? Me? How can I help you? Well, please don't freak out, Myrtle, because this is really important. The ghost nodded at Harry's plea. We need to know if you remember how you died. Myrtle just shrugged. It wasn't exciting. I was crying because Olive had said something mean. There was a noise, a boy had come in and started talking and hissing. I got angry at him because this is a girl's room, so I opened the door to yell at him. Next thing I know, I'm staring into these giant yellow eyes and then I'm dead. Nothing fun, like Nick. Merlin, Shiva breathed out, it really is a bloody basilisk. Do you remember where the eyes you saw were, Myrtle? Harry asked. Myrtle shrugged again and pointed towards the sinks. Over there. Are you going looking for whatever killed me? Harry and the others nodded. Lockhart squeaked. If you die, you can share my bathroom, Harry. You too, Neville, Myrtle said bashfully. Harry and Neville both tried to ignore the fact that a ghost apparently had a crush on them. Harry walked over to the sinks and started looking on, under and around them, with Daphne coming over to help. Shiva stayed watching Lockhart. You know, I really don't know why I'm here, Lockhart started. I mean, sure, I may have lied a bit on some of my books, but kidnapping and attempted murder. Me? Really? Yup, Shiva replied simply. I'm really only good at one spell, you know. I'm a genius with memory charms. I'm not very good at anything else. I simply don't have the necessary skill set to kill someone, even if I ever had the motivation. What would be the point, Babs? He held his arms out to his side. Why would I bother trying to kill anyone? All I want is fame and fortune. I have both. I have witches lining up to sleep with me. Why would I risk any of that to try and kill some students? Search me. Shiva glared at him. And are you really going to keep using that horrible name that I hate while I am half convinced you're a wannabe murderer and have a wand trained on you? Lockhart paled again as the implications sank in. Potter, Daphne exclaimed. She pointed towards a section of one of the sinks. Look, AS motif. This must be it. Harry shifted around to look at the spot she was pointing at to see a tiny S etched onto the side of the faucet. Worth a shot. Everyone ready? 3 answering nods later, Harry turned back to the sink. Open, he said to the S motif. Nothing happened. That was English, Harry, Neville said. Try Parseltongue. It's not exactly easy to do on command, you know, Harry grumbled irritably. Well, you don't exactly practice it, Neville rolled his eyes. Try imagining it's real before you say anything again. Harry sighed and turned back to the little imprint. He tried to imagine the thing waving its head at him and shifting its body. After a moment Harry felt something click in his head and he whispered, "Tilde open." Tilde. This time the S responded. It coiled into a circle around the faucet and the entire sink structure sunk into the floor, exposing a dark tunnel leading underground. "Well," Shiva said, dumbfounded. "That's new. Let's go." "Tracy's down there." Daphne looked ready to jump down before Harry grabbed her and pulled her back from the edge. "1 second, Daphne." Harry pulled over his pack before popping the top and grabbing the rune case Shiva had gotten him last Christmas. "Neville, Daphne, here." "Sorry, Shiva, I only have 2 extras," he said with a shrug. "These are concussors, reductors, and blasters. They work basically just like the spells they're named after, but you just have to channel a bit of magic into it to activate it instead of going through a wand motion. The rune pattern directs the spell, so make sure it's facing away from you and your fingers aren't covering it." "That hurts. A lot." Daphne frowned at him. "I can fire a reducto with my wand, Potter." "Yeah, I can too, but this is faster and you can use it in your offhand while using a wand in your main hand if you want. As long as you don't use it continuously for 5 minutes or so, it shouldn't disintegrate or crumble on you." "Should we wait for the reinforcements?" Neville asked. Both Shiva and Daphne shook their heads. "If Davis is down there already, every second we wait could be worse for her. There's nothing I can say to make any of you stay up here." Lockhart raised his hand before she snorted at him and he closed his mouth. The rest just shook their heads. Shiva sighed but nodded. "Very well. Lockhart, you first. I'll follow. Then Harry, Neville and Daphne, you bring up the rear." "I really don't think this is a good," Lockhart said before Shiva flicked her wand and he soared into the tunnel shrieking like a teenage girl. "You know, I'm starting to think maybe he really isn't the controller," Shiva said with a sigh. "Be careful everyone. If he isn't, Merlin knows just who is actually down there controlling the bloody S. Keep on your toes, keep your mirrors out, and be ready to shut your eyes if you see scales." She stepped up to the edge and muttered, "Merlin, help me and Goddess watch over these kids and their idiot of a professor." She stepped over the side and slid into the tunnel. Harry quickly jumped in after her. He heard Neville and Daphne follow him down, and then there was a grinding noise reverberating down the tunnel along with what little light filtered through disappearing. Harry flew out the end of the tunnel, skidding along on the dirt and mud before stopping near a small pile of bones against the wall. The lower section was lit up by Shiva's wand and he rolled out of the way as Neville and Daphne flew out on his heels. "Tunnel closed as I jumped in," Daphne said, getting to her feet and brushing her robes off. "Looks like the reinforcements aren't going to make it," Shiva swore, and Neville turned a bit green before squaring his shoulders. Harry just shrugged. "Well, I fought Voldemort alone last year. I'm already doing better so far." "That," Neville said, his eyes wide, "is a very large piece of skin." He was pointing at a discarded mold which had presumably been left by the basilisk. It looked to be about 30 to 40 feet long. Harry shrugged. "This thing was Salazar Slytherin's pet. It's over 1,000 years old. Of course it's going to be big, Nev." Daphne stared at Harry and shook her head. "How the bloody hell are you so calm about this?" "Well, when you've fought a man with a face poking out of the back of his skull, a big S isn't quite as bad." Harry paused and sighed. "Also, I'm not calm, I'm terrified. I've just had a lot of practice with hiding some of my emotions." His eyes narrowed and a small storm of fury played over his features. "And this thing hurt Hermione. I'm going to kill it." "Right. Remind me not to piss you off," Daphne muttered, edging away from him slightly. The small group walked a little further down the tunnel before Harry stopped and turned to Shiva. "Shiva, can you transfigure a rooster? It would make this a lot less dangerous." Shiva rubbed the bridge of her nose. "Seriously, I can't transfigure glasses. Why would you think I can transfigure a rooster?" "You could at least try," Daphne snarked. "You are a teacher." "A runes teacher," Shiva muttered. "Fine, it can't hurt to attempt it, I suppose. You know, even if I manage to get a rooster, it's not very likely to do much of anything beyond scare the thing. Transfigured animals aren't actual animals. A transfigured rooster won't have whatever properties allow real roosters to hurt the basilisk." "It's 1,000-year-old S," Harry replied dryly. "Any advantage is a good advantage." Shiva crouched down, aimed at a large rock in the tunnel about the size of a chicken, and started muttering enchantments and flicked her wand at it. After a few seconds the rock, with a bit of a pop, turned into a craggy rooster-like shape that gave a croak before flopping over onto the ground and not moving. I told you I had transfiguration, Shiva grumbled. As she started to stand, Lockhart suddenly rushed her. Neville yelled, attempting to fire a stunner at him, but the shot went wild. Harry and Daphne drew their wands towards the man, but he twisted back away from Shiva with his broken wand in hand before they could do anything. Such a shame that you all were killed by the basilisk. This will make a perfect end to my newest book, Lockhart said with a manic grin. He started to slash his wand down. Shiva yelled out, Protega. At the same time as a luminous shield sprang into existence in front of the group, Lockhart screamed out, Obliviate. His spell shot out from both ends of his wand. One beam struck Lockhart, sending him into the wall of tunnel. The second beam hit Shiva's shield and rebounded into the ceiling. A spreading crack was all the warning the group had before a large section of ceiling shattered and gigantic pieces of rock crashed into the corridor. Harry dove, knocking Daphne out of the way of the debris, both students holding their hands over their heads as the dust settled and the rumbling stopped. Picking himself up, Harry turned back to the newly formed blockage. Daphne was the only other one he could see. Shiva, Neville. Harry yelled frantically, throwing some of the smaller rocks back. Please let them be okay. Please let them be okay. Please let them be okay. He didn't know who he was praying to, but prayed anyway. Harry. A muffled voice yelled back. Harry. Are you okay? Is Daphne all right? Harry breathed a sigh of relief at hearing Shiva's voice. He looked over at Daphne, who coughed and gave him a thumbs up. Yeah, we're fine, Shiva. Are you okay? Is Neville all right? I'm fine, Harry. Neville's reply was just as muffled as Shiva's. Looks like Lockhart brought down the ceiling. One rock hit him in the crotch as it fell. Serves the bugger right. Now that Neville mentioned it, Harry could dimly make out a sort of muffled groan. Harry, stay there, I'm going to try to shift some of these rocks, Shiva said. A few moments later there was a soft crash as some of the boulders moved and the ceiling groaned. Harry could hear soft cursing coming from the other side of the barrier. Bloody freaking hell. Okay guys, I'm going to have to shore up the ceiling as I shift this stuff. I'll add some runes into the supports to make sure it holds, but it's still going to take close to an hour to get through this shite. Daphne snarled and grabbed Harry's arm. We can't wait that long. Tracy could be dying. Harry looked between his friend and the cave-in. Eventually he sighed and nodded at her. Shiva, Daphne and I will keep going. You guys catch up when you can. What the bloody hell? Don't you bloody dare you get. You two stay right. Shiva. Harry yelled back, cutting her off. We came down here without waiting for the others because Tracy's in danger. We'll be careful, but we can't afford to just sit here and wait. I don't give a rat's ass about that, you little shite. I have not been looking out for you for the past 2 years or fighting to get custody for the last year just for you to run off and get yourself killed and eaten by a bloody basilisk. You hear me, Harry? You stay right there until I get through this. But Tracy could be, Harry tried. I don't know Tracy. I know you. I care about you. It's bad enough I let you convince me to bring you down here. You can't run off on me like this, Harry. Not now. Not ever. Having someone yell at Harry because they cared about him was an entirely new experience to the boy. Even Hermione hadn't ever really raised her voice to him quite like this. He cringed, a huge feeling of guilt settling onto his shoulders. Listen to me, Harry. This isn't a Cerberus lulled by music or a troll you can hit with a club or an exploding rune. This is a bloody basilisk. A creature 1,000 years old with venom strong enough to kill you with a single drop and a stare that spells instant death. If you and Daphne go forward without us, in all likelihood you will die. Daphne grabbed his hand and drew his gaze into her eyes. Please, Potter. I can't leave her there, please. Harry took a shuddering breath, squared his shoulders and turned back to the cave-in. Shiva, what if it was me in there? Would you want someone to wait while they could maybe save me by going ahead? The stream of curses that followed greatly expanded Harry's vocabulary. He knew he'd won the argument. It didn't make him feel any better. Fine. You are going to end up giving me a heart attack before I hit 25, you bloody bastard. I swear to the goddess, if either of you die in there before we get through, then I am going to personally resurrect you just so I can kill you again. Harry, make sure you're careful, mate. Neville yelled, also sounding rather frustrated and annoyed. If you get hurt, Hermione's going to kill me for letting you go alone. He's not alone. Daphne yelled. Be careful with the tunnel and hurry up. She started down the tunnel. Come on, Potter. Let's get Tracy and get the hell out of this place. Harry nodded and started after her. They had gotten a few dozen meters further down when he heard a soft crack and looked down at his feet. Lifting his boot, Harry saw he had stepped onto a pair of small glasses. Daphne, hold up. I need a minute here. Daphne came back and glared at him. We have to keep moving, Potter. She stared at the glasses in his hands and froze. Reaching out a shaking hand, she pointed at the lenses. Those are Tracy's reading glasses. Well, at least we know she's definitely here, Harry said distractedly. He pulled out his etching tool and quickly added the markings to turn them into reflector lenses. Harry really wished he'd paid more attention to the charm Hermione had used the first time he met her. Here, he said, handing them over to her. The left lens is a little cracked, but I think the runes will mostly hold. Remember, I have absolutely no idea if these things will actually work to reflect its gaze. If either of us gets hit and petrified, then we know it doesn't work. If the left lens cracks, then close your eye because that cluster will be broken. Daphne nodded, slipping the glasses onto her face with a small grimace. Well, at least her eyes are mostly good. This is still going to give me a headache though. Better a headache than dead, Harry retorted, standing up. You can see though, right? Well enough. Can we go now? Yeah, let's go. The two proceeded a bit further into the tunnel before stopping in front of a large door covered with S motifs around a central circular seal. Guess this is it, Daphne said, barely above a whisper. Potter, Harry, thanks for this. We'll save her, Daphne, Harry replied. He turned to the door. Tilde open. Tilde, the S carving slithered away from the central seal and the door swung open. Be careful, Harry said, stepping through the door, wand and rune held high in each hand. Harry and Daphne padded cautiously into the Chamber of Secrets, covering both sides as they walked forward. When they were halfway through the cavernous room, the torches along the walls lit up, illuminating the rest of the space. Blinking from the sudden light, Daphne's eyes widened when she centered on the figures near the base of a statue of the front of the room. Tracy. Daphne ran forwards with Harry cursing and following after her. Tracy. She yelled, skidding to a halt next to her friend. Daphne grabbed her sweaty, pale hand and checked for a pulse. Harry meanwhile had pulled up and held his wand on the transparent figure standing nearby on top of a vaguely familiar ratty old book. So, Harry said with forced calm, you're the one who's been doing all this. Technically, Tracy Davis has been, but yes, I've been whispering to her and forcing her hand, the spirit said with a small nod. She's alive. Daphne carefully let her friend's hand drop back to her, then stood and pointed her wand and the figure with a snarl. What the hell have you done to her, arsehole? She did it to herself, the figure shrugged. She poured her heart and soul out into me. Quite literally at that, he chuckled. Being in love with one's own best friend is apparently enough to upset one quite dearly. Times certainly have changed since I first prowled these halls. Daphne visibly flinched at that comment and her wand hand shook. Harry grimaced but resolved to deal with the issue later after everyone was still breathing. I'm going to kill you, you bastard, Daphne whispered to the spirit. Who the hell are you? And how do we save her? Harry asked. You must be Harry Potter, the spirit said, raising its eyebrows. I have to say I'm a little disappointed that you're not more intimidating. However, you did reach this place, so I suppose you're not a total disappointment. Tell me, how did you kill me? I am ever so curious. What? Harry and Daphne both exclaimed. How did you kill me? Do you remember? Tracy said you were just a baby at the time. So I doubt it was intentional, but still you never really know with things like this. A growing horror seeped through Harry at the figure's words. That's not possible. Oh, I assure you it is. I took great steps to ensure my longevity after all. Daphne looked between Harry and the spirit. What the hell is going on, Potter? Can you kill it? Will that help Tracy? Oh, he can't kill me, the spirit laughed again. I am not the physical. Not yet. You look a lot different than you did last year, Harry said. Stall. Worked last time. Maybe I can keep him talking long enough for Shiva and Neville to get here. Maybe they'll know how to kill a ghost thing. Also, that was true. Tracy wasn't certain if those rumors had substance. Well, it's good to know my later efforts weren't entirely wasted. Even if he has been rather pathetic overall. Really, 10 years to make a play. I will do far better once I regain form. Who the bloody hell are you? Daphne whispered. You haven't figured it out yet. Shame. I thought you were supposed to be intelligent. I was actually planning to give you a high place in my society. Well, perhaps a bit of help I suppose. He took a wand out from behind his back. Daphne's eyes narrowed and her lips curled into a snarl. That's Tracy's. Yes, I am draining her after all. It's not like she can use it at the moment. He drew a series of glowing letters in the air, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Now watch closely here. I thought this a rather ingenious anagram myself. The words rearranged themselves into, I am Lord Voldemort. Daphne's face emptied of color. That's impossible. Why did you think that was a smart anagram, Riddle? Harry asked, swallowing a lump of dread. Doesn't seem all that hard. Well, Harry, volume de mort, means, flight of death, in French. I have become immortal. Well, parts of me have anyway. It is quite appropriate. All I saw last year was a pathetic ghost parasite that could barely exist on its own, Harry taunted. And all I see now is another little pathetic leech. Harry heard Daphne's mouth snap closed and her face take on a slight grin at his words. Good, stand up to him. It's just a shadow or something. Keep focused, Daph. Little pathetic leech. Riddle snarled. Fine, you want to play games, Harry Potter. Let's play. His sneer broke into a wide, predatory smile. Tilda Bessie. Kill these two. Tilda. Harry saw movement in the mouth of the statue behind Riddle and his eyes widened. Oh, shite. Come on, Daphne, he's called the basilisk. Harry grabbed her arm and pulled, running towards the closest pillar and ducking behind it as a large weight crashed to floor behind them. Plan? Daphne asked, holding her wand and runestone tight enough for her knuckles to turn white. Well, I've got a plan A, Harry said, peeking around the side of the pillar. The basilisk wasn't quite looking at them thankfully, but it was close enough Harry could shout to it. Tilda, hey, Bessie. I'm Harry. That guy you're talking with isn't on your side. Help me and my friends instead and we'll give you all the food you want and get you some better living quarters. Tilda. The S froze and turned towards Harry. He quickly lowered his eyes before he could meet its gaze. No point in testing the reflector lenses if it wasn't needed. Tilda, you may be a speaker child, but you are not the master. Bessie will not fall for tricks. Bessie has been waiting eons for a master to return. For food larger than rats. Bessie will not follow you. Tilda allowed his followed the small speech and the S started towards the pillar. Plan A failed, Harry said, ducking back and paling. Plan B? Daphne asked. Shoot it until it dies. Harry said with a slight hesitation. Works for me. Daphne jumped out and started tossing Defendos, Reductos, and Confrigos at the S from her wand while letting loose with the Reductor from her offhand. Harry jumped out of the other side of the pillar, also tossing spells and rune-powered shots. He tried adding a few disarming and stunning shots into his volley. Bessie just hissed in what Harry dimly realized was laughter. Their spells weren't even making a scratch on the hide of the beast. The giant tail of the serpent came around, aiming at Harry's head. He ducked and rolled. As he regained his feet, he made the critical mistake of looking up. Harry met the basilisk's eyes and time seemed to stop. Riddle laughed in the distance. Harry almost laughed in return as he could still feel his muscles twitching in fear. He wasn't petrified. But then, neither was the basilisk. It shook its head after a few seconds and opened its hissing mouth wide, doing an extremely good impression of a pissed-off lion's roar. Harry took the opportunity to run. He got to Daphne's side and they ducked behind a pillar further back down the chamber. Plan B isn't working so well, she grunted, trying to catch her breath. I noticed, responded dryly. Reflector lenses work though. I think I stunned it for a few seconds. Yeah, maybe for you. My left lens busted the first time it looked at me. It seems only one eye reflection doesn't affect it. And I'm half blind now. Harry flinched and quickly looked her face over. Breathing out a quick breath of relief, Harry saw her eye wasn't actually injured, she just had it screwed shut since the left rune cluster hadn't held up under the strain of the magic. Okay, I have a plan C, but I'm going to need a minute to get it ready. Can you distract it? Harry asked, holding the Blastor against the pillar and palming his etching tool. Maybe. What are you doing? Setting a feedback loop into the Blastor. Basically a somewhat controlled explosive failure. You're making a magical bomb. More like magical grenade. Also, it might blow me up once I charge it. Harry grimaced. There's a reason I've been staying away from volatile clusters, you know. Daphne stared at him with wide eyes. You are either the bravest or stupidest boy I've ever met. Just distract the bloody S please. Don't die, Harry. Daphne jumped out from behind the pillar as the basilisk closed in on them. She yelled at it and started tossed out more spells leading it towards the next pillar in line. Harry finished his modifications, uttered another short prayer to whoever was listening and then yelled out, "Tilda Bessie. Your mother was a chicken and your father was a toad. Tilda." The basilisk turned from Daphne to hiss menacingly at Harry. "Tilda, I should kill you simply for thinking that was a worthy insult, hatchling." Tilda. As soon as the S opened its mouth, Harry charged the altered Blastor and tossed it at the S. It ended up exploding a foot or so from the mouth. The stone shards pelted the monster but didn't seem to do any noticeable damage. Bloody hell. Harry ducked back behind the pillar swearing. If anyone's listening up there, I could really use some help about now. Not expecting any actual answer, Harry nearly dropped his wand and concussor as the air above the basilisk blazed into a burst of fire. A song Harry remembered fox trilling resounded throughout the chamber before turning into a screech. Harry twisted to look around the pillar in shock, noticing Daphne doing the same around her own. The beautiful avenging phoenix dived towards the group. It tossed a large hat clutched in its talons towards Harry before twisting and attempting to dive bomb the eyes of the basilisk. Bessie was faster though and managed to stare at Fox just before he impacted. The phoenix dissolved into a burst of feathers and Harry's stomach plummeted again. "I'm sorry. Fox, thank you so much for trying, buddy." "Harry, look out!" Daphne screamed. Harry glanced up and saw the basilisk striking towards him with its fangs bared. Since when does AS have more than 2 teeth? Harry idly found himself wondering as he dove out of the way. He tumbled down near the hat that Fox had brought. "What are you waiting for, boy? Put me on," the hat yelled. Harry stared dumbfounded before realizing it was the sorting hat. Harry hurriedly grabbed the hat and jammed it onto his head as he ran from the basilisk towards Daphne. The hat had barely touched his hair before a weight settled onto the top of Harry's head. Dashing behind the pillar, Harry pulled the hat off and handed it to Daphne. A sword fell out of the top and clattered to the ground at Harry's feet. "That's the sword of Godric Gryffindor," Daphne said, her mouth gaping. "I would have preferred powerful staff or energy lance rune cluster myself. Or anything long range," Harry said, picking the sword up. "Beggars can't be choosers, Harry Potter," the hat said before falling silent. "Okay, new plan," Harry said, glaring at the hat. "Your other plans have ed. Yeah, and this one's more. Not instilling a lot of confidence here," Daphne said. "I'm going to stun it with the reflector lenses, then I'm going to stab it with the sword." "That's a horrible plan. Do you have a better one?" Harry asked, glaring at her. Daphne ground her teeth. The basilisk was almost on them again. "Don't die, Harry. I'm just starting to like you." "Likewise, Daphne." Harry took a deep breath and leapt out. This time, instead of running away, he ran towards the giant S. Bessie opened her mouth, baring her fangs at him, and pulled back, readying a strike. Harry came closer, hoping his horrible brand of luck would hold long enough to finish this. Bessie struck forward. Harry finally managed to catch a glimpse of the basilisk's eyes and it froze in place as he jumped forward. The stun was just starting to wear off as Harry leapt into its mouth and thrust the sword up through the top plate of its jaw. The sword pierced through like a hot knife through butter and Bessie made a horrible screeching sound. Harry was flung out of the S's mouth as it thrashed. He flew through the air and landed on Daphne, who just barely managed to cast a cushion charm on them both. Bessie screeched again and snapped her jaw shut. That was apparently the exact wrong move. The top of Gryffindor's sword pierced up through the S's head and the basilisk flopped down to the chamber completely still. "Merlin," Daphne whispered, the awe evident in her voice and the trembling of her arms around his waist. "You killed a 60-foot basilisk with a bloody sword. We still have to kill Riddle," Harry whispered back as he glanced towards the figure at the front of the room. The spirit of young Voldemort was much more solid now and Tracy seemed far paler. He said she was pouring out herself out to him, right? She's been writing in a diary since the year started. He was standing over a small book. Was that the diary? Yeah. Daphne nodded, letting her arms go and shifting Harry so that they could both get up. "Look exhausted and beaten. Not going to have to fake that," Harry muttered. "I'll grab the sword and we try stabbing the book. Hell, it worked on the monster S, why shouldn't we be able to kill a book with a sword?" Daphne paused and giggled. "That sounds so stupid." Harry's eyes widened at the manic sounds coming from his friend. Hold it together another minute, Daph, then you can break down. Help me open its mouth. Together the two students managed to pry the mouth of the dead basilisk open enough for Harry to reach in and grasp the sword. Careful, don't touch the fangs. Basilisk venom is some of the deadliest stuff there is, Daphne said. Really? I didn't know that. Thanks, Daph, Harry replied dryly. No need to be a jerk about it, Harry. Harry got the sword free finally, though it was accompanied by a small amount of black liquid dripping from the wound in the mouth. Holding onto the sword in one hand, Harry and Daphne supported each other as they stumbled back over towards Tracy and Riddle. You two are far more impressive than I initially assumed, Riddle said with narrowed eyes as they drew close. You would do well under me. I could lead you both to greatness. Harry spied the diary still lying under Riddle's foot. He walked a bit closer. You know what I have to say to that, Riddle? What we both have to say to that, Daphne chimed in. Riddle cocked his head. Go to hell, arsehole. Harry yelled. He raised the sword and stabbed it forward, spearing the diary. No. What have you done? Riddle screamed, first in astonishment and angry. The scream quickly shifted to pain as ink began to spurt out of the diary. As the ink drained, the spirit lost its substance. Tracy's wand clattered to the ground from insubstantial fingers. Tom Riddle gave one final roar of pain and defiance before fading completely, the diary falling completely dormant under Harry's sword. Tracy! Daphne exclaimed, falling to the ground beside her friend. Tracy! Please wake up. Please don't let us have been too late. Please wake up, Tracy. Tracy and a bit of color started to return to her cheeks. Her eyes fluttered open and locked onto Daphne. Daph! She glanced around the room. Potter! Wah, what? Oh goddess, Tracy! Daphne flung her arms around the girl and pulled her into a bone-crushing hug. I thought you were going to die. I thought. She broke off and just clung to her friend. You all right, Tracy? Harry asked, leaning on the sword for support. It probably wasn't the most respectful way to treat a priceless artifact from one of the founders, but then he had just killed the pet of one of the other founders and casually tossed aside their enchanted hat. Leaning on the sword was probably the least disrespectful thing he had done that day. No. Not really. But I'm better. I think, Daph, Potter, I think I'm the one who was opening the chamber. She leaned her head against Daphne and started to sob. Shish, it's okay, Trace, Daphne whispered, running her hands in circles along the other girl's back. It wasn't you. That diary was a trap that V-Volume Voldemort left. It possessed you. You didn't do anything, Trace. You know who. What? No, I was writing to Tom. I knew something was wrong but I couldn't stop. It was Voldemort, Tracy, Harry said. A memory or spirit or something from when he was teenager. He showed us his name and it's an anagram for, I am Lord Voldemort. You got tricked. It's not your fault. You aren't like Quirrell. You didn't invite the arsehole in. It was really him. The other two nodded. I can't believe it. I don't even know where I got that stupid diary from. It was in my stuff when I got back from the bookstore before school started. I must have picked it up but I don't remember it. Wait. She pulled back from Daphne's grip and stared between the two. If that was you know who and if he was possessing me to control the monster, then where are we and how are we going to kill it? Trace, Daphne said, clearing her throat. She pointed towards the dead basilisk. We killed the diary already, so Voldemort is dead. And Harry killed the basilisk. Tracy's eyes followed Daphne's arm and widened before turning back to the other two and gaping. With a sword. Tracy's eyes flowed down to rest on the sword in Harry's grip. She looked back at his face and Harry just nodded. Tracy slumped into Daphne's arms again and groaned. Can this day get any weirder? Trust me, you don't want to ask that, Harry sighed. It's better not to tempt the universe. Can you walk? We should get back to Shiva and Neville. Who the bloody hell is Shiva? Tracy asked as she accepted their arms to pull her to her somewhat shaky feet. Harry winced. Professor Babbling. I'd appreciate it if you both kept it quiet until next year that I call her by her nickname. Well, considering you both saved my life, I think I can do that. Tracy looked at him like he was crazy. Daphne just shook her head and nodded. And wait, since when do you call him Harry, Daph? Tracy got an odd look as she stared at the two of them. Somewhere in the middle of getting down here and killing the basilisk. I think that qualifies as a bonding experience, don't you? At least enough to bump him up from Potter to Harry, I would say. Daphne said, looking amused. Well, I was hoping for friends, myself, Harry grumbled good-naturedly. Trial basis. Daphne said before all three of them broke into laughter. The trio of students got themselves under control and walked back down the middle of the chamber. Daphne stopped to pick up the sorting hat, which stayed resolutely silent even when she placed it on her head so she could keep supporting Tracy with one arm and hold her wand with the other. Harry stopped as they approached the pile of feathers where Fawkes had given his life to try and help them. I'm so sorry, Fawkes, I never wanted. Harry trailed off and stared in astonishment as a tiny, nearly featherless bird poked its head out of the feathers and ashes. It looked at Harry and squawked happily. Harry's mouth just dropped open and scooped the baby phoenix up in his hand. What the? That's a phoenix, Harry, Daphne said with an arched eyebrow. They're reborn when they die. Oh. Harry just nodded, still dumbstruck, as the phoenix cuddled into his hand. Come on, let's go. Daphne started leading the group back up the corridor again, pausing only long enough for Harry to again open the door out. It seemed like forever before the tired group made their way to the caved-in section of tunnel. There was now a large hole opening in the center. Shiva was standing in the center, finishing an inscription of a rune Harry recognized as stability. It flashed as she finished it and she turned back. Neville, come on. I'm done. Let's go. Good timing, Harry said with a soft chuckle. Shiva twisted so fast he thought she would fall over. Her mouth dropped and Harry just lifted his arm from under Tracy's side and waved tiredly at his friend. We won. Harry. Shiva lunged forward and wrapped him in a hug that rivaled one of Hermione's. He hugged her back, laughing as Fawkes chortled from his shoulder. Shiva heard that and pulled back in astonishment. Is that a baby phoenix? Daphne, Tracy, are you two all right? What are you three covered in? Is that the sorting hat? Is that a sword? In order, Professor Babbling, Daphne said, yes, it is a baby phoenix. Fawkes, to be precise. I am okay though, bruised over quite a lot of my body with several small cuts in addition. Tracy is physically more okay than me but spiritually, emotionally less okay. Her life force was being ed out but we stopped it, so now she's just weak, but she should get a full examination as soon as possible. We are covered in an absolutely horrendous mix of sludge, dirt, grime, blood and ink. Yes, it is the sorting hat. And yes, that is a sword. Godric Gryffindor's sword actually. Whatever goddess you seduced Harry, I don't think she has anything to do with logic, Shiva managed to get out after trying to process that. Are you okay? Just tired, Shiva. The short version is that nothing we were doing worked. Fawkes came to help bringing along the sorting hat but got killed and reborn during the fight. The hat gave me the sword which I used to kill the basilisk. The ink is from an enchanted diary made by Voldemort, when he was a teenager, still going by Tom Marvolo Riddle, that was possessing Tracy. I stabbed the diary with the sword, killing Memorymort and spraying the three of us with what passed for its blood. That about covers it. Neville laughed. Man, Harry, you really have some of the worst good luck I've ever heard of. You can say that again, Nev. Can we go now? I'd really like to sit down for a few minutes, Harry pleaded. Shiva just nodded numbly. Neville, switch with Harry. Harry, let me help you. Harry handed Tracy's left side over to Neville, who supported the girl while Harry leaned against Shiva for support as the group slowly started to trudge back towards the slide up to the castle. So where's Lockhart? Harry asked, as they left the makeshift tunnel under the cave-in, though Harry's question was answered. The professor was bound in ropes with a bandage around his groin and staring off into space with a happy grin on his face. Lockhart's quite out of it. His spell was powerful enough to hit all of us at once, and that full force blasted right into him. Shiva flicked her wand and the man floated ahead of them. He doesn't even remember his own name. I'm actually not entirely sure he remembers how to speak at all. We only bound him up because he kept wandering off down the tunnel and I got rather annoyed with him. Ah, well, if it makes you feel better, I cursed out Memorymort while I was annoyed with him. And you called him a pathetic leech. Don't forget that. That was funny, Daphne chimed in. Man, I miss all the fun, Neville complained. You can kill the next iteration of Voldemort, okay, Nev. Okay. Now you can't complain when I get him before you do, Harry. Tracy looked between the three of them, shaking her head. You people are all insane. The group stopped at the bottom of the section of tunnel leading back up to Hogwarts proper. Shiva was about to try transfiguring little steps when Daphne snorted. Everyone looked over at her and she shrugged. Do you really think Salazar Slytherin would simply jump into a dank hole? Especially with no easy way back out. Harry laughed and got her meaning while Neville, Tracy and Shiva just squinted at Daphne with furrowed brows. Harry turned to the tunnel and breathed out, stairs. Nothing happened. Steps. A dull thump resounded as a staircase extended out from the floor of the tunnel, spiraling away into the darkness. Harry raised his eyebrows at Daphne. Much better. That is far more appropriate, the girl responded with an entertaining regal huff. Shiva shook her head in exasperation. Haha, very funny. Up we go, people. Harry, you and me first so you can open the door up top too. Lockhart floated along ahead of them as the small group of battered students and teachers limped their way up the stairs. When they reached the top, Lockhart made a quiet mewl of protest as he bumped into the sealed doorway out before Shiva moved him back. Whoops, she deadpanned. Harry couldn't blame her for being rough on the man. Besides, better for her to take her ire out on Flofart than on him. Tilda open. Tilda, the sink and trapdoor slid open at Harry's command. Walking back up into Myrtle's bathroom, Harry and Shiva were immediately swamped by Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick and Pomfrey. Snape hung back until Daphne, Neville and Tracy climbed out, then he swooped down on his own students. My boy, what happened to you? Dumbledore asked immediately with his mouth set in a frown. Harry glared at the man but didn't reply. Dumbledore cast a swift glance at the others and stared at the sorting hat still perched on Daphne's head. Flopsy. Give them room, Albus, McGonagall said, pushing her superior back slightly and waving Pomfrey forward. Babbling, injuries? The healer asked, cutting straight to the point. Potter and Greengrass have multiple cuts and abrasions as well as exhaustion, likely both magical and physical, Shiva reported in a tired but calm voice. Davis has been spiritually drained but the process was halted partway through. She's coherent and without obvious physical injuries but also exhausted. Longbottom has minor abrasions. Lockhart had a major groin injury as well as abrasions on his left arm. He is experiencing extreme trauma from a backfired memory charm. I have no idea if he can even speak anymore. Pomfrey began uttering several charms under her breath with wand directed at Tracy. What did you do to my students, woman? Snape said, checking over Daphne and Tracy. His last word was uttered almost like a curse as it was directed at Shiva. Nearly everyone in the small bathroom bristled at that. Daphne, Neville, and Harry all stood up straighter and glared at the man. She helped us to rescue my best friend, sir, Daphne said, her mouth set in a thin line. She saved the three of us from being hit by an obliviate powerful enough to render Lockhart functionally deceased. She did not hesitate a moment to proceed into a long-lost section of the castle, expecting to confront a 1,000-year-old basilisk simply because a student was in danger. Please do not deride her character in front of me, Professor. Professor Babbling deserves a great amount of respect. Harry's eyes widened as he witnessed something he never expected to see. Snape glanced between Daphne and Shiva and his scowl noticeably lessened before nodding at the older woman in a show of respect. Perhaps we should take this discussion to the infirmary, Flitwick said, stepping forward from where he had been examining Lockhart. Yes, I think that might be best, Dumbledore said softly as he gazed sorrowfully at the assembled students. As he turned back from Harry he froze mid-step, cocked his head and then his jaw dropped open. Fawkes. After everyone had been arrayed onto their separate cots, the story of how they came to be down in the chamber was delivered to those assembled. Fawkes remained on Harry's shoulder the entire time, occasionally letting out a trill and headbutting Harry's neck. Hedwig appeared in the window to the infirmary a few minutes in and stared at the baby phoenix before giving a hoot of approval and turning her head, to all appearances looking like she was settling in to hear the story as well as the humans. Harry could only chuckle at his familiar. And so we ended up stabbing the diary with the sword, he finished with a shrug. I find this all very hard to believe, Potter, Snape said with narrowed eyes. Surely you exaggerate. There is certainly no way a mere child such as yourself could destroy a creature such as a basilisk. Before Harry, Shiva, Neville or Tracy could say anything, a low growl floated through the room. Daphne stood from her bed and walked over to stand in front of Snape with her fists clenched. You pathetic, spiteful, hate-filled cretin. Harry Potter and I just faced down a creature 1,000 years old and 60 feet long. A creature that was intelligent enough to taunt us when Harry tried to reason with it. A creature whose fangs were longer than my forearm. A creature whose gaze we only survived because Harry was smart enough to come up with an effective counter. A creature that could have swallowed us whole. We nearly died at least 6 times in under 2 minutes by my count. We faced down an apparition of Voldemort himself. Do not insult us, Professor Snape. Do not insult the struggle we just walked away from. Do not insult the danger we were in or the risks we took to help my friend. Make no mistake, Professor. Harry performed something that nearly every adult witch or wizard I know would run from screaming with soiled pants. Do not deride him in my presence, sir. Daphne finished her speech with her features twisted somewhere between resignation and fury, but she got in one further jibe. It is common knowledge that you praise Slytherins and disparage Gryffindors, as it is common knowledge that you bear some sort of grudge against Harry Potter. Do not let your hatred blind you to facts, Professor. Snape looked completely dumbstruck. His hand was clenched hard enough to turn the knuckles white, eyes were wide and his mouth was hanging open. Tracy said quietly. Daphne sighed and turned to pad back to her bed, giving Tracy's hand a short squeeze on the way. Be that as it may, Dumbledore said, filling the sudden silence, I am still uncertain how Fawkes was able to come and assist you, Harry. Harry shrugged. Search me. The feedback Blastor didn't do squat. I asked for help and then, boom, he waved his arms wide, he showed up in a burst of flame with the Sorting Hat. Thanks again, buddy. Fawkes headbutted him again and gave a short trill of approval. Hedwig bobbed her head and hooted in reply. Most curious. Headmaster, Shiva asked, sitting on the edge of her own bed, do you have any idea what that diary thing that Riddle created was? I know Voldemort is stupid powerful, but I've never even heard of binding a spirit memory to an object before. At least not one that could both think for itself and attempt a full possession. I am unsure, Dumbledore replied slowly. Both Harry and Shiva narrowed their eyes at the old man. Harry couldn't help but think back to Dumbledore's responses to his questions from last year with Quirrell. The headmaster knew far more than he was letting on. Voldemort was certainly familiar with arcane branches of magic. I will have to do research on this subject to ascertain the extent of what was done. Dumbledore turned and met Harry's gaze with his twinkling eyes. A moment later the man held a hand to his forehead with a groan and slumped down in his chair. Pomfrey rushed to the headmaster while Snape turned on Harry. What did you do, boy? As Harry glared at Snape intending to tell him off, the potion's master also yelled out in pain and fell backwards. His hands clutched his head and he twisted towards Harry, though he kept his eyes clenched shut. Potter. The man roared. I didn't do anything. Harry yelled back. Most of the residents of the infirmary just stared between the three, completely lost. Only McGonagall and Shiva seemed to figure out what had just happened. The deputy headmistress scowled and stalked towards Dumbledore while Shiva wore a furious expression and put herself in between Harry and Snape. As Pomfrey moved from Dumbledore to Snape, McGonagall hauled the older man to his feet. What has the boy done to warrant that attempted intrusion, Albus? Save the life of a classmate. Slay a danger to the entire student body. Gain the favor of a founder. Question one too many things. Never attempt to read a student or any minor without cause in front of me again, Albus, or I will see you run out of here before you can say, drop. I would expect such foolhardy behavior from Severus, but not from you. And you, Severus. McGonagall turned to the potion's master, who simply glared back at her. You are a fool. If Albus Dumbledore was summarily rebuffed, what makes you think you could get through? Go do something productive and make a healing draft. Get out. I have every right to get out, McGonagall screamed, pointing at the door. Snape snarled but stalked out of the room. McGonagall turned back to Dumbledore, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Perhaps you should leave as well, Headmaster. Minerva, whatever Dumbledore was going to protest was interrupted as the doors to the infirmary swung open again with Lucius Malfoy waltzing in, cane in hand. Harry's eyes widened as he saw Dobby trailing behind. Of course it'd be Malfoy. Tracy said she had the diary when she got back from the bookstore. Malfoy was there at the same time I first saw Tracy and Daphne. He planned all of this, Harry thought, his surprise fading away and being replaced by fiery anger. Ah, Dumbledore, Malfoy said, his voice like silk. I was informed you were here. As the head of the Board of Governors, it is my duty to inform you that the death of Tracy Davis has led us to remove you from. I'm not dead, Tracy said, waving her hand from the nearby bed. Malfoy's head snapped to Tracy so fast his silvery hair whipped his face. What? You are? Harry's world dissolved into red. Head of the Board of Governors, the man had said. The board that had prevented Harry from getting the Mandrake potion. This man had set Tracy up to let loose a basilisk. He had prevented the healing of the victims. He had nearly gotten Shiva and his friends killed. He had hurt Hermione. Where's the reductor? Harry thought, searching the table for his rune stone. From his shoulder Fawkes started to quietly trill and a feeling of calm settled over Harry. Breathing deeply he left the table alone and turned to Fawkes. Thanks, Harry whispered to the bird quietly. Fawkes' song stopped and Harry breathed deep. New plan. I'm not the only one who wants to beat Malfoy. While Harry had been wrestling with his control, Malfoy had been carrying on a short conversation with Dumbledore and McGonagall. Well, I suppose that concludes my business here. Good day. As Malfoy swept out of the room, Harry leapt out of his bed and jumped past Shiva to Daphne's side. Daph, I need a glove. What? The girl stared up at him like he'd gone crazy. Maybe he had. This wasn't exactly the best of plans. Harry. Shiva came up behind him and laid a hand on his shoulder. I have an idea. That was Dobby. Please, I need a glove. Harry admitted he did sound a bit frantic, but there wasn't much time to get back to Malfoy and Dobby before the man left the castle. Here, Daphne pulled out a glove from her bag on the side table. How did you know that? I tell you later. Thanks. Shiva, I'll be right back. Harry sprinted out of the infirmary and bounded down the stairs 2 at a time. He caught up to Malfoy and Dobby as they walked into the entrance hall. Hey, Malfoy. As the man turned, Harry tossed him the glove while eyeing Dobby and jerking his head to the side. What is this, Potter? You purebloods follow the old rules, don't you? A tossed glove is supposed to signify a duel. Since you weren't man enough to do it when you started this round, I figured I should toss my own now at the end. I won this fight, Malfoy. Stay away from my friends in future. Malfoy sneered and threw the glove over his shoulder. Harry smirked as Dobby made a flying leap for the sailing clothing item, snatching it out of mid-air before it could hit the ground. Do not play above your station, boy. You are not prepared to fight in the circles I travel in. Come, Dobby. Malfoy had walked about 10 paces before he realized his servant was no longer following, and he turned to glare at the house elf. Harry had the pleasure of watching the man's eyes as he realized exactly what Harry had just done. You cost me my servant, Potter. Lucius Malfoy tried to draw his wand on Harry but was immediately flung back into the wall of the hall with a crack. Dobby lowered his hand and glared at Malfoy. You will not harm the great master Harry Potter, sir. The little house elf said, fury evident. Oh, my name's gotten even longer, Harry thought with a chuckle as he watched Dobby walk toward Malfoy. The man was laying crumpled on his side against the wall, groaning. Before he could move to sit up, Dobby reached him and lashed out with a vicious little kick. Don't mess with the little guy. Harry cheered as Dobby continued to lay into Malfoy. After a few more kicks, Harry sighed and walked over, laying a hand on Dobby's shoulder. As fun and justified as this is, Dobby, you really should stop. No need to get into trouble over this guy. Let's head back to the infirmary, yeah. Dobby cast one last vicious glare at Malfoy before nodding at Harry and following along. The two walked back into the room, greeted by stares of confusion. Dumbledore seemed to have left with the Sorting Hat and Fawkes before Harry had returned, though all the other teachers and Hedwig were still present. Harry, care to explain? Shiva said, the anger in her voice barely controlled. Had to free Dobby, Harry said, cocking a thumb at the little elf who nodded enthusiastically. The great master Harry Potter, sir, has freed Dobby from Bad Master. The great master Harry Potter, sir, declared a completed duel and tricked Bad Master into setting Dobby free. Then Dobby protected him from Bad Master. The great master Harry Potter, sir, is the greatest wizard to ever live. Harry groaned as the rest of the room just turned to him. Hey, I've tried to get him to stop with names. Dobby, how about you head off to enjoy your freedom for a bit and you can come back to chat sometime later after you get settled, yeah? Dobby nodded, hugged his leg and then popped away. Harry trudged back to his bed and hopped up. Do I even want to know? Shiva asked, letting out an explosive sigh. Harry just shrugged. Honestly, probably not. I'll tell you later though. How did you know I carried gloves? Daphne asked. You're a pureblood heiress. I've picked up a few things from Neville. Neville blushed but didn't respond. So, Professor McGonagall, Professor Babbling, What the heck happened before Malfoy barged in that got you both riled up and knocked Professors Snape and Dumbledore on their asses? Tracy asked. Shiva rubbed the bridge of her nose again and sat down looking exhausted. Both tried to perform legilimency on Harry. It's basically mind reading. Very few people can do it well, but they're one of the group. It's not supposed to be done except with very good reason or consent. Their reasons weren't very good and neither asked Harry, hence why we were angry. Dumbledore probably wanted to know what Harry was thinking about the diary, while Snape likely just wanted to see how Harry had ejected Dumbledore. And both were fools. McGonagall spat. Harry's eyebrows rose at that. His head of house was continuing to impress him this year. Honestly, you all just finished a tale where Harry's glasses were used to effectively reflect a basilisk stare. What idiot would think a simple legilimency spell would break through that sort of protection? The students looked at each other. Every one of them started to laugh hysterically while McGonagall, Flitwick, Shiva and Pomfrey just shook their heads in exasperation. 2 days later, Harry was sitting in the chair beside Hermione as Madame Pomfrey dripped the mandrake draft into his friend's throat. The ones that Neville and himself had ordered finally came in a few hours ago and Hermione was the last one to be revived. Pomfrey moved off, giving them some privacy as the potion began to take effect. Hermione blinked a few times, lowered her arm and glanced about the room. Her eyes settled on Harry and barely a half-second later, Hermione had surged off the bed and wrapped him in a hug. Harry chuckled. "It's good to see you too, Hermione." "Harry, it's a basilisk. The monster, it's a basilisk," she said, pulling back and frantically starting to move away to find a teacher. Harry pulled her back and hugged her again. "We know it was a basilisk." Hermione's mind froze solid as she realized Harry had hugged her instead of the other way around. She hurriedly pushed that revelation aside to be examined later, though, in order to focus on the more immediate concern. "Oh, so you found the scrap." "We did. Great job there figuring that out," Harry said, nodding as he let her go and Hermione settled on his lap. Her gaze widened again. "But wait. It's likely moving through enlarged pipes or conduits running behind the walls. It's quite possible the chamber's entrance has been hidden somewhere in one of the bathrooms." "Yup, it was. In Myrtle's, ironically enough," Harry said, smiling at her. His friend had figured out the second half of the centuries-old mystery in moments. She truly was amazing. "Myrtle's?" Hermione gaped at him. She shut her mouth and continued slowly, "How long have I been petrified, Harry?" "About 5 days, he said, shrugging. 5 days? Yeah, 5 days. We killed the basilisk 2 days after you were attacked and it took another 3 for the mandrakes to arrive. There was a bit of an import problem, but between the senior abbots, Bones and Greengrasses we got the new law repealed and the mature mandrakes in pretty fast. You killed the—" Hermione was feeling her brain lock up again. Harry's complete nonchalance was certainly not helping her blood pressure. "Don't be modest, Harry," Tracy chimed in from across the room. She was sitting up in her bed and grinning at the two. "Granger, he killed the basilisk all on his own. With a sword." "Sword? Daphne was there too," Harry protested. "Yeah, but you're the one who ran straight at it, screaming and stabbing it through the roof of its mouth." Tracy's grin widened as she saw Hermione's features twist from shock to frustration. "Harry," Hermione drawled, looking at her friend. Warning bells were going off in Harry's mind, but it was too late. Hermione was already sitting on his lap. He was trapped, though it was a rather pleasant trap. "Yes, Hermione. Explain." "Professor Babbling, do you have a moment?" Hermione asked, peeking around the door into Shiva's office. "Come on in, Hermione," Shiva said, waving the younger girl inside and smiling warmly at her. "It's good to see you up and about." "Thank you. It's good to be about." Hermione sat in one of the chairs. She didn't look nearly as uncomfortable as she had the first time they had done this. "So what can I help you with? Can I assume that you yelled at him enough? It's rather pointless and counterproductive for me to do so as well." Hermione asked, getting right to the point. "Well, that depends, I suppose," Shiva grinned. "What would you be yelling at him for?" "His stupid recklessness and his frustratingly annoying nobility mostly," Hermione huffed. "In that case, yeah, I already yelled at him enough for the both of us." "You could probably get away with a bit though," Shiva said, laughing. "Well," Hermione shifted a bit in her seat, "I may have hit him a bit already when he told me the story." Shiva kept laughing, imagining Hermione slapping Harry's for nearly getting himself killed multiple times over. He'd tell you about afterwards with freeing that crazy little house elf and the poor thing breaking Malfoy's ribs. Yes, he did. He also mentioned Dobby's penchant for overly long names and to not be too surprised should he show up and start spouting off how Harry is the greatest thing since sliced bread. Muggle expression. Hermione nodded. On a related note, the girl adopted a stern, mildly frightening look as she leaned forward and fixed a stare on Shiva. He also mentioned that you were finishing up the paperwork to become his legal guardian. Ah, Shiva leaned back into her chair. She met the young witch's gaze and nodded. He told you that, huh? It came up when I tried to convince him to come to my parents instead of the Dursleys. Yeah, that would do it, Shiva said thoughtfully. Thank you for offering, by the way. Hermione nodded, never once letting go of Shiva's eyes. Of course. I will protect that boy in every way I can. Bathsheba babbling, aka Shiva, allow me to make myself perfectly clear. Hermione paused long enough for Shiva to nod. I believe we care deeply about Harry in our own ways. I also know that Harry looks to you as the sister he never had. You have been good to and for him. Hermione took a moment to breathe in deep and intensify her glare, calmly folding her hands into her lap. I am not in the habit of threatening authority figures. But if you hurt him, if you dangle this in front of him and then rip it away, I will make your life a living hell. Professor Snape is an ass, Ronald Weasley is an idiot, and Headmaster Dumbledore is foolish to an extreme, but you can hurt Harry in a way none of them can. You can cut him through the heart, and that is not something I will allow. I may only be 13 and I may not be a fully accomplished or accredited witch, but if you hurt Harry, make no mistake, I will end you. Shiva gulped and nodded. She could see why Neville said Hermione was scary. Hermione Granger would be fearsome when she had received her full education, of that Shiva had zero doubt. I'm getting him away from those people, Hermione. And short of dying on him, I'm going to try my best, for as long he'll have me, to keep him from getting hurt like that again. I doubt Harry can ever have a normal childhood, but I can certainly try to at least make it more loving than it has been until now. Good. Hermione leaned back and let out a breath. Her demeanor instantly lightened and a smile spread across her face. You know, you two can both be scary as hell when you get all protective, Shiva mused. What? Harry? Harry's not any more protective of me than anyone else, Hermione said with a laugh. Shiva just shook her head and grinned at the younger girl. Hermione asked Neville sometime about how Harry went ballistic on nearly the entire senior staff when you were attacked, then tell me he's not protective of you. And of course then there was the time when we were waltzing through the bones of the basilisk's victims and Harry calmly stated, in no uncertain terms, that he was going to kill the basilisk because it had the audacity to harm you. Hermione gaped for a moment before replying, well, I'm sure he would have said that about any of his friends. You keep telling yourself that, girl. Yes, well, anyway, about next year's classes. Severus Snape sat in his office drinking. His bottle of fire whiskey was nearly half empty. It just wasn't fair. He wasn't supposed to be able to respect the boy. The Potter spawn looked nearly identical to James. How could he not be exactly like his father? Never mind the eyes. Never mind the genius he'd inherited from Lily. Harry Potter was the son of James Potter. That was all there was supposed to be to the matter. That was all the boy would ever be. Just some arrogant little shite that waltzed all over the school like he owned it. Like no one else mattered. A tiny little boy who only cared about his friends and would do things simply for the glory and the adulation. Harry Potter was nothing to be respected. And yet, Harry Potter had saved 2 Slytherins' lives. Harry Potter had killed an ancient basilisk. Harry Potter had done this not for fame but because he wanted to protect an acquaintance. Harry Potter had earned the gratitude and protection of Daphne Greengrass, Ice Queen. And Harry Potter was actively rebelling against Albus Bloody Dumbledore. Harry Potter was not James Potter. So, what did that make him? Snape scowled and downed another glass of fire whiskey. That was not a thought train he wished to follow this night. While Snape was draining his liqueur, an old man was sitting in his office chair thinking. Albus Dumbledore was staring at his phoenix but not seeing the small bird. He was lost in thought, his drop bowl long since emptied of all sweets. Why did you go to him? Why would you take that initiative all on your own? Why take Flopsy? Dumbledore turned to the sorting hat laying dormant on the shelf. He knew the Hat wasn't a fan of the name, but as far as he knew there was no official designation for the relic. It wasn't even supposed to be truly active beyond the start of the year. That Fawkes had brought the hat to Harry without any input was worrisome enough. That the Hat had then delivered the sword of Gryffindor to the boy was, frankly, frightening. To make matters worse, Dumbledore had been profoundly rebuffed from his attempts to claim the sword afterwards. The Greengrass and Longbottom heirs had both starting stating right of conquest and right of bequeathment, allowing Harry Potter to wiggle around and maintain control of such a dangerous weapon. The boy was treading a dangerous path. Dumbledore could see all the signs he had missed with Tom Riddle. Harry had been sent to the Dursleys in an effort to both ensure the boy's safety and to lower his confidence. As long as Dumbledore could influence the boy and direct him, Harry could be steered away from the dark. Yet now he was slipping through Dumbledore's fingers. Harry Potter was gaining allies and friends at an alarming rate. Bathsheba Babbling was making inquiries into his past and trying to remove him from the environment Dumbledore had so carefully engendered for the boy. He knew the Dursleys weren't loving, but they weren't as bad as other options. Taking care of the few people who looked too closely was trivial. The boy had simply been acting out as children were wont to do. But he could not simply obviate or compulse Babbling. As frustrating as she was extremely skilled and resourceful. Somehow Harry had managed to win over Dumbledore's oldest supporter as well. Minerva had been berating him in public. Why could she not see that he needed to be the one to show the boy the correct path? The Longbottom Scion had been a good choice of friends. Even the Granger girl appeared to quite useful if frustratingly superior and resourceful. The Bones heiress could have been a problem if young Susan was closer, though on the periphery it left Amelia still removed from the boy, so the situation was not untenable. Dumbledore still lamented that young Ronald Weasley continued to destroy any hope of befriending the boy. The Weasleys were a firm light side family, and he had promised Molly long ago that Harry would be Ginevra's intended. At least the girl and the older members of the family were not pushing Harry away as Ronald was determined to do. Saving the Davis girl was unforeseen. Dumbledore had known, of course, about the basilisk. It was rather hard to truly hide information about the goings-on in the castle when many of the portraits reported to him. A 60-foot S, even one that primarily stayed in the walls, was not particularly stealthy. He hadn't known for certain just who had been controlling the serpent, but it hadn't managed to take out anyone of importance prior to Granger. And even when it had, that had certainly worked as sufficient motivation for Harry. Dumbledore was a little disappointed he had run straight to Babbling with his discovery rather than someone like Minerva or Severus or himself, but the boy had figured it out and still showed the determination to assist. That was a good sign. Greengrass was a problem. Dumbledore was not fooled by the grey veneer. The neutral family. There was no such thing as neutral or grey, there was only light and dark. The good and the bad. That Harry was now closely associating with the dark was problematic. Worrisome. Harry was already being corrupted. He had killed with no true remorse shown. Quirrell had been understandable. That poor man had been utterly corrupted by Voldemort's shade. But the basilisk was intelligent and desperate. Surely Harry could have reasoned with it. Surely he could have taken the time to make the creature see. Even after the stress of the situation was diminishing, Harry had allowed the house elf to assault Lucius. That the elf likely had legitimate grievances was irrelevant. Such violence was evidence that Harry was starting to slip. And the diary, the Horcrux, the indisputable proof that he had been correct. That Voldemort had survived utilizing these items. And that Harry Potter would have to die. The residual scans of the diary were clear. They matched those Dumbledore had taken long ago of Harry's scar. The boy was a Horcrux. Of that there was no doubt. Greengrass involvement may have jump-started the corruption of the horrid remnant, or it may have become more active on its own. Either way, it was clear that Harry was being influenced by the spirit sheltering within him. If Dumbledore could not pull Harry back to the light and convince him of the rightness of the path he must tread, then Albus Dumbledore would make certain that Harry Potter did not walk the easier route. When Gellert fell to the dark, Dumbledore had lost his lover. He had lost his friend. He had lost his sister. When Riddle fell, he had lost his remaining faith and hope. Dumbledore would not allow a third Dark Lord to arise because of his lack of action. Harry Potter would return to the light and rid himself of the Horcrux willingly, or Harry Potter would meet his next great adventure before his ascendance to power. Tonks, whose first name is not to be spoken. Hi, Tonks. You had said I could write if I wanted, so I figured I'd send you a short letter. I imagine by now Susan has told her Aunt Amelia. Great job letting me know that your partner that day was the big boss. By the way, about the Chamber of Secrets and the monster. In case word didn't filter back down to you though, I wanted to give you a heads up that the monster was a basilisk. It's dead now. My friends and I killed the thing. I don't think it was entirely sane at the end, which is a bit sad. I might not have had to kill it if it had listened to me. I can talk to SS by the way. You're a Metamorphagus, I'm a Parseltongue. We each have rare gifts. Anyway, you were right, Hagrid couldn't have done anything either this time or the last time when Myrtle was killed. It actually turned out to be the same person both times, ironically enough, though that's a bit of a long story to put in a letter. For the moment, let's just say that it was a very scary memory that was at fault, along with a Ponce who horribly mistreats his house elves. I know that Hagrid's not in Azkaban anymore, but if you wanted to clear Hagrid's name from his first conviction too, then feel free to use this memory of my talk with Myrtle about how she died. Shiva told me how to extract the thing. And that you'd have a court pensieve able to play it. I still think this is weird, but then again I think a lot about the wizarding world is weird. I can't believe nobody ever actually asked her. This should be more than enough to clear Hagrid. And yeah, in case you're wondering, I did see you when he was arrested. I know you seemed pretty happy about the Aurors when we met, and Amelia seemed somewhat reasonable, but if being an Auror is going to beat you up inside like it did that day, maybe you should reconsider. It was fun seeing you with your hair spiked and colored and bouncing around like the devil couldn't care. But watching you in Hagrid's hut didn't feel right. You should do what makes you happy and keeps your hair lively, Tonks. So this letter is getting longer than I had planned. Hope you're good, Harry. P.S. Just to make sure you get some color today, Nymphadora. Harry finished off his letter with a smirk and tied it to Hedwig's leg. He gave his owl a pet and fed her a few slices of bacon. She hooted at him in thanks. Remember, Hedwig, after you drop this off with Tonks, hang around Shiva. She'll take care of you until things are done. No point in annoying the Dursleys more than we have to. Hedwig nipped at his fingers and bobbed her head. Good girl. One more slice of bacon for the road. The owl eagerly gobbled the proffered treat, hooted a quick goodbye and took to the air. Who were you writing to, Harry? Neville asked. Tonks, Harry said. I wasn't sure how much Susan told her aunt, and I rather doubt Dumbledore will do anything to help Hagrid, so I figured I'd let Tonks know at least. That was a good idea, Harry. Hermione flashed a smile at her friend. I suppose we should get on the train. Probably, yeah. Well, this summer should be better than the last one at least, right? Hermione said as they walked onto the platform. Hopefully, Harry nodded. Harry, remember, Neville said, if you need anything at all send for me or Hermione. And if we don't hear anything after 2 weeks, then we're coming on a rescue mission ourselves this time. We've already let the twins know as well, Hermione chimed in. Harry laughed. Thanks guys. You know, for the first time I'm actually looking forward to going back there. He gave one last glance at the castle, smiling. With any luck, this would be one of the best summers he had ever had. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.